We are going to get deep into some Astroneer here. We basically are unlocking some stuff. We're doing questing. We're getting into it. Having a good time so far. I don't know about you guys. I love this game. It's incredibly fun. Interesting. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, they added a bunch of great new stuff to the game. If you've not played it again, or have played it lately, I highly recommend starting a new playthrough, playing through all the quests, playing through all the stuff, unlocking all the new epic stuff. And you haven't played since automation, even more so, because there's also ways of automating. You have different tanks and things like that. That you can fill up like I'm trying to do right over here. There we go. We got a canister filled. Oh my gosh, we're one away. One away, but I've got a sneaky little side trick. Oh no, it didn't fill. I thought, oh, well, I might have it in that other container. We got one more trip, everybody. We literally need one more resin. Now I can just collect the resin, but we'll go up the hill here, keep working away on our little mountain. Now, there is a faster way to do this, to use your vehicles. And again, since I have the research, I could unlock the vehicles and just, skip ahead. But I rarely ever do that. I take my time and just kind of unlock stuff as I go. I feel like if you're going to go on the journey, you might as well take the full journey than, just to skip ahead. And I've done that before a time or two just to show that you could just literally go to the toughest planet in the game, grab a tons of research, have 50, 60, 70,000 research right at the very beginning of the game. But again, I like to go on the journey, make sure that every tier is worthy of it, because most of the time I feel like they gear games, and they should gear it for first-time players who are just coming in and working their way across, because it'd be too hard to try to balance it for both the high-level players and the people who've already played through, like me, 20, 30 times, and so on. This game also has a huge replayability, so you can replay it again and again. You can play it solo, or you can play it with your friends. It's really up to you. We do have a mega server number 1 for Astroneer, by the way. And we're going to go in and play through on the mega server. And second, I kind of play through the whole thing, do all the quests and whatnot, unlock all the stuff. And then we'll also go back onto the server. You guys are welcome to join me for that. That's a lot of fun to team play as well. And again, let's just keep going, right? This just takes... Okay, now it gave me a warning. But I'm going to kind of ignore the warning for a second here. Try to shape out some of the stuff here on the top. We're really going to cut it close. Now, one of the cool things about if you do die is you're literally right next to your base, right? You're right next to your base. You can always run back up there and grab your stuff. Now, I think I'm foreshadowing myself now. Let's go. Woohoo! Sliding. Now, sliding is actually your smartest way to get back. And that's because when you're walking, at a certain point, you start to suffocate and you don't run anymore. You walk only. And that actually has caused me to die before. Because I didn't anticipate that fact that I would have to slow down before I got to my tether. And then death was upon me. Actually, when I first started playing this game, right at the very beginning, I actually died within the first whatever the minimum amount of time it is between playing the game and dying. That's pretty much what happened. Because I didn't understand that the air was coming through that blue tether. I just started walking away and exploring and whatnot, and all of a sudden, boom, my person's dead. And that's fun. I like to learn that way. That's a kind of a fun way of learning. Let's see if it actually recognizes that is full. I love this mechanic, too, of the centrifuge as you collect the dirt. It's probably the thing I use the most. You'll see me make massive tons of resources by using centrifuges. I'll also scale it up over time, too. Did actually do it. Wow, that's some smart game right there. That's a smart game. Oh, ready for a battle as well. We're going to get that going on, but let's go ahead and turn it in. What are we going to get? We are going to get 500 bytes for doing that one. All right. Awesome. Now we need to work on print atmosphere condenser, produce a full gas resource. Oh, okay. All right, we're going to get on that. Now, one of the most time-consuming things is your gas canister, or power-consuming, I guess is a better way to put it. And so what we want to do is we want to go ahead and utilize our new resin that we just did and make some stuff from it. I'm going to go ahead and take this one off right here. We'll come back to scrapping later on. And we're going to move this over here. Now, one of the things that's great about this is that you can turn it around. You can go ahead and tell it to run out. And then as you go through your different printer, it will actually put it in and out of the printer. And so one of the things that does happen, though, if you do keep going, it's just going to keep feeding it in there. And as you can see, it's going to drop stuff on the ground. So you definitely want to do it in the appropriate moment. I usually find it's better to stack your cylinder or your containers, your cylinder containers, which will hold a bunch of loot. You run it out onto those, and then you take that off of there so it's not continuously feeding, which, of course, is either going to go in or go out. Now, why is that a problem? Well, that's a problem because I want to make something, but I don't want it to just keep running out, which is why I would love if it had a neutral position, right? Best thing to do is just grab it off of there. That's what I do. So this way it's not either inputting or outputting. I just grab it off of there and go. Now, I don't know if we've already unlocked this. I don't think we have. Let's go through. No, I don't think we did. Nope. All right. And again, see how it drops stuff on the ground? That'll drive you crazy after a while. So what we want to do is we want to unlock our next thing, which is our questing. Now, I actually forget how to get there. I think it's R. Yes. Okay. Hold down R. You go to mission log. There we go. And it said print an atmosphere condenser. So we're going to go to our medium. Oh, look out. So we're getting on the Kismet love train. Who is it? Sleeve coming in with a 2 months of sub love. Thank you very much. You got yourself a brand new sub badge as well. Thank you very much for supporting the stream. Appreciate it big time. How you doing today? Thanks for coming in, showing love. Appreciate it. All right. That's called the Kismet Love Trade. Feel free to come on in and show some love, everybody. We're going to go ahead and scroll across here. These are probably your most used items up here. These are all your conversions, your typically you want to start with your smelting furnace, then get to your centrifuge, and then you got to go to another planet to get a chemistry lab, and then you're on your atmosphere condenser. So we're going to unlock that since we now have like 15,000 stuff. And by the way, I could just offline out of stream, I could just leave this running. And I'll come back and I'll have 80,000 research because it'll just keep running and running. As long as I have oxygen, which I could just stand next to a vehicle or my stuff, I can literally just let it run and run and run because I've automated it, which is really cool. Really cool to really automate it on a huge level too. Later on, we'll be grabbing tons of resources and running them back to our primary base. And I'll actually... I'm not scaling this base up a lot. This is not a big base for me. I'm not scaling up a lot because I will probably move it to the center as I always do. I will move it away from the resources that I've already tapped into because I've already shaped those resources out. So they're not going to work very well for when I'm using my large extractors. So I will move away from the primary base and then move it to the center of the planet so that when I'm orbiting the planet, I'm coming back and forth. It's a lot easier to land on my primary base. And so we'll get into that maybe or maybe not today. We'll see. We'll see. All right, so we've unlocked our atmosphere condenser. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to say, okay, we want to make an atmosphere condenser right there. And we're going to be short some materials, right? Now, we already know how to make plastic, right? Because we made some plastic over here just a minute ago. And it's going to say I need carbon and compound. And so, again, we've got our compound right there. And then we made some carbon over here somewhere. And then we put it somewhere. So we've got to find it. What did I do with it? That's always the toughest thing. Like, where did that carbon go? There it is right there. It's way over there in the corner. So let's get our carbon. Let's get our compound. It's on our backpack. It's going to make us some plastic. Now, the other thing that we're going to need is some glass. So let's go ahead and put the glass up there and so on. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do you clean this up when you have a bunch of stuff? Well, the cool thing is you can very easily just put this in its other state like that and then put that right up there. It cleans it up for you. I use that mechanic a lot because it's really, really useful. And that's why you won't see me make too many of these small, medium storages anymore. Normally, I make like hundreds of those suckers. But I try to get to a point where I'm starting to use these canisters because they like auto-manage themselves at some point, and that is awesome. And obviously, we're going to need lots and lots of plastic. So we're going to need to make a lot of canisters so that we can make a lot of other materials. Now, I could use this plastic right now to try to make this. But what I need is I need some iron, right? So we need some iron in there. So we look around. Do we have any iron? Oh, well, look at this. We just happen to have some right there. Now, how did I get that iron? Well, I actually went over there and made a little stop by at one of my favorite planets in the game called Glacio. And it has crazy tons of iron. We stopped over there. I believe it was this playthrough. That we stopped over there, got a little bit of that while we were getting another resource called lithium. Because we went to 2 other planets other than the first planet, the Solo, that we went to, and got a little bit of resources. Bring it back for us to use in this very moment. So we've got it all ready to rock and roll. Let's fire it up. Get our first atmosphere condenser going. Oh, yeah, jump, get that super loot. There you go. McMomster coming in, getting that loot. Look at you go. EMZRT getting some as well. That's how you do. Get that super loot going on. Now, anyone you see in light purple has to do with my stream avatars down here at the bottom. So when you put super loot in there, bam, it activates the ability to loot some stuff down there, which allows you to unlock even more cool avatar stuff later on down the road once it gets it all done. Right now, it's being worked on by my awesome artist, Noelle. She's doing a fantastic job on it. Also, a bunch of other stuff being worked on for the stream as well, which I will roll out when it's ready. We also got a new Sparkle Dog skin in Stream Raiders. So lots of stuff going on here in the stream. And of course, lots of new features and whatnot, like AFK alerts, the new Kismet Love Train, or AFK highlights, the new Kismet Love Train. So much awesome stuff going on here in the stream. I'm always iterating, always working on the stream, always trying to improve it for you guys, add more interactivity to it. Now, here we are here on the primary planet. Now, the number one thing that you're going to need in, I find anyway, in the early game is hydrogen. Hydrogen gas, right? So we want to go ahead and get that going right here. And then we're going to fire that up. And that's just going to run and run and run. That's also one of our quests. So we're going to let that run for a little bit. And we're going to go ahead and do this battle. Let's go. To battle! All right, let's get our first battle of the day fired up and ready to rock. Let's see how we do. Let's go. Battle time. Cool octopus there, Sita. Also, we got Corlon coming in with an epic, and Gear helping us out, as well as H2O using his epic. Oh my gosh, we annihilated them. We absolutely annihilated those peeps. All right, let's give you guys some. That's the shortest battle ever. H2O, EMZRT all getting some love. And of course, C9 Page coming in, overall MVP with 10 kills. Fantastic job. Let's go ahead and keep on going. We'll go along the low side. Try to get you guys as much gold as we can today. Remember, I always got the gold aimed toward you guys so you can get the maximum amount of gold and get your units fired up. Now, let's take a look at what we got here. We've got a tank here, level 10. He doesn't look too tough. Oh, look at this, though. Look at this. You put your rogues on the low side. I'm going to go ahead and put myself up here. Now, I got to wait for my musketeer to cool down for about an hour, so we'll go ahead and try our archer, I think. Should we use the archer? No, we should call in the Wasteland Tycoon. Let's call me in there, everybody. That's me right there. I'm in a video game. Isn't that awesome? I think that's the coolest thing. So I'm going to go right here. Now, what you want to do. Now, normally I tell you to put your rogues in the back. But in this case, since there's not a lot of resistance here, and you might be able to slip through there, there's not a lot of resistance. What you want to do is go right down here below in this bottom part. Hopefully you guys run down. And what I'm going to do is put a spell on you. I'm going to put a spell on you right down here that's going to make you run like a wicked monster. You're going to be like, boom, 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 right in there. You're going to get yourself tons of gold. The more you hit these chests and get these chests, the more gold you're going to get to unlock even more units and upgrade all your units. It's a little side game play called Stream Raiders. Do it every 30 minutes. Go ahead and put your units down. You put down 1 every 5 minutes, up to 6 units within that 30 minutes. Of course, the more units you put down, the more rewards that we unlock and the more we give to you guys. Let's go. All right. Oh, I heard it go boom, boom. It made a noise. I think we got a quest done, everybody, while we were doing that battle. I can see it's got a little symbol over here. Let's go look. We did. All right. From thin air, print an atmosphere condenser and produce full gas resources Ready to collect. We're going to get a medium gas canister. And then also the schematic for the medium gas canister. That's why I'm not unlocking any schematics. That is part of the quest line. And letting it unlock as I go through the questing. Oh, well, look at this. Now, that is pretty awesome. Now, this is a gas canister, very specific to gas itself. And so if we want to make a bunch of hydrogen over here, it's much like our resource canister here. We can go ahead and take this. And again, I also suggest to prime these as well, to take the actual resource, put it onto there so it knows what it is, and then we can just set it up here. And what it's going to do is basically just set it and forget it. If you have enough power, and these take a lot of power, by the way. They take 20 power. That's a lot of power. And so that's going to basically keep making that hydrogen, putting it into this gas container. It's basically a larger version of that smaller canister, just like these are here. And it's going to keep running and running. Now, we need to look over here and see how our power is doing. Well, I think it's pretty obvious how it's doing, right? It's diminishing down. So we'll need to watch out for that over time. But that's okay. We'll let it run for now because we will need that hydrogen for sure. Now, I'm letting the quest kind of guide me in this playthrough. And again, I've played through many times, everybody. It's one of my favorite games. Incredibly fantastic game. I highly recommend it. Now, one of the things we can do is activate a planet's core. Now, the current planet that I'm on does have more nodes around, which would be harder and take longer to power up. Though I know I could do it because I've done it many times before. And the main storyline of the game is powering up the planets and then seeing what they do. Now, I don't tell you what they do. I don't like to spoil things for peeps. Unless I'm doing it, obviously, live on stream. Then I will warn you, spoilers ahead. So spoilers ahead, everybody, for activating a planet's core. Now, I'm going to show you some tricks on how to do that. But we're going to see if there's anything else that we can do before we get into that. Print an extractor, extract a resource nugget. That one I think we could do before we get on to doing a planet core. Safe houses, we'll come back to that. Create hydrazine, produce a resource to fuel further exploration. Okay, let's do that. It's going to give us a hydrazine thruster and the schematic for the hydrazine thruster. All right, let's do that one. So we just unlocked those. And print an RTG. We're not doing that anytime soon. We've got to go to other planets for that. And unlock and print a probe scanner. And we're going to get a solid fuel jump jet. Ooh, that sounds tempting. Create a probe scanner. Unlock and print a probe scanner. I don't think I've ever done, or I haven't done it in a really long time. I don't even remember the last time we did a probe scanner. All right, let's go ahead and take a look. We got to find the probe scanner, because heck if I know where anything is, because they move this stuff around. I don't know where anything is, everybody. So let's go in here and look. I would imagine it would be in the medium. We'll just guess and go ahead and take it in the medium. Maybe it's in our backpack. Heck if I remember. Where would our probe scanner be? And I love this part right here, everybody, where I don't know, because the great thing about having sleep apnea, I guess the benefit of it is that you forget, and it's like playing it again for the first time. So let's go in here and search for a probe scanner. And again, I'm not asking, don't tell me, no backseat gaming. I feel like part of the fun is going in and having those discovery moments, right? Those discovery moments are very, very fun. Let's take a look at the medium wind turbine. Now it takes aluminum and ceramic. Okay. And over here, copper and glass. And they have rebalanced a lot of this. Nanocarbon alloy and lithium. Very nice. I think that's the same as before, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it was just nanocarbon alloy. I can't remember. Again, I do have a bad memory because of my medical conditions, but we're going to roll on. We're going to roll on, try to find this probe scanner. So, yeah, maybe in the backpack. Let's see. Packager. I should be looking at the name of it. That would probably help us. Beacon, work light, glow sticks. These are all mods. These are mods for your vehicles. Fireworks. Probably be somewhere in here. Small camera. Probe scanner. There we go. Oh, we're going to need some steel. We don't got none of that. All right, so what do we need to do? Well, let's just unlock it. That's going to take 4,000. And let's go over here and try to remember what the heck it takes to make steel. we are going to need iron, carbon, and argon. And I can tell you we don't have that middle one. The middle one is a gas that we need to collect on another planet. So you're like, well, Kismet, where do you get argon? Well, it actually tells you in your Astropedia here. So we go to planets, and we can look down here under gases. Now, obviously, the one I'm on has hydrogen and nitrogen. We'll get both of those going eventually. But we were looking for some argon. So we can look along here. Oh, wait a minute. Here's this planet, which we've already been to and established a little bit of a underground area, as well as established an area for us to land. There's some argon. Novus, nope, none there. Glacio, another fantastic planet, which we will definitely be coming and going a lot from there. A lot of great stuff on there. And, of course, this one, Atrox, which, of course, is the hardest planet in the game. I don't feel like it's that hard. If you played any kind of collecting games or whatnot, you can play this game all the way through and just have a phenomenal time without it being like, you know, Dark Souls kind of hard. It ain't that hard, everybody. It's hard in the fact if you don't know the mechanics, but as you learn the mechanics, you will find that you can get through and do pretty much all of that. So yeah, so nothing there. We will need all of that. But Venetia is one of my favorite planets because it is going to have my lithium that I need. So while we're doing lithium, we can also do argon. The same thing with Glacio. We're going to need iron and titanium, so we can also do it there. Again, I probably will power up Glacio more than I would power up Venetia in the fact that the size of base that I would build and whatnot. Because this is, you're going to be collecting 2 resources here anyway. And you might as well just add argon, and that'd be 3 resources in the same location, as opposed to just collecting 2 resources over here, right? So you have it in one central spot. So let's go ahead and say we're going to do that on Glacio and unlock that. Now, again, we're going to need that argon. So we're going to need another one of these atmosphere condensers. And so let's go over here to our printer and say, okay, we're going to need iron, glass, and plastic again. All right, so we got our glass. Let's put that up there. And then let's hope we've got another piece of iron. We do right here. Let's put that up there. And then what's the last thing? Plastic. And for plastic, we're going to need compound. And do you remember what the other thing was in the thing? It's going to be, over here. Right over here. It's going to be carbon. Now, carbon actually is the easiest thing on this planet to get. It's the absolute easiest thing. The reason why is you just run out here. And you can see I've cleared a lot of area here. Let's just manually scan some of those. Not that I really need to, but I don't know. They're there, and I must scan them because reasons. And what you can do is you can run out here. Now, if you find a forest area like this, really great for organic. Because you just got to have lots of like little grass and whatnot here. And you just sweep over this. I love this kind of starter location. We'll see how I'm between a mountain there, a couple forests. I've still got some flat area and so on. And so I can also go out here and just collect a ton of this. Now, we could also do the thing that we were doing before, which is to go and collect a ton of resources, a ton of soil, and then use that soil to create tons and tons of organic as well. But I find it's just easy while you're just standing by there is to go over there, grab a bunch, and then throw it here in your forge. Now, when you have your forge and your atmosphere condenser going at the same time, you're going to eat some power, everybody. Watch it eat the power. Oh, well, we got all of our power going right now, so it's actually in surplus. But the second that wind stops, I'm not sure that that solar can sustain both all of these researches going and also our atmosphere condenser and also our forge. And that's going to be a constant issue of power, constantly keeping your power running. But that's okay. While it's running, let's keep it going, right? Because, again, you got that daylight. Use up that daylight time. Get that stuff. Let's go ahead and catch up a little bit on the chat. You said you automated your research. How? Oh, I can show you that, Mick Monster. Thanks for coming in the stream. How's it going? Going good, Ghoulish. Thanks for hanging out. So do you have a spaceship to travel in this? Yes, I do. I have the small one right now. You have different levels. You start at the small level, then a medium level, then a large, epic level, everybody. I'm talking killer stuff like gigantic windmills like this, all sorts of really awesome stuff. Fantastic, fantastic game. So how did I automate my research? Fantastic question, by the way. And I give 1,000 Kiz Caps to everybody in the chat on your behalf for fantastic questions. Now, what I did is, if you look at these little bushes here, they do respawn. They grow more of these little research samples over time. And so you have these little auto arms, and you can tell these auto arms to just grab very specific items. In this case, this research sample. And so it's watching this tree. And so when that tree respawns, it will grab that and automatically take it and feed it into the research chamber here, which I've got it set to automatically research anytime there's a research item in there. And so I've automated my research. Now you can take it to another level, like I've done over here, and maybe have 2, 3, 4 of them running at the same time by using these ones more in the forest. This little tree right here is doing the work, right? So it's going and it's getting these different ones over here, these little organic research samples. It's grabbing those and then feeding those down to right here in this little center point. In that center point, my various different arms, you can see here, will feed those into there. And you can see we get a bunch more, way more from these ones that are in the forest than we do the ones that are on the plains area, right? And you can see that that one is finished. And maybe we'll get lucky here and watch it come through. I can actually simulate it by go ahead and grabbing one over here. And then I can just put it down over here because it'll look for it, whether it's on the ground or on the plant or wherever. And so I can put that down. It'll grab it. Oh, it's low power right now. Put that over there. And as you can see, it'll grab it, hold on to it for next time. Now, I can force it to go wherever I want it to go. So say maybe I want it to go into this one. And then also I could grab this one and I could force it into there. And now I got all 4 of them going. Just like that. And then I set it and forget it. That's how Kismet goes, everybody. If you like that, put a 1 in the chat or a thumbs up. Now, what's going to happen in your base, especially when you're using your atmosphere condenser, and I've just been waiting for it to happen, is the fact that your atmosphere condenser absolutely burns a crazy ton of power. And it's going to suck up all your power that you were very nicely balanced for everything else. And you can see we've got a good amount of hydrogen going here. That little green circle means this is 1/4 filled right now. I'm going to go all the way around eventually. And so what you can do is actually turn this off like that, and you'll actually see I will start to gain back a lot of my power, even though I've still got 5 research areas going. Just know that that is going, especially early game, that's going to burn a lot of your power. I don't really need the hydrogen right this second. I'm okay. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that off temporarily. A good idea. So there you go. Oh, I did not read that right. Well, there you go. Yeah, you don't have to craft. You do have to craft the ship. Are you talking about the ship? You do have to craft that. You cannot craft these little mini QRTGs. You do those by quests, and that's what we're doing right now. We're working our way through the quest line. Now, again, I've played through the game 10, 20 times. I've done all the stuff that you can do until this awesome update. I feel like this is one of their best updates that they've done. The automation was really incredible. And then, of course, this one, missions, power, and the compass, right? If you've not seen the new compass, oh my gosh, did they do a phenomenal job. Look at that. And to see, it's showing me where my beacons are. It's showing my underground beacons, by the way, the red ones, which you can actually see that it's showing you by that little line with the little circle, tells you it's actually underground. And then you can see that this one over here, the green one, is showing me it's actually above ground. I call it my sky beacon, where I make a ramp and I put it up really high so you don't get lost. But you don't really get lost all that much now that you have the compass. But I suggest to still get lost. Still go out there and try to get lost and then try to find your way back. Great, helped you a lot with your wayward skills, especially when you're underground. When you're underground, you're going to be in trouble, everybody. You're going to be in trouble if you get lost, and even with your compass, you can not get stuck down there and die. So it's good to have some life-saving techniques like the ability to make an oxygenator and things like that. And then also to make little oxygen filters that you can use from resin. So always have a resin on you. One of the things that I typically will do is I'll have a resin on me and I will turn it to oxygen filters and just leave it in there. It's because it's using that extra space. It's not using my inventory space. It's using that extra crafting space. And it will just sit down there, and in an emergency, boom, you can just hit that. GG. You saved your life. Just like that. Okay, and let's get back to our questing over here. Great question. Fantastic question. Yes, that was your question. Yes, you do craft all the stuff. You 3D print it, and you unlock it as you go along. They've added questing in this missions update, and the questing is phenomenal. It's really, really good. We've been doing just the questing because I have automated my research. So I could, in theory, because I do have massive amount of research right now. I have 10,000. I just spent 3,000-4,000, or maybe it was 7,000, 8,000. I can't remember now. How much ever that just was. It was 4,000 plus 2,000 plus another 1,000. So 4, 5, 6, 7,000 I just spent, and I still got back up to 10,000. Now again, I can just AFK. I AFK, come back later. I have 50,000 research because it'll just keep going. It'll collect power. It'll use that power to use the auto arms. It'll collect the items. It'll put it in there and just keep that going. That's what's so cool about the automation update. Now, you don't have to do it this way. You can go and you can collect items and bring them back, and they go even faster, and they go longer, too. They go for like 20, 30 minutes, sometimes 45 minutes, depending on which planet you bring them from and all of that. Now, normally what I do is I go to the Atrox planet, which is the hardest planet in the game. That's going to give you your largest research samples, which are going to be worth a lot more than these. But it is kind of cool to just automate it, so it's just doing it while you're busy, you know, running around doing quests. Very, very fun. And again, I could unlock stuff, but I'm not unlocking it. I'm only unlocking it as I go through and do the particular quest. So let's go ahead and see if we can print an extractor. Now, extractor is a little bit more advanced. We got hydrazine. We're going to do a core today. Oh, probe scanner. That was what we were trying to do. Let's get back to that. Probe scanner. We need some steel. And to do steel, we need to go to another planet and get some loot. And that was our atmosphere condenser. So look at how that set me all the way back in a circle there. There we go. All right, now we've got our stuff. We had to make some plastic. We got to make an extra atmosphere condenser and take the atmosphere condenser with us to Glacio and set up a bit of a ability for it to extract the atmosphere because we're going to need some power. We're going to need to take that power with us. Now, one of the things that I typically will do is I will go in and unlock the medium one because then I can carry more cargo and more items with me when I'm going to the planet and more items when I come back. And then there's a large one where you can carry crazy tons of loot. I mean, massive, massive tons of loot back as well. But we're not going to rush it. We're going to just do all the quests in sequence and unlock it as we go. So we're going to use the small one here. And that small one is just going to be able to fit that atmosphere condenser. That's it. So we won't basically be able to make any power unless we're smart enough to bring the resources that we need for power when we get there, right? Now, a great example would be our medium batteries. Like, what do we need to make a medium battery, right? To bring that medium battery with us or bring the resources of the medium battery. And we need some zinc and some lithium. Oh, look out, Big G-Man! Getting on that 20 months of the Kismet love train. Here it comes, everybody. Thank you so much for bringing that love train today. Show some love in the chat, everybody. I said, hey, Kismet, I hope you are well. I am well. I'm doing quite well. Having a great day today. Playing one of my favorite games, of course, Astroneer. There you go. Thanks for coming in, Big G-Man. Show some love in the chat, everybody. Let's see some hearts in there. Always show some love to peeps who keep this stream going. All my awesome subs, I appreciate you big time. So there's some lithium right there. And again, try to make that probe scanner. But we're going to need some argon. And right about now is a good time to get your argon going. So we're going to set that right in there. You're like, well, Kismet, aren't you going to put an auctionator in there? You do know that I never unlock the auctionator? I typically don't. I typically don't use the auctionator because I use vehicles. Vehicles have built-in auctionators. So it's more efficient. I can actually use it as a vehicle as well as an auctionator at the same time. So that's a more efficient use of my resources, I find. to just make a vehicle and use that. Now, if you are going to establish a base there, though, you definitely should make an auctionator, because you're going to be in trouble, because you'll be standing there working on your base and you'll forget, and all of a sudden you will suffocate and die because your base is not supplying you with oxygen. So watch out for that, that little tidbit there. Now, we're going to also need the ability to take off from this planet, and you can see we've got a whole bunch of these that are burned out or partially burned out. We can ignite that. Can you ignite it when it's just sitting on the ground? I don't think I've ever tried. Yeah, I think you can. Whoa, bye-bye! I don't think I've ever tried that before. Yeah, I just went into outer space, everybody. Now we got one way up there. In the sky. I don't think I've ever tried that, and that was super fun. I love trying new stuff. So what happens is it takes off, it goes into orbit, it burnt itself out, and now it's literally going to stay up there. And I could shape my way up there, by the way. I could shape my way up there or make a ramp up there, and I guess go up there and grab it. We'll have to put that on our list of things to do later. Later for sure. So again, still working toward that. So we need our atmosphere condenser, and we need some power and some way of storing that power. So again, let's move this off to the side. We need zinc and we need lithium. Now, I just happened to notice that there was some lithium right here. So we've got that. That's easy. All right, so we'll put that on there, right there. And then we'll look and see if we have any zinc. I don't think I do. I think I used it up last time. And you'll see that I only collect resources I need in the moment. And I only need a little bit of zinc. So let's go ahead and get on our vehicle here. And I'm going to go ahead and use my little mini RTG on it. And I very rarely ever use this vehicle. It is awesome if you're just trying to grab a little bit of... Whoa, look, I almost fell off back. If you're just trying to grab a little bit of resources, it's great. But if you're trying to pick up a bunch of it, I usually use the tractor and then, of course, the larger vehicles later. But let's go ahead and tool down here where I've kind of cut down into the planet. That's right, you can cut down in the planet, and there's different levels as you're going down into the planet, which is pretty cool. You can see we've got a little bit of stuff going here, including these things, which are called tethers. I feel like they're more of a beginner resource, but they will help you to find your way back if you get lost. You can go ahead and utilize those. Now, as you can see, we've got some different resources down here. Compound. We've got quartz as well. As we can go ahead and just follow this down. As you can see, I've flattened this all out so I can just follow it along. And then we've got this little red marker. Red marker means that there's resources nearby. Now, I've got this all flattened out. How do you know that I flattened it out and it wasn't like already in the game? Well, the way you know is this gray color. This gray color is typically you shaping stuff in like that. Did you know that this game has voxel shaping? It's incredible, everybody. It's incredibly fun. It is like so relaxing, too, just to sit and to chill and to just shape out all the stuff, right? And you can go in here. You can shape out the whole planet if you want. I've never done it because I don't have that kind of time, but you could if you wanted to. Maybe you'll be the first one. I'm sure somebody has. I'm sure somebody has, but you never know. Maybe you'll be the first. Now, I'm going to go ahead and, speaking of shaping, I'm going to shape myself in a little bit of a ramp. Now, how am I doing this kind of perfect ramp stuff like this? I'm holding down the control key. The control key goes ahead and picks up that first area, very much like you would in Photoshop. It will pick up that first area and then use that as your angle. And then, of course, you can make ramps and flatten stuff out and whatnot. Now, over here, I can see some compound. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for some zinc. Now, sometimes you are lucky. You'll find the particular thing that you want. But Kismet's law of gaming is very simple. When you're looking for it, you can't find it. When you don't need it, it's everywhere. That's pretty much my law of gaming, everybody. And we're going to go ahead, try to shape this stuff out here. And sometimes this stuff, you try to shape it out, and it does not come out. But yeah, you know what? It's a indie game. Just roll with it. Just roll with it. Oh, and there we are. Jackpot, everybody. I find just being resilient. And I'm going to shape this out. Now, one of the things I love doing is shaping out the areas so that I can see between where I'm at, right, which is my little area here where we stopped, and then where my resources are. So if I go here and just kind of shape this wall out, because I have that little mini RTG, I can literally do this all day. As long as I have oxygen for my vehicle, I can just sit here and shape non-stop. If I had my wide mod, it might be a little bit more of a struggle. But basically what I'm doing is just shaping out the area so that I can see it whenever I come down here. And I'll be like, oh, okay, there was my zinc right over here. Now, I did leave a little bit of room on my backpack here for that, so I can go over here and look at this. We got a little bit of something over here. Watch out for them holes, everybody. That'll follow you down to the next level. We got a little something. Oh, look at this medium generator just sitting right here. Nice. That's very nice. A little bit of broken parts for whatever poor soul that was here before. We've also got some research here. We got a bit of a power cell. That's nice. We'll get that. A little bit of something. We got some extra carbon there. Oh, we even got some aluminum back there, but we're here for the zinc. Now, we can automate this later on, but typically in this stage, I will just manually collect these particular items. In this case, this is zinc. Now, how do I know this is zinc? Well, one, because I play the game a lot. But number two, you can just go ahead and roll over it. If you're unsure, you roll over it, wait for the tooltip to pop up, and bam, sulfurite, aka zinc. Right? I just know how it looks, because I'm a visual person, right? I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I've worked for the top companies in the world. I know I've been very lucky in my career, and I'm a very visual person. So when I'm looking for stuff, I typically look for how it looks, not necessarily the name of it and things like that. I know that the ones that look like stacked coins are aluminum. And so I'm going to put this right here. Notice I've got this extra one. This extra one's here to remind me that there is some resources in that direction, and then there's zinc in that direction. So I'll leave my extra ones just laying around to remind me where I got those resources. Now, we got our resources. We out of here. Take our little vehicle. Luckily, we paved this road really nice. We follow our stuff until it takes us back to our ramp. And I made a real straight vertical ramp on this one. Very, very probably... Whoa! Caught some air there. That's always fun. Caught some air, ready to rock. Now, we got some zinc. And just like our organic here, we need to get this fired up in our forge here. Let's go ahead and grab our carbon. Condense it over here. Let's put this on here to give us more room. And then let's fire up some of this zinc here. There we go. Now that's going to go in depending on how much power you have. If you are low power, it will take longer. But all I got to do is just take a peek at those batteries over there. Batteries are full. Plenty to make this go full speed. Now once it's done, it's going to go to the right. How do I know it's going to go that way and not the other way? Well, typically it'll go to the right. But in this case, because I'm using the actual printer there, it went to the right and then it jumped back over here. Right? And that's because there's an arrow, which is right there. Which is right there underneath there, that's facing forward. And when it's facing forward, it has a tendency to go that way, to the right, right? To the right of my character. And so that's very important to know, especially when you're automating stuff and you want stuff to run in a certain way. And again, thank you for the great questions. I'm going to go ahead and give another 1,000 Kiz Caps for fantastic questions. I appreciate that, Bronze Plays. I appreciate everybody coming in. Hey, Hair Luna, thank you very much for that one as well. It's time for a battle, everybody, and then we'll get back to this and we'll make ourselves some batteries and go and build another base on Glacio. To battle! All right, now look at this. I'm going to go ahead and power you guys up here on this low side. I'm going to try to get as many people in there as I can, and I want you guys to run over there and get yourself a bunch of sweet loot. Go for it. Get that loot, everybody. Go get it. Let's see how it works out. Yes, you guys are going low side. There you go. Who's that guy in the front? Who's in the front there? Stromsky. There you go. Watch as you guys sneaky around the side, around the base. We got someone else up here. Who we got? We got H2O grabbing some loot. Oh, no, this is going to be tough. This is going to got to fight your way through. Got to sneak your way through. Oh, you got it. Oh, Kismet. See, I don't steer you wrong, everybody. I never steer you wrong. I want you to get the loot. It doesn't do me any good to get those chests. I don't get anything from it. You guys do, though. You guys are going to be able to power up your units, unlock new units, maybe even some legendaries at some point as we take out that boss, and that gives everybody some loot as well. So fantastic job, everybody. Let's go ahead and open that captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Gear getting some love. Lassa all getting some scrolls there to upgrade their units. And H2O crushing it. MVP with the 14 kills there. Great job, H2O. And of course, I always have it all the way on your guys. I always give you the max gold every single time. Let's get into it. Boom. Let's keep going. We want to get you guys even more gold today. Again, this is a fun little free-to-play side game we play. Very, very fun. Now, we're waiting for our musketeer to cool down. So again, we're going to go ahead and use the archer. And I'm going to put him right here in the center so I can shoot a whole bunch of these guys all at the same time. Come and join me, everybody. We're going to crush it. Okay, now right here, we're going to go ahead and utilize our small printer to make a battery. You're like, Kismet, how are you going to get that big old battery in that ship? There's not going to be enough space. You only got the small ship. There's no way you're going to fit it in there. Well, this game has an amazing thing called packaging. Now, when you first print something, it's going to automatically be a package. Now, this is a small package, and small packages are awesome because they fit on your backpack. Yeah! So we can bring that battery on our backpack when we go to the other planet. So very, very useful, right? And of course, the larger items are going to be larger, or they're going to be medium, or very, very large, which you definitely need a large shuttle for that as well. But there we go. So super smart. If you knew that medium becomes a small, most mediums become a small, most larges become a medium, and then extra larges become larges. All right. So a little guide for you on the rate at which they convert and be packaged. Now, I've also got a packager on me right here. There's a packager right here. Now, I can't remember if I brought my vehicle to Glacio. I think I left one there. But if we need to, we can come back and we can package some stuff up. So let's leave that behind. We don't need that. We don't need to bring our carbon. Power cells, probably leave that behind too. And whatnot, because we're going to need to establish a base at this new location. Now, I want to go ahead and also bring my little mini RTG because I definitely want to utilize that for power and shaping and all that. So we want to establish a new base. Now, when you're in the early game, establishing a new base on another planet is fairly tough. But later on, you will get so much resources that literally you'll be churning out tons of big stuff that you can go and build big bases on other locations. Now, another thing you can also do on other locations is automate your stuff here, right? So instead of it collecting and doing, say, 200 of these research samples or 100 research samples, you could be doing this on the toughest one in the game and having it automatically collect it. And then you'd be doing 400, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 7,000, 10,000, right? You'd be doing a lot on those future planets. And we will do that. We will get to it eventually. Now, by the time I get to that planet, by the way, because I'm playing through the quest, I will have more than enough research to unlock every single thing in the game. But I'll still show it to you if you do want to just jump ahead in a future playthrough and do that. All right, so let's keep going here, everybody. Let's go ahead again. Keep focus on our probe scanner. And we're going to need steel. Let's just go ahead and remind ourselves one more time what we need over here. We are going to need iron, carbon, and argon. We've got some carbon. I think we used up all of our iron. Any other iron laying over here? So we're going to need some iron and then argon. And so we also need a way of generating power, right? We need a way of making power when we get there. Now, as you can see, I'm using these power as kind of like a tether line or like an extender. So it's bringing that power and running it over here to these things. Now, because I've added these other ones, they're a bit closer now to the rest of my power over here. So I could chain it in a much smaller way, right? Instead of chaining it all the way to this one, I could chain it on that side. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab a few of these out of here, and they're going to go into my backpack. I'm going to grab this one, which is what I call my manual feed one. And if I move it when it's unlocked, you can see that it basically breaks that chain. We're going to put this in here, and we're going to put that there. We're going to connect this to the back of this. And so we're going to just take off a few of these and then rearrange these a little bit. Rotate that a little bit. Put these in there, and that will then reconnect all of this again because it's all connected together, as you can see over here. And so that's more efficiently running that. Plus, it gives me a little bit of power I can take with me. Now, as you can see, these are wind turbines. Now, I don't probably need to bring 2 wind turbines. I'm going to bring 1 or 2. I'm going to bring 2 wind turbines. I don't need to bring 3 wind turbines. That's what I'm trying to say. And so we'll go out here. We're going to grab a couple solar as well, just to make it real easy to get started. Now, we could try to bring our large solar and our large wind and stuff like that. Those would be nice, but we package them. They'd be too big for us to take with us. So we definitely want to stack up a little bit of wind and solar power, and then the ability to store that power in there. Now, I've also got a mini RTG on me. Those mini RTGs are also a constant power source. They never run out of power. But I don't want to just give them away on some island, on something somewhere, because I also want to use them on my character, and those are pretty sweet. Now, another thing to do is to take one of these RTGs and say, you know what, I'm just going to leave this on my character all the time and put it right in there. That'd be a good spot for it. Right in there to be utilized, and then because I'm not going to be taking it in and out of my backpack, we can just leave it in there so we always know that we have power. Now, we're going to need one more thing, and that is a solid fuel thruster. We're going to need to go over here and say, hey, we need to make a solid fuel thruster. Now, of course, later on, you automate a lot of your resources so that you can leave and come back and leave and come back and do all of that stuff in here. And you'll see, we'll get into it. We're going to be building a big, gigantic mega base. Don't worry, everybody. We're going to get serious into there. Now, I need ammonium and aluminum. Now, I did see that I did have a little bit of aluminum sitting right over here, so that we have got. Now, my backpack is full because I got all that other stuff on there, so let's just set that over there. Now, also here in our centrifuge, we can tell it, okay, wait a minute, we've changed our mind. We don't want resin. We want to go ahead and make a bit of ammonium. Now, notice how the red part is way down low, even though it does have a ton of soil over here. And that's because our resin right now is blocking its ability to exchange that. See that? It's blocking that ability. So as we take out the canisters and whatnot, it'll allow it to do that. So let's take this out here. Let's go ahead and tell it, okay, we want to do some ammonium. And it's only going to do 1 of those ammonium. But that's okay. We only need 1. So there we go. And again, we're trying to make a solid fuel thruster. I love how it just like fills. It just gets larger and larger and it fills up as it's spinning. So it's using that soil, and it's going to make us a piece of ammonium. Now, it's better to collect ammonium, and you'll see me do it. I'll set up a whole automation where it collects tons of ammonium for me. But there we go. So now it's done that. Now I'm going to go ahead and take this, put this over here, and then tell it to make me a solid fuel thruster. Now, I don't like to leave without having multiple solid fuel thrusters. So let's go ahead and take a moment while that's going, put this down, go ahead and take our canister onto us. Then we're going to take these 2 canisters that are already full and feed those in there. See, that has a little bit more on it. I can see it's a little bit orange, so that means there's a little bit more in there. And then make another ammonium there. All right, and then there's our solid fuel thruster. And again, this is a one trip, right? So you go up in the atmosphere, you can go to another planet, you can take off from that planet, come back here. It's really just taking off from the planet that burns up your solid fuel thrusters. And we'll get into ammonium thrusters and all that stuff later. In fact, there's a quest to unlock them. So I'm not even going to unlock them manually. Now, by the way, while we've been talking, set it and forget it, everybody. I'm now at 11,600 research. Basically just standing here. Just standing here, I've already collected 1,000 research, which is awesome. And then let's go ahead, ammonium up in there. And again, we can always scale that up to where we're making 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, right? More than we would ever need research-wise. And let's make a second one. Right over there. And then I'm going to go ahead and take out one of these canisters. I always like to have at least one canister on me at all times, right? And we've got that stuff up there. We got our canister. We got our medium battery. There's our extra thruster. Let's go ahead and grab our other things, and we ready to go. We ready to leave this planet and go to another planet. Let's go. Let's go. Probably a good idea to save at this point. So we're going to go in. I don't know. I like going in the shelter. I find the shelter very, very fun. Just pop in there just to save. And then in the small craft, and then we have options now. They have, instead of just going to orbit and then launching into another planet, you can go directly to launching to another planet. So I'm going to do that one, because I don't need to orbit the planet. I just need to go directly to another planet. So it's going to take us up into orbit, and then you'll see, all of a sudden, boom, it then shows you all the various planets. Now, we are in this planet, which is the green planet, much like Earth, right? Which we have our orbiting planet. And then we have a bunch of other planets out there as well. And we roll over those will tell us what those are. Caldor, which is more like a desert planet. Atrox, the hardest planet in the game, kind of a toxic planet. Over here, we've got Venetia, which is kind of a, gassy style planet. Very much like a Saturn or a those type of planets. And then over here, we have our Glacio, which is more like a Neptune or even a Pluto, if you remember that as being a planet way back long ago before Neil deGrasse Tyson got to it. We had 8 planets, and now we have 7. There we go. We lost a planet, everybody. We lost a planet in my day, but that's okay. Hey, things get respect as life goes on. So we're going to go to Glacio here again, one of the best planets I find in the entire game and whatnot as you go through. Now, I like to just save in the thing. I don't know why it is. You'll save all the time automatically when you come in and out. When you are on a server, by the way, I highly recommend adjusting your server so it saves more often. I have actually had my server, restarted my server, and it did roll back. So if you do have a private server, I do recommend Googling that or looking that up on how to adjust your server. I have mine adjusted so it saves more often. And again, it's not my first playthrough, everybody. I've played through many, many times. All right, so we'll go ahead and scroll around here. Now look at that. Now notice how fast I'm going. I'm going really fast. You're like, hey, man, how'd you do that? How'd you make it go faster? Well, they added the ability in a previous update to make it go slower or faster. And how is that useful? Well, what happens usually is you come over here and you're nowhere close to your base, and you're always on the other side of the planet, so you can go ahead and speed up and zoom around the other side of the planet to get you to your base a little bit faster. You can still not orbit the other way, but you can orbit this way faster, which is really helpful. And then when you're by your base, you can slow down, or you can just click on it. How do I know that's my base? Well, that's got a little green marker. I always put a green marker, if I remember. Put a green marker by where my landing spot is. You can see right here. Now, I can't put down a landing pad so I could land more close to it, and we'll get into that. But we're just going to run toward it over here and take a look at what we got going on. And you can see I've got 3 beacons here. But where the heck is my vehicle, right? Where'd my vehicle go? Didn't I have a vehicle? Maybe I didn't bring a vehicle. Well, there's a way to check. You can hold down R, go to your compass, and it's going to allow you to see any vehicles or any items that are here. Any beacons that you set down and stuff like that. It's actually showing me that in this direction is my actual ship. So I didn't bring a vehicle here. We could have packaged that vehicle and brought it. That's okay. We'll get into it. Now, one of the things that I have tested in the game when I first started playing was I wanted to know if you got stuck on this planet. Say you accidentally took off and, oh God, now I don't have a container or a thruster anymore. Can you get off every single planet if you do get stuck? And the answer is yes. You can actually get off every single planet by using a solid fuel thruster, because you can always go and collect all the same materials that you did on your primary planet to do at least the basics, right? So on this planet here, we're going to just go and kind of help ourselves out by bringing our atmosphere condenser, right? So we've got our atmosphere condenser. We're good. Now, one of the things, of course, about the game is you're also unlocking stuff as you're going along. So that's really useful as well. Now, as you unlock stuff and you bring yourself some stuff with you, it's really going to give you a boost. Like I've brought some items with me just to make it go a little bit easier. Now I'm going to take my solid fuel thruster and I'm going to take it off of me here, and I'm just going to set it up in my vehicle for now. Now my vehicle is acting as my oxygenator. It is supplying my character with oxygen, so you've always got that. And you can see that I have a resin down here, an oxygen filter as a backup. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the resources on this planet to get our atmosphere condenser going, just for fun. I could fly back right now, grab a bunch of resources, come back, build a bunch of stuff. I could easily do that. But let's go ahead and just use it on the planet itself and keep going. And thanks for coming in. Game saves when you go into rover or shuttle. So you save twice. Just say it. Yeah, Lion. Again, not my first game. It's not my first time playing, but I do appreciate it. I don't know what you're trying to say there. I don't know if you're just trying to be extra smart and try to prove how smart you are in the chat. But again, watch out for that backseat, David. I do appreciate you being here in the chat. I do know that it does multi-save, and it does save when you go into that thing. Obviously, if I've played through 20 times, I've probably figured that out. And again, I've been playing this game for years. Incredibly fantastic game, everybody. If you've not played some Astroneer, I highly recommend it. It's like a steal. Great to support the indie devs as well. Show them some love, because they are putting a lot of love and attention, and they're just making an absolute fantastic game. I like to show not only love to the big peeps who don't really need my love, or the big people who got $250 million to drop onto a game, but the little indie devs really do. They really need your help to get their game out there and to really show some love for them to keep going. And so that's what I try to do. Now, here on Glacio, which of course is one of the greatest planets, if not the greatest planet and we have really lucked out. Look at this, everybody. Very rarely do you see a surface level quartz here. So let's grab a little bit of quartz. And just like you did at the very beginning of the game, you can go in and grab yourself some basics, right? Now, what is quartz good for? Well, quartz is good for glass, and it's good for also for beacons. Now, I have a bunch of extra beacons, so I'm good for right now. And so I'm just going to grab a little bit of resources. I'm going to run it back over here. Now, I have a huge advantage at this part of the game because I did the questing and I have this mini RTG. In fact, I have two of them on me. I have one of them on my shaper and one of them on my backpack. Basically, I've got a pretty good amount. Now, I've also got organic, so I could use generators if I didn't have those. There's tons of organic right here, just laying around, so we can collect a bunch of that as well. Like this. All right. And again, we just sweep over it like that. There is a mod, by the way, for your character, where not like a mod, like third-party mod, but an in-game mod, that you can put it in there where it actually shapes, where it only takes out the actual organic and will not actually damage or shape the actual ground. Very, very useful as well. We'll get into all of that, all those mods and stuff later on. So we got some organic. We got a little bit of quartz because so lucky to have quartz at the main level, as well as we'll go ahead and run down here all the way to the other side. And you can go ahead and get a bunch of quartz, or a bunch of resin. Sorry, resin. And I see some free stuff over there. So this is nice resin here, but hold on. Let's go look for the free stuff. And you're like, Kismet, you're not even tethering, bro. You're not even using your vehicle. You're way out here. You're gonna die, bro. You gonna die. Well, let's get some resin first. Like so. And let's see what we got. Oh, look at this. I love free stuff. We've got a little power cell there. Very nice. And we got a nice wind turbine. Now, here's a great little trick, everybody. Look at these little red things on the side here, right? That's the first thing I look at when I look at this. Even more than the actual items that are on here, I will go ahead and look at the sides of it to see if there's any working areas, right? And so that just saves me time. So that's a working item. We'll keep that. Up here, is there any kind of sides on this one? That has. Now, sometimes you'll have ones that have no sides like these. Sometimes you'll have one with just one connector over there. So that's functional as well. But sometimes you'll be super lucky, like we are right here. And this is actually a full working table. So that's a nice one. Also going to help us on the way back. Because watch what we're going to do. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And then we're just going to grab this and run it back. Now, I'm not concerned about my oxygen. And the reason why is the fact that I have down here some resin. And I can make an oxygen filter, which would then you'll see my oxygen go back up. And this is why I don't rely on tethers. Tethers is more, I think, of a beginning mechanic. And so I try to push myself, right? I try to push myself and not become so tethered to tethers eventually. Now, again, if you love tethers, if that's your thing, you like creating gigantic tether networks, then hey, more power to you. It's your game. You do whatever you want. But me, I like to push myself forward in games and try the more advanced techniques. And look at that. We got a free table, everybody. Now, I didn't know that was there. I just wandered upon it. And that gives us even more power. It's going to generate 5 power from this larger one. Now, we need a bunch of resin, and look, we did all of that, and we basically got 1 resin from that, right? We want to look for something that's more, got more power. Now, another thing we can do, because we brought this table back, is actually put our battery on there, and we've got a lot of wind power here on Glacier. You can see it's just absolutely cranking right there. And while we're waiting, while we're out doing other stuff, let's go ahead and multitask. Right, let's go ahead and tap into all the power that we can and let that battery start to charge up. Right, so that when we're ready, we put that battery down, bam, off and running. Now, if I had brought a vehicle, it would have made it a lot easier because the vehicle could act as an oxygenator, and then I wouldn't really need to worry about oxygen at all. I could go anywhere on the entire planet as long as I'm by my vehicle and be just fine. But we're definitely going to need some more of this over here. Watch out for, like, you all of a sudden flip down into a hole, like something like that. Watch out for that. Now, you're hoping for a nice big cluster. And I could tell this was a larger cluster over here than it was over there, just from experience. Kismet, your backpack is full. Well, I'm going to come back here in a minute and get this. Because you never have enough resin. There we go. All right, we'll leave that. But again, not worried about oxygen, not worried about power. Really cool point in the game when you kind of go that next level. Whoa, look out. Go that next level and understand that if you have resin on you, you don't have to worry about oxygen as much. But eventually you will run out of resin, so you have to find more resin or make more resin. Now look at this, powering up our power there, and now we got that. Now, one of the basic things that we want to build here, since we didn't bring the materials with us, is our 3D printers. And we'll want to start with a small 3D printer. We can find it here. There it is. All right. And what are we going to need for it? We're going to need compound. And that's one of the ones we haven't collected yet. But let's go ahead and make nice little piles of the same things for all you ADHD people there who don't like it all to be mixed together. I'm one of those people. And then we'll go ahead and switch this back to our oxygen filters. And that will save your life. Just leaving that one extra one in there will save your life from time to time. Now, we can look around and just see if we see anything way up there. Look at that graphite up there. Oof, I want some of that graphite too. I usually seek the high ground, everybody. Seek the high ground when you're looking for stuff. And so we'll do some jumpy, jump. And then maybe we'll have to do some shaping to get up there to make it as a good enough angle. We can get up to the top here. Watch out for evil plants that try to kill you. They will get you from time to time. Now, I don't see any compound in an easy distance that way. Let's look over this way. Oh, look at all that resin up there. I want to go up there. I don't know if that's resin or what that is up there, but man, that's a bunch. Yeah, it's resin. That is resin up there. I see some graphite over there. Looks like graphite right there, but not the thing we're looking for. Again, whenever you're looking for something, everybody, can't find it. When you're not looking for it, tons of it everywhere. All over the place. Kismet's rule of gaming. Let's just go ahead and tool around. Now remember that these basic resources are on every single planet. And as you can see over here, we came over here and got a bit of this iron earlier, or whatever it's called. I forget what the actual raw name of it is. I always forget. Hematite. There we go. The raw iron, and then we'll convert that into ignites later. But we need some compound. Now, one of the great ways of finding resources, especially titanium on this particular planet, is to actually dig underground. And so we're going to go over here by our giant monolith here, which eventually we will power up. And we're going to make ourselves a little underground tunnel. Now, the first thing I do is just start to shape downwards like this, and I get myself a nice little angle. Now, if you make it too steep, you're going to have trouble getting back up again. But if you make it too shallow, it's going to take you forever to get down to the next level. Now, I usually start with a nice wide opening here, and then I'll shape the top of this out like this. Now, remember, I do have an infinite amount of power because I do have the mini RTGs, so I'm making this look a little easy. It can be difficult if you don't do those quests and get those RTGs. And so we're going to start shaping our way down, and we're going to start going a little bit smaller until we get what I call the breakthrough. And it looks like we got one already. Now, depending on what planet you go to is how long it usually takes for you to get down to your lower levels here. And there you go. Look at that. Uh-oh, oxygen problem. Nope, we got it. Now, if you don't do that fast enough, you will die. If you wait to the very last second and then try to make that, you will definitely die for sure. So look out. I have gone to the very closest edge that you can go on oxygen for sure. Now, right over here, we're going to go ahead and shape this guy out. Now, if you notice that we're going to start seeing some sparks, and that's because my drill bit is not really maximized for this particular planet. And so we would need to go to like a level 2 drill bit, which would help us a lot. Now, as you can see, we are in the lower level here now, into this first kind of level of the planet. There are multiple levels. And we go look around and see if we see any resources. Whoa, look out. Look out for those guys. They blow up and they try to kill you. See what it tried to do? It tried to get me. Now, we have a little bit of organic down here. We have a little bit here. Now, sometimes you get lucky, you come down, bam, you will be right there and you will have all the resources that you need. And then sometimes you'll get like this where the resources are not nearby, but I can see them already. I can see there's quartz off in that direction. I can see there is something this way, potentially compound, which is what we're looking for. Now, watch out when you're leaving, everybody, because you could get far enough away where you will never find your way back to your little ramp here. So let's do this smarter, right? Oh, wait, that's not my ramp. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do we do? What do we do if we all of a sudden find ourselves lost and whatnot? Well, we can go ahead and use our new compass right over here. And that's going to aim us back toward our thing. But remember, we're underground. So it's like, uh-oh. How do we get down here in the first place? Where is my ramp that got me down here? I like to get lost, everybody. I like to get lost on purpose. Because I feel like the compass does make it a little easy for you. But what you want to do is not wander too far from the area that you were originally, right? You want to just wander just a little bit and look around until you find that thing. It's like, Kismet, did you know where that was? I already knew where it was, everybody. But again, you can see the principle of what I did, right? I just wandered just in the area so I don't get lost. And even if you're underground, and that's what I'm trying to show you there, is you can still get lost even if you have the compass. And so it's a good idea to bring yourself down either tethers, if that's your thing. I try to go without tethers. And then also bringing down some beacons, which will help you. There's also glow sticks and all sorts of other things to help you wayfind. But we're going to grab these beacons right here. And then we're going to go ahead and slide down here. Now, I like to put one beacon on the resource, but also, oh, look at that, it's going down there. Let's go ahead and flatten this out by holding down Control. And then we also want to put a beacon right here by the entrance. Now, I usually use red. There's no set color for anything. I just randomly chose those colors because those help me remember. And there we go. So now, if we do wander off in a certain direction and we get way out here, you can use your new compass to find your way back to your red beacon just like that. So if you don't like getting lost, you can go ahead and just use your radar and you'll be just fine. As long as you're using your beacons, you'll be just fine. Also, you can park your vehicle there and use your vehicle as a waypoint, and so on. But very good, very easy to get lost, especially underground. Whoa, look out. Oh, I actually took damage on that one. Those things like to explode. Look out for that. So I need some of this compound. Oh, and that's a huge compound node. Look at that. All right. I usually get to the point once I start dropping, and then I'll turn around and go back. I'd be like, Kismet, you are going to die, bro. You don't have enough oxygen to survive. Well, I just kind of happen to know how far I can go because I've been playing the game so long, how far I can go, how long it takes me to get back, and so on. And I leave myself a little bit of a leeway there so I can make it back and get that oxygen, because I did forget to bring resin. Well, I didn't really forget, but I didn't bring it with me. Always want to have that resin, or look for resin underground to where you can run to it and grab resin if you're in danger. For sure, for sure. Let's go ahead and just put those over there, and we're good to go. Yeah, well, he wasn't being smart. All right. See, it's hard to tell in the chat whether people are just being a smart aleck or whether they're just trying to help. Sometimes, yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that I know how to save. I think it's pretty obvious that I knew that, but again, that's just me. Let's go ahead and do a battle. To battle! I mean, I've literally been playing for hundreds of hours. If I've not figured out that you can save on the vehicle by now, it'd be pretty scary. Pretty scary, I think. But, you know, maybe you never know, right? You throw it out there, you say, hey, I got you back. I appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do this battle. Let's see what we'll get on this one. I feel like we're just going to roll over these guys. We got 76 peeps. We hit 100. We hit 100 units in any given battle. I give you an extra 1,000 Kiss Caps for contests and giveaways in the future. There we go. Good morning, Reaper. Thanks for being here. Also, my awesome mod, River Dog, hanging out in the chat. Make his job nice and easy. Follow those chat rules. It's going to make it real easy on him. All right, let's grab some rewards. Here, Luna, MZRT, and Gear, all getting some love. And Dwimmerling, MVP. 5 assists there. Fantastic. More loot for you guys. Let's go. Let's get you guys to loot. Are we ready for our Musketeer? We are. All right, let's go ahead and put our Musketeer right here in the center. That's going to go ahead and unlock our quest. Let's go ahead and head back in here. Let's collect that quest and get that baby on cooldown. There we go. Take another 9 hours before that pops up again. We're also working on our 10 units to level 30. And then this random quest here, which is kill 50 enemies. I may or may not do that. As the captain, I only put down 1 unit, so it's really hard to get, 20, 30 kills as a thing. Though I have done that before on my tank for sure, where I was the last man standing and had to take them all out, and we brought in the win anyway, so pretty awesome. Let's get back to it. All right, we're back into it, everybody. Again, it's one of my favorite games called Astroneer. Boom. And so now we've got a bunch of our basic resources. So again, we can start from complete scratch, or we can bring some with us. And I'm kind of doing a combination of both, right? I brought a little bit of power and a little bit of stuff, as well as I'm also starting from basic. But if you crash land here and you had nothing, you could start completely again on this planet, be able to get it back off this planet, back to Sylvia. Because Sylvia is where it's going to have your most basic stuff, an abundance of your most basic stuff. But you can also get it on other planets. Now, certain resources are only on certain planets, like iron. You're not going to find an abundance of that on Sylvia, though you do find some running around. If you run around and salvage, you will actually find other resources that you can only find on other planets, usually. Sometimes it's refined and sometimes it's not. Depends on how lucky you are and what happened when your universe was spawned. All right, so one of the things we want to make again is our printer, because I didn't bring a printer with me because I'm purposely not speeding along in the game, because I could basically just unlock 10,000 research worth of stuff and have the large vehicles by now and do all of that. But again, just taking my time. So let's take the small printer. And then we're going to go ahead, and the first thing we're going to do is make a medium printer. We're going to need 2 compound for that, so we've got a bit of extra compound. And then small printer to medium printer. And you can see our battery is full, so it's going to very easily power our medium printer. All right, now one of our problems is we can't use our battery because we just have this small table at the same time as using our printer. So we're going to need to rely on that solar power for just a moment, and we're going to grab this resin right here, and we're going to make the ability to have all of those things together through one of my favorite platforms in the game. I love the really large ones as well, but I feel like the most utilitarian one, the one you're going to probably make the most, is this version B because it does have a lot of space. Now look what's happening right there. It's going pretty slow, and that's because it's only got solar power to run it. And now that the wind is kicking in a little bit, it went a little bit faster, but slowed down. How can we make that go even faster than that? Well, we can go ahead and add a generator. So we're going to go in. We're going to use our thing here. We're going to try to find where our generator is. It's usually the opposite direction of whichever one I choose. Right there, small generator. Let's go ahead and get our small generator on. Again, you can start from scratch. Get it going on, put that over there, and now you know why I collected some organic. And so your generator can help you out as well, especially early game, does help a lot. Keep that stuff going. Even when you do have extra power, it's usually not enough. There we go, wind kicking in now. So now we're going to have wind, generator, solar power. And that solar power is getting from up there, right? So we got plenty of sun right now to keep that going. And all we got to do is get this platform going, and then we really got to be styling. Because we're really here for one reason, and that is to collect argon for right now. And I'll grab a little bit of iron on my way out. But really we're here to collect argon right now. There we go. And now we've got our platform. And there we go. Now we have our battery. Put our battery in there. It stores 512 and produces 5 power. Now we can actually take these and put these on here if we want, like this. Just stack them in there. Like that. But that doesn't do as much good, everybody. I don't know what it is about the solar ones as well. They always look like broken or something. There's something really funky about these solar ones. I don't know. Maybe it's just my game. I've uninstalled and reinstalled my Astroneer multiple times. Just to try to clear out previous versions of it. But it still does that weird thing with the solar thing. I don't know. I feel like that's something's got to be fixed eventually. Now, one of the things that I would do right here is go ahead and turn the generator off. Like that. And we can use this platform right here as our 3D printer. And so we're going to connect that in there. Now, if you notice the oxygen is not coming from over here, it's actually coming from my ship. And that's why I set it nearby. So I don't just die while I'm standing here because I don't have an oxygenator. And I'm not going to make one either. There we go. And so we're going to go ahead and take that and put that there. Now, it'd be nice to go ahead and make another one to make another table that we could utilize. But we don't have enough resin right now. So let's go ahead. We could make a centrifuge and we could make it that way. But I went over here and grabbed extra just for this very reason. Run back out here to our little resin spot. Grab more resin. Again, we can use that resin for oxygen as well if we get into oxygen trouble. Now, I usually find when you get down to just a few of these, it's really not worth, shaping out the whole world here just to find that one little resin node, which is hiding under here somewhere. There it is. Maybe we'll get more underground. Yeah, there's a bunch under there, but look out. That's going to take you down into that lower level. You want to watch out for that, because if I do fall down there, I will die. But usually you want to just find another spot, right? Find another great cluster of resin. And I see one way up there. Now, I could climb up there, or I could do this. Find a good angle. I just shape my way up there, which is a really fun way of doing it, everybody. I love the shaping in this game. It's really, really fun. Now, again, we got to be careful because we're not using tethers, so we want to use ourselves an auctionator and make ourselves a nice little ramp here. Take us up here, and then we'll shape all this out. There we go. Sliding back down, which is one of my favorite mechanics in the game. Whee! And again, this could be made way easier by bringing a vehicle. And I typically do. I typically bring the tractor to every single planet because I could literally just drive around the tractor, never have to worry about oxygen. And now that I have the QRTG, I'd never have to worry about power. Now, there is a mini auctionator that I could put in here because I do have power, in which I would never need power or oxygen. I would, as long as I had power, I could make oxygen. As long as I had oxygen, I could then make power, if you know what I mean. They'd be working off of each other. So let's make one more thing here, one more platform. And we go ahead and supplement it again with our generator, because this only puts out so much power. It's only going to put out 5 power. And so we're going to need to kind of supplement it a little bit. We'll wait for that to print. How you doing, Reaper? Thanks for hanging out. Happens to me as well, says Derek Watson. Yeah, it does. It happens. It happens. Okay, almost done. We're going to do it this way, and then later on, you're going to see me actually make the larger ship and then bring all the resources with me and literally just like build a base just like that. Or we'll make multiple trips to build a much larger base. Now, again, see that red arrow? I'm going to aim that little red arrow, which is right there. This little red arrow on there, I'm going to aim that toward me so I know which direction that my resources are going to be going. And we'll put that on there. Now I'm going to go ahead and move this. I can click on it. Come on, mouse. Move this over here. I'm going to move some of my... Or actually, I'll leave my power there. Put this here. Put this over here. So if I do want to come over here and print anything, I'll be set. I can go ahead and put some of these resources up in here. If it wants to let me. Sometimes I have clicky-click problems. There we go. Just put some of those up there just to clean that up a little bit. I can also put this over here. Let's see. Let's put another one over there as a backup. Right there. Now, what will happen is it'll actually use that generator, and then when the generator runs out, it'll actually grab that other one automatically and put it in there and keep that power running. So yeah, lots of great wind power, a little bit of solar power, looking good. And now we're ready, everybody. We want to go ahead and move this over here because we're going to need this whole entire thing for our extractor. Now, of course, the whole purpose is to get here and build a little mini base to show you that you can start again and then build up some argon. Now, the problem with the argon is you're going to see straight away it's going to burn all that power big time. Now, one of the reasons I'm using this larger table over here is to supplement it with this generator. And I can go ahead and turn that generator on. And that's going to help it a little bit, but not enough. As you can see, it is just absolutely draining that power. These are among the biggest consumption of power, your atmosphere condenser. Now, let's see at any point, do we get surplus power? And I'm watching the battery over there. Even with the generator, with my wind power running, with the solar probably not working right now. Yeah, solar not working because we're waiting for the solar to come back again. It is not enough, right? So this is generating 5. This one over here is generating 2. So that's 7, and we need, over here, we need 20. This one right here is generating 5, so that's 15, or 10, 12, sorry, 12. This over here is generating 1.5, so this is 3. So that is about 15. So we need about 5 more power. And over here, this is also going to only produce 1, and this is produce 1, so it's 15, 16, 17. Still not enough power in what we do. But we can go in and say, oh, do we have any more way of making more generators or more power? Now, we can sit here and do more power. It just makes this run slower. It still will go when it can. And we can just tell this to loop, right? So it did one canister and then it stopped. Now, why did it stop? It stopped because we're using up the space in which it would normally drop those, right? So it's going to make one and then stop. It's going to build that battery back up again. So we do want to leave some room for it to do its thing. We want to go ahead and take this organic off of here, put that down there, move this over here, and so on. And these right here don't have to be up on the table. You can go ahead and just take these, run them in there however you want to do. What did I just do with that other one? I put it over here. So again, we can just put these down randomly, and that'll give us some room to stack this stuff in there, and that'll just keep running and running and running. Now, my little small printer here, I probably want to move that off of there to give myself just a little bit more organic. Same thing with my large printer. I can pull that off of there. And that's just going to add more power over time. And eventually that will use up all of that and be done. I mean, it's not doing me good just sitting on the ground. So we'll let that rock and roll. Now, I'm going to go ahead and grab this argon off of here. And then I'm going to tell this to loop and just keep going. And then the next time we come in here, this should have some more argon. Oh, did we tell it to go? Oh, insufficient concentration, it says, of helium. Because I must have accidentally bumped it. I must have bumped it. I'm trying to get helium. I'm trying to get argon. Sometimes you bump it and it changes to whatever it was. I think it's one right? One left? How to get back to that? I don't know. I don't make the games. I just play them, everybody. So you want to get argon. You want to set it to loop because that's the only thing you get on the plane. By the way, if you can't get it on there, it'll say insufficient concentration. I think I actually bumped it with my arrow. But let's say loop, and let's tell it to go. Now, as it builds up power and as the wind comes up, it'll give it enough power to run. As the solar kicks in, you can see it's running. But you can also check. You can check how much power is being utilized in there. There's actually another piece that you can put in there and see how much power is being produced and how much is being used. We'll get into that later on. But it's real obvious just to look at your battery. Your battery is going to be your main thing that's telling you, oh man, that's draining lots of power. But it still will give it enough power. It'll draw up enough power to produce some of those. We'll probably get about 5 of those next time we come back. But we only need 1, right? And one of these argon things has 5 charges. So we already have 5 charges of argon that we can use. And so let's go ahead and head on out of here. We're going to leave all of this behind. Now, make sure, I always check and see if I have my QRTGs on me, because I don't want to leave those behind. Now, I could leave it behind, though, and it would act as an endless source of power right here. So it would never stop having power. It's worth 1. But I feel like it's more useful on your character than it would ever be at your base, because you can build real big power later on. So let's go ahead and launch and go to back to our main planet. Hi, Hydrox. What's up? Thanks for coming in. Is Astroneer good? I'm thinking of getting it. It is 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, Mr. Hello Jello. Hey, thank you, Hyro, for the follow as well. I hope you guys love my 3D animations. I do a lot of fun 3D animations here in the stream. It's a 10 out of 10. It's an instant buy for me. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I played through 20 to 30 times. I've played it for years, hundreds of hours in the game, and still love it every single minute. And they've added even more epic stuff to the game. They've added, of course, a lot of power. They've added missions now, which really adds a whole nother level to the game. Really fantastic. We're playing through the missions right now. They've also added a bunch of other automation things. If you have not seen it in a while, or if you've never seen it before, they've added the ability to automate a lot of stuff. And you can see my base here. And this is just a little tiny base. It's just going to get real big, real quick. But we're playing through the missions first before we unlock all of the stuff. And you see I've got my power running. You can see I've got various different machines running. I highly recommend it. Really fantastic. So yeah, definitely want to snatch that up when you can. All right, so now we came back and our fuel thruster is broken. So we definitely want to take that and run that over there. And we'll make some larger things that'll grind that up and we can reuse that for resources. Now, we're back from outer space, and I forgot to bring the iron. I forgot to bring the iron, everybody. I knew I was going to forget it. I started talking to the chat. It happens. No worries. No worries, but we've got our argon. That's the thing that we really needed. And so we can go over here, and we can go ahead and use argon and carbon, which we've got a bit of that. But we need iron. Now, here's another good thing. Since we did forget iron, I'm going to show you this alternate way of getting iron. And that is to go around and collect yourself a little bit of scrap. And you can use this thing right here called your trade platform. And to get iron, you're going to need to know what the name of it is out of all of these. I believe it is matchlite. I will double check it because I have written it down because I sometimes forget. I think actually matchlite is copper. Yeah, matchlite is copper. I was right on that. Hematite, the one that starts with an H, is iron right there. So we can, instead of going back and getting the iron, we can go ahead and collect some materials and whatnot. Now, it's really fun to do that because you can just, tool around in your vehicle, find yourself some scrap, turn that scrap into materials that you can use, and so on. So let's go on a little bit of an adventure. So I've got a little bit of a buggy here, and I'm going to take my buggy, and I'm just going to wander in a random direction. Now, in the previous version, before they added the updated radar, you would often get lost. You would go just in a random direction and realize you were too far away from your base, and you could no longer see your beacons, and then you were lost. But for me, I like getting lost, and because I have a lot of wayfaring techniques that I've learned along the way. And as I'm tooling around here, everybody, I can also use my new QRTGs to keep my thing going. And if I see something that I can use, I will grab it. Now, another thing you need to do is just shape this out, let it drop on the ground. Now, larger things like this, I cannot just throw into my backpack, and that's what I'm looking for, these little smaller items. If I shift left click, it's going to go ahead and convert these debris, break them down into a smaller little basket. You can see it right there in my backpack. And then I can bring that back and convert that into scrap. And so we'll go ahead and just keep going. And we'll just wander around the world trying to get lost, right? We're going to try to get lost, and I'll show you two ways to find your way back. The old school way, and then, of course, using the new amazing radar that they came out with. A lot of great features. Oh, look at this. We've got a crashed ship over here. Let's go over here and see what kind of cool stuff we can find in here. Maybe we'll find some iron in here. You never know. Now, what happens with these boulders and with the trees, if you do shape around them, nearby them, you'll see them disappear eventually. Like that. Now, it makes that nice and easy to get into here. Now, some planets, there are a few things that you cannot get rid of, which can be aggravating. Oh, I see a seat in there already, so that's good. We'll go ahead and take the seat. And I usually take the resources and just throw them out here where I can see them later. So there's a seat there. What do we got up here? We got a little bit of copper. We've got zinc. Let's take this zinc. Throw that up there. What else we got? Again, copper. Actually, let's just throw it out here and we can move it later. Got a bit of ceramic. So we had a seat, zinc, and ceramic. Now, you can shape the rest of this out, but I just happen to know that these things only have so many sides that they're going to have resources on, right? So they're going to have a resource on the bottom, and I'll go in here. They have a resource on the bottom, and then a resource on the top, if I can get my camera to show. And that's pretty much it. And some of them, depending on the way they're set, would be the sides or whatnot. So I just happen to know that's the maximum amount of stuff you're going to find in there as well. Now notice that, again, I'm not worried about my oxygen because I have my vehicle. Now, what would I say is the best thing to grab out of all of that? Well, I'd probably put the organic down, and I would grab the copper. The copper is probably going to be the rarest of all those resources. Because, all this stuff on the ground right here, this is all organic. All this, like plants on the ground. Very easy to grab. Very easy to get organic on this particular planet. Some other planets are tougher. You will not find organic as easy, but every planet has at least a little bit of each and every one of the resources. So let's keep wandering this way, and again, we're looking for junk, right? So there's many different ways of playing through this game. You can do a whole junk playthrough where you never leave this planet ever. You can just stay here and actually unlock all of these other resources as you go along. Now watch out for big holes in the ground that you might fall down. I've done it many a time. And we're just tooling around. Now again, I find whenever you're looking for something, it's almost like they reduce the amount of debris on the planets, because normally you're just tripping over debris, just left and right, all over the place. This particular planet may be just unlucky that we don't have as much debris as we normally should. Now look, I'm not looking for compound and resin. Tons of it everywhere. Tons of it everywhere. Second I go looking for it, none to be found. You'll find. You'll find that happens in just about every game. All right, here we go. A little bit of debris over here. Now, this is larger debris. Nothing I can do with that. I can grab that power cell. I can shape this out if I want. This tire right here, if I shift left click it, I can pick it up and move it. This I can move around. Certain items you can move around. Some you cannot with your little anti-gravity beam. But all three of these are too big for me to put in my backpack. Now, I could have also brought another vehicle with me. A larger vehicle, which I could put all that stuff on there. But I did not. Now look at this free battery right here. Oh, that's good. Man, I'd love to take that with me, but I don't have the ability to do it. And what would I opt out of here? Power cells. Forget those. Let's get the battery. Let's go ahead and shape this out around it. Get these small debris so I can put it in my backpack. Oh, that's already full. So again, power cells. Don't need those as much as I would like to scrap. And there we go. Oh, it's tough to leave that behind. But we can always make one as well and do that. And let's hole over here. Again, another one with a power cell. Nothing there we can get, so we're just going to ignore that. Now, normally after I loot an area, I will mark the area that says, hey, I've already looted this. Whoa, look out for that fallout there. Okay, now look at this. Now, when you get into the mountains, this is a really... I've actually had a starting point where I started literally right here. I started, well, maybe not this exact spot. But a place like this where you started and it was nothing but mountains around me or big holes around my base, that is a rough start because you don't have the advantage of having a forest nearby and all of that stuff that you're going to need for resources. Again, we're just tooling around, purposely not even watching where we're going. Again, if I turn around and I look back, my base is gone. Who knows where it is back there. Could it be north, could be south, could be east. But again, I find one of the fun things, don't forget to get a little lost in the game. You can always, you know, come back and use your compass. And I feel like that's frustrating to some new players. They don't like to get lost. They don't like to have to find their way back. I feel like it's a great mechanic of the game, is teaching you how to find your way back using those tethers and all of that stuff. I'm going to try to drive through here to get to the other side. There we go. Try to find me a nice little flat area without falling down that hole right there. Woo, close, close. I run into a lot of trees. They just jump right out in front of me. The plains area is probably the best area to find resources. I really feel like they've reduced the amount. Oh, look at that monolith. I'll come back to that later. It's actually got another name. I try not to say that name because I feel like it gives away what it does. And we'll come back to powering that up. Yeah, it feels very reduced because normally, I mean, you're just tripping over tons and tons of, or I'm just getting unlucky, tons and tons of various resources. Whoa, look out. Nailed it. Now, if you have that problem, it's going to happen from time to time. Just hit F, just like in Grand Theft Auto. You can flip over. You're fine. Just keep on rolling. All right, what do we got here? Oh, some copper. Some other stuff. Again, this debris is too big for me to take it with me. Over here, same thing. Debris is too big for me to take it with me. So that's a bummer. But I will shape around it just in case there's some underneath there. We can grab this off of here, move it around. Don't see any under there. No worries. Onward. What we got over here? All right, we got a little bit more debris. Oh, a lot of power cells on those today. Yeah, I sometimes you just want to get out of the base, right? You want to get out of the base and just explore around a little bit. Very fun. Oh, now here's a really good one coming up here. Oh, look at this copper on the side too. Very nice. This one right here. These little drop pods of where someone else came and dropped onto this planet and was not as lucky as you and didn't survive. Well, we've got some research. Oh, that's good. And then, of course, some tethers, which, meh. Ain't as exciting. But we'll go ahead and shape this all out, drop it down on the ground. And this is a bunch of debris. So again, left click, shift left click, shift left click. My backpack is full. I can't take that. And so on. So now I've got 2 buckets of debris. Now at this point, I'd be like, yeah, screw the copper. I can always get that later. Let's get more debris. Again, this one's too big. This one's too big. That one's just right size. Grab that. And I'd love to take this research. What would be more important out of here and whatnot? Now, I would probably take the beacon out. Would be the least important thing in my backpack right now. And then I put that research sample in there and just leave the beacon. Now, the beacon is actually going to act as a beacon if I want to find my way back here. And might confuse me as a thing. So I'm not going to change color. I'm going to leave it as blue so I know that's the basic. And that I just threw a beacon down there randomly. So let's keep going. Again, oh my gosh, another battery. How lucky are we today? Look at this. All right. Again, you got to shape it out to get it loose from the ground. And there we go. Now, I would definitely... Batteries are one of those things that are just so helpful in the game. I would actually get rid of my canister next because I can always make another canister. So let's go ahead and grab that battery. And I think we're about done. Now, how can I find my way back? Where the heck is my base? Well, I can go ahead and try to make my way back. Now, the first thing I always suggest to do if you want to play old school is to go to the highest mountain that you can find. And you can see I've already been to that beacon there. And so I'm going to have a little bit of fun here. And I'm going to use my buggy, which is one of the few vehicles that you can use to get to the top of a mountain. At least about this far. And so I'm going to go ahead and get out of the vehicle now. And I'm going to try to work my way up the side of this mountain. Now, this mountain is a pretty sheer mountain. And so I'm going to have to shape it out a little bit to make my way up. Now, I can also do a lot of jumping, and that will help as well. But usually I just kind of shape my way up. And then make myself a nice little tunnel or so. A little bit of jumping. Make sure you got plenty of power and oxygen before you do this. And I'm basically going to shape my way all the way up to the top here. And keep going. Up, up, up. Now I can also stand on stuff like this and shape my way up to get myself out of there. But I find that just shaping your way up is good enough. You're just trying to get up to a top point here where you can literally just look around. Now remember, if you don't have any ability to give yourself oxygen, you're going to need to be able to run back to your vehicle very, very quickly, which is over here on this side, because that's the way I came in. So if I need to get down there to my vehicle, which I can see is over there by that beacon, we'll need to run down there. But basically what you want to do is get up high and look around for any of your beacons, right? Now, I don't see any resin up here, so I can't get resin for making oxygen. And I don't see any of my beacons. Maybe if I got up on the top of that one, I could see some of those other beacons. So that's one way of doing it. I always suggest going to the highest mountain you can. And then if you do get in trouble, start sliding, everybody. Start sliding down. Start looking for your vehicle. There it is over there. You can see I'm like the king of mountain sliding. Like this. And then GG. There we go. No problem. No problem. So again, go up to the high ground. Now, they did add something even more fun. If you don't even want to get lost at all, and you're just like, Kismet, I'm not into the lost thing, bro. I just want to find my way back to my base. You can actually use your compass right here, and you can actually use it while on your vehicle now, which is very fun. Now, of course, the number one thing would be your rocket ship. Your rocket ship is probably at your home base. As well as I always put a green beacon on my home base so I know which way it is, so it's off in that direction. Now, how would I know? I'd have no idea because even up on the top of that hill, when I looked this way, I could not see my beacons. You can also leave beacons along the way. You could tether your way all the way over here. It'd be a lot of tethers, but you could do it. And so it just says, hey, Kismet, it's back this way. And so we can use the radar while on the vehicle, which is really, really awesome. I really like that. And so we'll turn that off just by hitting R. And we'll just head this way. And again, one benefit, whoa, of the buggy, very fun, is that you can climb mountains a lot easier with the buggy because it has more power. Whoa. Well, I didn't say it was totally easy, but you can do that as well. Now, one of the benefits of your other vehicles is they'll have trailers on them. When you put trailers on those vehicles, they act as a more stable vehicle, so you're not bouncing around like I'm doing right now. I'm literally just trying to drive over the top of this mountain just for fun. Normally I would go around, or I would use a vehicle to literally just cut a path through here. But let's see if we can get around here and get to the other side. And then, again, you can almost go straight vertical right there. Look at that. Oh, look at this. Jackpot. Now, see, sometimes when you go off the beaten path, you find cool stuff. I wish I had a beacon for that right now. But I left my beacon back there. Because that would be a great spot for graphite. But no worries. We'll find plenty of graphite. Don't worry. We'll get it all rocking and rolling. And again, sometimes you flip over, just hit F. You'll be fine. I like that mechanic. Very fun. Watch out for these bad guys. They will try to get you. And so here we go. All right. We're finally coming out of our mountains here. At least a little bit. We're just going to, you know, pro roll down the hill here. Oh, not quite. Sometimes you have to get out of your vehicle, and sometimes you can do it while you're in your vehicle. And you're going to flip over from time to time. It's okay. You know, I'm not taking any damage. I'm okay for now. The biggest thing would be if I were to fall down a hole. Maybe foreshadowing there. Then that would be a problem. So look at all this resources we're finding here. Just a tremendous amount of resources. Again, bring up our radar, our compass. And it says, okay, I'm way off in that direction. Now, it's way easier, obviously, to go on the plains like I did on the way here. Because this right here is a whole lot of up and down and running into stuff and all of that. It is much more tedious than the way I really like to do it, which is actually to pave a road as I am exploring. And we'll do that with the larger vehicles when we get into that. Also, you could be collecting soil and all of that stuff while you're doing this. But this is a fun little adventure to do at some point. You just go in here and you get yourself a buggy and you go running across. Try to get your driving skills leveled up. You don't actually level up your driving skills in game, but I'm talking in real life. In real life, driving skills getting leveled up. Woo! All right, there we go. Love it when I catch some air. Again, I'm not worried about anything, right? Because I've got power and I've got oxygen. Because again, my vehicle acts as oxygen. There we go. All right, we've made it out over the mountain. Whoop! Get some air there. And we're good. Now, I just happen to know it's to the right. And the reason why I know it's to the right, man, I'm flipping over like crazy today. The way I know it's to the right is I could see the beacon out of the corner of my eye as we were coming over there. And it was over the horizon over this way. And that's the old school way of finding your way around, is to use your beacons. And I happened to notice that there was a beacon over here, a red beacon. A red beacon means that it's like a resource that I've chosen for resources. And so I can just kind of run this way until I see my beacons and then find my way back from there. Oh, look. There's actually some right there nearby our base, which is funny. I always, again, when I'm not looking for it, plenty of it. When I'm looking for it, can't find it. And so we'll just keep tooling our way back this way. And again, going in the plains, a lot easier. Maybe cutting through the forest a little bit here. Catch some air on that one. And this is the fastest vehicle in the game. It's actually faster than all the other vehicles. Great way to just tool around if you want to grab some scrap or whatnot. Just learn some basics of the game. Now, landing on resources or running over resources in any other vehicle, including this vehicle, will screw you up like that or get you stuck. But again, just hit F once you're fully flipped over. And then you're off and running again. And we made it back. No problem. No problem. It's especially easier with the compass. Again, if you like getting lost like me, then I suggest to still try to do it without the compass. But if you don't like getting lost, compass away. You do whatever you want. Your game. You have fun. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and go over here. We're going to grab our little shredder here. We're going to put this right over here. Now, this little shredder is going to allow us to take that debris that we got. I love this mechanic in the game. And shred that down. And we're going to be able to put it onto this rocket here. And it's going to go up into space and trade out this scrap for stuff that we need. Now, this is not going to be enough. I can tell you that right now. But it is a great mechanic. I love the idea of it. Let's see if we can at least get a little bit in here and get this going. Now, I find, of course, when you get to the larger shredders, it's going to be helpful, as well as you can actually take the shredder with you and shred all the stuff while you're out and about, which is also very fun as well. So let's put that in there, and let's see, what's the minimum? The minimum is we need at least 3 of these scrap things to get that going. So you saw how long it took me just to get 1.5. So doing that, I feel, is a lot more tedious than just actually going and just going to the planet and getting it from the planet. And I think they designed it that way on purpose. So I do happen to have another solid fuel thruster. And so we can go ahead and do that. Put that on the bottom of our ship. It's going to let us. There we go. Angled the camera a little bit there. We're going to need a bit more of our use of our centrifuge here. Let's get that. Before we get into that, we're going to go ahead and start another battle. Trying to get lost, Kismet? That's so easy for me to do. Yes, it is easy to do. I love it. So cool, 3D animations. Thank you, HU. I worked very hard on those. I used to play it before the shuttle even turned into a base, right? Yeah, way long time ago. Me too. Long time ago. I think it's great. Yeah, this is a fantastic, fantastic game. This is a buy from me. This is a 10 out of 10. Incredibly good. Incredibly good. All right, let's go ahead and do a little side game play called Stream Raiders. Let's do it. To battle! All right, where do I want to put my spell down? I'm going to put a spell on you right there in the center. Let's wipe these guys out. This little side game we play a lot of stuff. We don't call it the Mega Stream for nothing. We play a lot of stuff simultaneously. In this case, we're also playing some Stream Raiders on the side, so all the peeps in the chat, look at them all over there on the right side. Put down a bunch of units. Those units are going to allow us to go in there and blow it up. How many units do we have that round? We had 91. Wow, if we only had 9 more, it would give you 1,000 kill caps. Make sure to put down as many units as you can. It's going to help us go in there, annihilate those mobs, give everybody some loot, and of course, help you level up your characters for future events. Let's do it. Open the captain's chest, grant you guys some rewards. Subi, Reaper, LOC, all getting some love, and Sita coming in overall MVP with 10 kills, crushing it. And again, let's get you guys more loot, start another battle. I think I'm done with my musketeer for now, so let's go ahead, bring in the archer. I feel like we're going to start in this upper left-hand corner there and work our way across. Almost there, 141 out of 150. That character is almost done. Let's go see if we can also purchase some in the store here. What do we got? We got Rogue Scrolls. We want to look for our long shot archer. Oh, 145. Oh, is there one more? Oh, so close. 5 away. How much gold we got? We got plenty of gold. We can go ahead and buy all the rest of this stuff while we're at it. Try to level those up as well. But yes, I think we might get our archer to max level there. And so we got our skulls. Now remember, we got a brand new skin brought to you by all of you guys, by the way. A brand new skin. If you do want to help support the stream, we've got the Sparkle Dog as a flying rogue. Look at it. That's my English Welsh Corgi, everybody. My real life dog. Her name is Sparkle, and she is awesome as the flying rogue. Did an amazing job on the Sparkle Dog. Also, you notice my baby dragon over there, Norbert, and you can even get me or just rock the yellow fedora. Of course, I'm in there as well. There I am right over there as the Kismet tank. Of course, rocking my yellow fedora and my blue vault suit because I do play a lot of Fallout. Huge Fallout fan. As well. So feel free to come and join us. We do battles all day, every day I'm streaming, and sometimes even beyond the time in which I'm streaming, we're still doing battles even then. Let's do it. Hey Raz, I see you in the chat. What's up? I'm your 5th retweeter. Oh, we got 5 retweets. Do we got it? We do. Good job there, Raz. Let's give you 1,000 kiss caps. For everybody in the chat, we crushed it. How can you miss graphite spawn in the middle of a mountain? I know, right? Oh, it's so hard to leave it behind. Yeah, I love I love to change the banking of the car in air, right? Yeah, it's kind of fun. Do a little sliding and stuff. Very, very fun. I read what you wrote. There you go. Thank you very much. So cute. Yes, isn't Sparkle Dog super cute? Of course, you guys chose Sparkle Dog as the flying rogue. I leaved it to you guys, and we chose Rogue, and it turned out amazing. It was the right choice. You guys made a good choice there, I think. Now, we got a little bit of soil still right here. Let's go ahead and see how much we can fill it up. Not quite enough right there. We're also going to take our research sample and put it in what I call the manual research. Manual research here is where I just manually put it in there, where I've got all this automated. Now, remember, we were about 10,000 before we walked away from our automated research, and guess what? We're at 16,000 now. That's right, it collected 6,000 research while I wasn't even in the base automatically. I didn't have to put anything in there. It did it for me. And of course, that is the awesomeness of the automation update that came out with a while ago, where this thing will just keep grabbing and keep feeding that in there. And the same thing on this side. As this respawns, it'll just continuously feed that in there from this plant right here of these little things like this right there. So we put that there. It grabs it, feeds it forward. One of those things will grab it and then hold on to it to feed it in there when it's done, which I think is just awesome. I love the automation. You can do it to the umph degree. I mean, gigantic mega bases that are just running all of that. Now, we're trying to get our probe scanner going on here, and we need to get a little bit more ammonium. Now, I could probably wander off in one of these forests, by the way. Forests have a ton of ammonium that you can find in the early game if you are lucky. Sometimes you find like one, and then sometimes you find like a giant cluster of it, which will really help. Now, another little side thing I'm doing just for funsies is taking out some baddies here. Let's go ahead and scan these just so they're not laying around. And one of the things that I'm doing just for fun, you can see the sun is right there. And this mountain is blocking my overall solar power. And so I love to do two things at once, right? Or three things, or 10 things. Multitasking is awesome. So what I'm doing is I'm collecting soil. And while I'm collecting that soil, I'm also lowering the top of this mountain. And lowering that top of that mountain means that my solar collectors over there are going to get extra solar earlier, or get solar earlier in the day than it would if a big giant mountain was blocking it. And so I just kind of shape this out at the same time. Now, am I going to end up shaping this whole thing out? Probably not. Because I will eventually move my base to a monolith, or one of these gigantic, they're also called gateways, by the way. I'll move it over there. But in the meantime, while we're trying to gather some soil, we'll just go ahead and keep shaping this out just for funsies. I love being way up high here, and you can look down and see your base down below. Super cool. Watch out for those plants. Plants are actually the enemies in this game. Some of them will kill you. These are more like Venus flytraps over here. You'll walk over the top of them, and bada bing, bada boom, they will attack you. Now, those are actual seeds there. There are seeds items and research items. I'm just going to go ahead and do this. You're like, Kismet, you got no oxygen, bro. No worries. Watch this. This is why I make this. So you slide down. It's like a big slip and slide. Then you slide down the side of the mountain, get back to your oxygen. GG, you're good. Now, you can also bring some extra resin or run a tether there. Whatever you like doing. Whatever is your jam in your playthrough. Me, I don't worry about it because I know the game mechanics and how to make that run. Okay. Feel free to switch that when I didn't mean to switch it. I was trying to put that over there. There we go. All right. Now we can make an ammonium. Let's go. And I'm going to tell it actually to make a couple ammonium. So it'll take the rest of that and utilize it. Let's actually get these canisters off of here and see if I've got any more on me. No, I don't. All right. We'll keep one canister on us. Let's drop this organic over here. We've got some extra wind turbine that we found. We can probably tap that into our system. And let's just put it right here for right now. We'll clean all this up later, obviously, when we get into the higher level stuff. But I always like having a canister on me I actually don't need a battery on me. And the reason why is, again, I have the mini RTG as well. I actually have 2 of them now. Speaking of, let's get that one back from our vehicle. And there is our ammonium. All right, let's go ahead and take our ammonium, put it right up here. And we need ammonium and aluminum. Let's hope we've got a little aluminum over here. If not, we'll go grab some. Oh, yes, we are out of aluminum. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, what are we going to do? I don't know. Just get in our vehicle, run down there, grab some, bring it back. That sounds like a plan. Let's go. Whoop! Whoa! Look out, everybody. Look out. And, of course, I've already dug a hole down into the center of the planet. That's right. You can work your way all the way to the center of the planet, which we will try to do today. How much time we got? We got plenty of time. Plenty of time to power up a planet we're going to do today. Now, as you can see, I'm coming along here, and I can see that there is some quartz and some other stuff there. But as you notice, there's a resource right here, and that's telling me down this way is my other resource that I'm looking for, which I call the stacked coins over here. Now, this particular one, I've kind of already got all the ground area. You can see it's gray. That means I've got that. So I can look up above and see if there's any up above. Don't see any over here. We can also say, okay, where was that other resource that we were looking for when we came down here? Wait, here's a beacon here. And that beacon is saying, hey, maybe there's more resources up this way that I can find. Aha, there's some resources there. Where's our... Oh, hello. Tons of compound right there. So we could use that if that's what we're looking for. But what we're looking for is we're looking for things that look like stacked coins. So we can look around. I can see some... zinc over there, because I know what the way that zinc looks. Watch out for those things. They will try to kill you. If you don't get too close to them, you'll be okay. Aha! Over this way. Now, I can go in, take a bit of this dirt right here, and then reuse it to flatten a nice little ramp in there, like this. Again, this is called voxel shaping. It is awesome. It is really, really fun. You could do. I could do this for hours. It's really relaxing too. If you're having a stressful day, fire up some Astroneer. Fire up some Astroneer. Relax. Don't rush it. Just take your time. Shape out some world action here, and just have a good old time exploring the universe. Make that meet up real nice. I can go up here and I can fine tune this all day long. But you get the general idea. And now I'm going to get on my vehicle. Let's hang a left. Now I can see way off in the distance, and I got to watch out for holes. Now again, I don't have to flatten it out. I can just use my buggy here and wander along. But I see that through here is these stacked coins. Here they are. And usually nearby, in the wall or in the ground, there is going to be more of it. So let's go ahead and just shape out. See if we can find some more. Now, sometimes you're lucky and you find a gigantic cluster of it, and then sometimes not so much. It's really nice when it's on the surface level because you can just sweep the surface level kind of like this, and it will just go ahead and get a ton of it. Oh, this is actually a pretty good node. I can see it's starting to get denser as it goes down, which means it's going to collect faster. Now, normally I would have a mod for my thing called the wide mod, which collects it really, really fast because it does a wider area. There we go. And I'll usually go until I start to drop one right there. Then we'll backtrack a little bit. And then I'll remind myself, in case I can't see it from over here, I'll remind myself that in this direction is that, right? And so pretty easy to do. And we'll get back in our vehicle. And we out of here. Now, we could go down that next level down, and then there's another level, and so on and so forth. By the way, if you haven't played the game in a while, they have also revamped all the levels of each and every planet. So it looks awesome. They really did an amazing job. Wait till we get into the lower parts of the planet. It looks really amazing. Now, I'm following this line right here. These are called tethers, and they are super useful. I only use them at the beginning of the game just to talk about tethers. And this is usually on my primary planet right by my first base. And then later on, I will not use tethers at all because I'll use the more advanced technique of using air filters instead. There we go. We got a little bit. And then we're going to run back here. Now, if we did use our tractor or our larger vehicles, we could bring back, 10, 20, 100, 1,000. Maybe not 1,000, but a lot. Depending on how many large cans. I guess you could bring back 1,000 if you had 3 large, very large containers, which hold 400 each. It'd take you a while, though. Take you a while. Now, that made that, and as you notice, it automatically put it onto my small printer, and that's going to allow me to make another thruster. Now, I don't like to leave without having an extra thruster, just in case I accidentally press a button and relaunch by mistake. This way, it'll just save us time, so I don't have to go make thrusters again. We should be good. Let's do it. Yep. Hey, what's up, Paul? Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. All right. So we got that. We got all this going. Now's a good time, though, to save. Now, again, if I go into my ship, it'll save there when I go in my ship. And someone pointed this out earlier, but you already know this. I've talked about this 1,000 times on stream. But I like going in the shelter. I don't know why. I just feel like that's a fun way to save. Now, it actually doesn't save the game when you're on a private server. The server itself saves the game. I typically force it to save more often because, again, you don't want to build a big old base and then your server go offline, or if you restart your server, it'll roll back everything that you did. So I'm going to hang out in my shelter for a moment, be nice and safe in there, and then I'm going to play some AFK highlights for you because I'm going to take a break. It's been about 3 hours of streaming, and I like to get up, walk around, keep my health going. I used to be 50 pounds heavier, everybody, and trapped in the bed. Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit about that when I come back. Here we go. Enjoy some AFK highlights from my stream. Oh, some Subnautica there. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, such a great game, Subnautica. All right, everybody. We got to get back to that, too. Subnautica Below Zero, which is a whole nother game from the original Subnautica. Oh, man, we got so many great games to play right now, everybody, especially a bunch of these updates that have come through for Astroneer, for Satisfactory, for just about every game that we're playing here on the stream. And I've got tons more backlogged and sponsored events and all sorts of giveaways and all sorts of stuff still to do. There's a lot of stuff going on. I'm always a very busy guy. I work 7 days a week here on the stream. I'm one of the hardest working streamers out there. I've been doing that for 6 years, everybody. It's my 6th year as a streamer. I've been partnered for the last 4 years. That's right. I'm a 50-year-old, partially disabled, partnered streamer. Out of 5 million streamers here on Twitch, I'm only one of about 40 to 50,000 streamers who are part of the partner program, and I feel very lucky to do so, and brought to you by your guys' love and a lot of hard work on my end. That's for sure. 76 starts today. That's true, Hair Luna. Yes, I did see that. I saw Devin was putting that out on Twitter. I would love to jump in there and get that Season 4 going on, but I've already made commitments to playing these games because we want to play these too, right? But we definitely will play some 76 on Thursday. Come and join me, everybody. We'll be doing some team play in the afternoon. I built up tons of fusion cores so that I don't have to stop and go get ammo and all of that stuff every 5 seconds while we're in the middle of checking out Season 4 and checking out all the new stuff coming out on Thursday. So feel free to join us on that. We'll be doing that in the afternoon. We'll be doing, of course, some No Man's Sky, which also has amazing updates, which I haven't even got through the other updates yet in No Man's Sky to even get to the newest update. They're just absolutely crushing it. They're putting everybody else to shame over at No Man's Sky because they are putting out just big updates, really big updates that just massively improve the game. Incredibly great, well done. Whatever they're doing over there, they need to put the same thing they're putting in the water over there on every other game studio. Then we'd be having so many updates. Of course, we'd have the same problem we got now. We'd have so many updates of so many games that we wouldn't have enough time to play them all. At least I don't have enough time to play them all. I try to do my best. Okay, where we leave off? We are left off on making an extra solid fuel thruster. And we'll put our RTG down there. And we want to run back, get some of that iron, and bring it back. Now, a smart thing to do is to look around and see if I have an empty one of these mediums, right? That's what I really need right now so that I can bring back some extra resources. Not just what fits on my backpack, but what actually fits in there. And so let's go ahead and try to make another medium here. If it's going to let me. There we go. Medium storage. Now, I could also use one of these right here, medium resource canisters. Let's see what it would take to make a medium resource canister. Right there, it's going to take glass and plastic. So, since we have our chemistry lab now, we can go in, tell it, okay, we want to do plastic, which is carbon and compound. So, let's go ahead, get our compound here. Let's go ahead and get our carbon that we've made over here. Again, good to have a smattering of resources. It's going to help you a lot. And then we'll do that one instead. Instead of making that medium, we'll do that. We have enough glass here. We'll put that over there. And we'll wait for this plastic to be produced. Now, eventually, I will make this automated where it literally will have a gigantic container of plastic, so I don't have to make it onesie, twosie every time. In fact, I will make it where I will have tons and tons of these actual chemistry labs, and those chemistry labs will make a specific thing. And I'll make every single element that you can in those separately. So if I need this, I'll go there. If I need that, I'll go there. Or I'll just put a bunch of resources in there and just let it run. And then, of course, we'll automate the entire process of getting to the highest thing in the game, which is called nanocarbon alloy. And we're working our way slowly toward it. Because, again, I don't rush. I don't rush to the games. I feel like the journey is my favorite part of any game, along with the discovery of stuff as you go along. Well, let's go ahead and make a canister. Okay, now the great thing about a medium canister is actually a small thing. It actually can go right in your backpack. So I could actually make one of these and make a bunch of canisters on one of those, and then literally bring like 10 canisters that can hold 32 times 10. That'd be 320 resources with me. But I'm just going to put it in my backpack there because eventually I will need to bring it back. So I will need to have that space empty on the way back. So let's go ahead and launch to another planet. Let's go back to my planet Glacio and grab it. Yep, for sure. Yeah, we're going to have some fun. Uh-oh. You're going to have they got a scheduled power outage? That's scary, Raz. I lived in California for 30 years. I never had a scheduled power outage. That means somebody's failing at their job. I mean, hey, you're trying to produce power. That's your job. Your job is to keep the lights on. And if you got to schedule a power outage, there's something wrong there. Something definitely wrong. Somebody, again, not doing a good job of keeping the power on. Now, Los Angeles is one of the most populated areas, cities in the world. Los Angeles has about 9 million plus people, at least the last time I checked. Of course, New York is actually the #1 city in the U.S., the largest populated city. Los Angeles being the second one, but California is actually the most populated state with over 35 million people. There's about 300 million in the United States, which you'd think would be a lot more, right? You'd think there'd be a lot more people in the United States, but actually there's only about 300 million, which out of 300 million is about 200 million, which are adult level, 200 plus million, are adult level people who can vote and who are above age 18 and all of that stuff. So you got to think there's about 100 million children out there as well. 100 million children all over the U.S. And good to know those stats about your particular country, right? What your population is and all of those things. That stuff comes in handy at some point. That's for sure. Okay. We'll run over here. And now we good. Now, one of the problems with me running over here and not bringing my spaceship is the fact that I don't have an auctionator over there. But what I want to do is go over here and maybe grab a little bit more of this argon. Remember how I said it would be running while we're not around? That's exactly what it's doing. Even though it doesn't have enough power to run at full speed, it doesn't matter. It's off over here doing its thing while I'm busy doing other stuff, right? So it still works pretty great. Shape myself a little bit there. And now we're going to have some fun, everybody. We're going to have lots of fun. Let's do it. Now, of course, again, later we can automate all of this. We just kind of feed this in here manually. Now, this can hold 32. The other kind of flat, medium container thing only holds 8. So this holds, obviously, a lot more. Every time you hear that little ding, that's it, giving me more and more of this particular resources. So you got to collect a certain amount of these nodes before you get those resources. Oh, starting to drop some. And then we can go ahead and just feed them right into here. Now remember, we don't have a vehicle, so we can run into trouble here where we run out of oxygen. So a thing to do is to either bring a vehicle or make a vehicle, which making a vehicle isn't that hard, especially the tractor. Tractor is probably my favorite starter vehicle. But we need to know about the distance that we need to travel to get back to an oxygen source. And that's about as close as you can cut it. You can cut it a little bit closer. But you can also use your wireless or anti-gravity beam here. I guess it's wireless. To go ahead and move this forward. Just keep walking this up the hill. Like so. You can just actually bring your shuttle up here, so you don't have to run all the way. Now, also, I can put down a landing pad, but I will actually move my base here. This actually won't be my final base here at Glacio. And the reason why is because I'm going to be extracting the resources manually. And what is better to do is actually to use the larger extractors on nodes that you have not already extracted some. Because you're going to get a lot more with the automated extractors than you are going to do it than by manually extracting it. Now I'm going to create myself a little way up here. I'm going to run up here, and I'm going to go ahead and throw these ones down. Actually, I should get all these resources off of me. I'm going to throw that down there. Come on, mouse, work with me. There we go. Now it's going to allow me to run over here and collect more resources. If I do die, I'm close by my actual spawn point. I'm by my vehicle. I will appear on my vehicle itself. So whatever last vehicle you went in out of, or something else like a shelter, you will reappear there if you die, and then I'm not too far away. Now see this one right here where it's kind of more of a, there's a little bit up here. I find that it's not worth chasing. Look at that, it drops down. It's not worth chasing those little nodes. It's easier just to go find another node and use that one instead. Ah, missed it. I tried to land on that thing. That was close. Again, after a while, you just got a sense of when your auction is going to run out. Now, I can make a smaller auctionator and use that as well. But I'll just go ahead and use my vehicle. Fill it up. There we go. Squirrel! Especially it's always hot. How's it going, kids? Going good, Game Fox Prime. How you doing? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Dobie's attacking Saltbot. That's it. Got him. You got Saltbot. Nice. Hey, Camp friend. You're not the first person to say it. Remember, I've been streaming for 6 years. Campo, here, you want to laugh? Watch this. I got it in a video I made years ago, right here, about me. Go ahead and follow that link. You'll actually see me say that and mention it in the actual video itself I made years and years ago. Whoa, look at what we got down here. Oh, we got lots of loot down there. Yeah, you're not the first person to say that. I hear that all the time. If he wasn't older than me, I would say he looks like me and I don't look like him. The one I get the most actually is Tony Hawk. That I look like Tony Hawk, and thanks for comparing me to an incredibly great actor, and also thanks for the peeps who compare me to one of the greatest skaters of all time. I'm not good at either of those things. But I do appreciate you coming in, hanging out in the stream. Appreciate you chilling out as well. Now let's go ahead and head on up here, and let's feed this into here, like so. We want to really stock up a bit on that, and we'll go ahead and pick up all of our other stuff down here. A bunch of shift left clicking and put this into there. Oh, or not. There we go. And we'll run the rest of this stuff back over here. Now, this particular planet, Glacio, has a lot of surface level stuff, right? It's a lot of surface level stuff that you can find. And I highly recommend taking all the stuff off of you here. Now, again, one of the things we can do is we can make a vehicle. Even though we did not bring a bunch of resources over here for making a vehicle, you can still very easily just collect the resources on any planet and make yourself a little tractor. So let's go ahead and work on the tractor just for funsies. Now, the great thing about the tractor is it does have a built-in seat, so you don't have to make the seat separately. So it also has an oxygenator built into the vehicle, but it takes aluminum. So to do aluminum, we would have to, of course, go down into our little thing that we made down here, run down there, get the aluminum, bring it back up again, and then do it. I'm not going to do that, but I just showed you exactly how you could do it if you wanted to. Because that's really all that I need for right now. Again, I won't spend an hour collecting iron if I don't need it. I get stuff as I need it, and I'm trying to progress through a bit slower in the game where I'm not just unlocking everything and getting the big vehicles just straight away and all of that. I'm going to go ahead and try to follow the quest lines, and we're going to play through the game all the way through, having the quests guide us from place to place. Now, there we go. So we got a bunch of iron. Not too bad, about 15. That should be more than enough for us to get on out of here. Oh, I almost forgot to bring my extra thruster. Always have your extra thruster on you just in case. And let's go ahead and bring some argon. A bunch of argon over here. Bring as much as we can. That's going to be our rarest of our resources. And we're out. Let's go. We are out of here. Now, hit V, by the way. There is a new function, if you haven't played the game in a while, where it automatically puts you into going to another planet as opposed to putting you into orbit. And we got to go ahead and find which one's ours. Right here is Sylvia. Again, I wish you would just orient the camera toward the thing you're flying toward. That would make it nice. It would definitely make it nice. Again, eventually I'll move it over here to where the monolith is. I'll move it, all the space and everything over there into the center, so I don't have to keep landing off to the side. I can just land straight in the center. It will be nice. Now, that was pretty nice. You saw us get a bunch of iron there, and then we can go ahead and do this fun little part where we go in here, grab all this loot off of here, like so. And now we're just going to go ahead and run out the iron, which is going to run it into there and then convert it all very, very nicely. Now, one of the things we will need, though, is some sort of something to put it on. So eventually we will need more of these mediums. I use a lot of these mediums in the beginning, usually. We'll go ahead and do that. We'll grab a little bit of resin here. We'll tell it to do a medium. Thank you very much for the follow. We got Campbell coming in and Beep Shemeep coming in as well. Thank you very much. I butcher everybody's name. It's part of my charm, everybody. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. What are we doing? Medium storage. There we go. We're going to need one more resin. We've got a bunch of argon on us. Let's just throw it over here in a nice little pile. We'll clean all this stuff up later on when we start to get to really ramping up our resources. Let's go ahead, make a nice little medium. All of our other mediums are getting full. And see, what's going to happen is this is going to stop. The reason why it's going to stop is because it has no more space. And so we can move this over here. We can grab this iron off of there. We can unlock this. We can go ahead and run this back in like that. We can put this up here, flatten that out, run that back out again. And then if we've done it right, which it looks about right, let's see. We're off by one. So if we do that right, if you have the great balance between how many you got over here and how many are running out of this, you can actually do a little bit of a trick where you can go ahead and take this off of here, right? Grab this extra one. Then we'll hit enable output, which means input. That's going to go into there. And so now this is just going to grab that iron. So as it produces the iron and finishes the iron, it will automatically grab it and put it back in there. Now that we have a balance between it'll grab one, put it away, grab one, put it away, and so on. All the rest of those is going to do that automatically. Very, very cool. I love the automation in this game. Now, speaking of fun things, let's go ahead and do a battle as well. Now, if you do have a comment or question for me, my name is Kismet. Put Kismet in the chat. It'll highlight in red. I always come back to it. Let's go. To battle! All right, it's time to go to battle, everybody. We're going to get all clustered up here at the top. And we're going to go ahead and drop a little fast run for you guys. Let's see how it goes. Go ahead and get my hydrating on. All right. Over to Captain Chefs, give you guys some love. Hair Luna, River Dog, Subi getting some love. And Sita, I'll come overall MVP with the 15 kills there. One step closer to more loot. Getting those loot chests. Wow, look at all those guys. Wow, okay. I think one more time with the archer, and I think we got this. I'm just going to go right here at the center. Oh, no. 146 or 150. So close. So close on that one. We'll go ahead and try and get it a little closer next time. All right, we can hear that forge firing up, working away. Tons of extra argon now, tons of resin over here. We're looking pretty sharp now. We're getting a good amount of resources fired up and going along. Now, let's get back to our quests. Again, we're trying to make ourselves a probe here, create a probe scanner. Now, our probe scanner, we have unlocked over here. Let's go find out where it was. It was down here somewhere. Dynamite. There it is. Probe scanner. All right, so we're going to need steel. And so over here in our chemistry lab, we want to switch this back to steel. There we go. We've already got our argon there. We need carbon. We need iron. That's not that hard, right? We went and got the iron, so we've got plenty of iron now. We can grab this out of here. We can run this out, turn it around, grab it. We got our iron. And again, what was the other thing? I've already forgotten. Look, that's as long as my memory is, everybody. Sleep apnea sucks. It sucks real bad. It's hard to remember stuff. My wife will tell me something. Literally 2 seconds later, I'll forget whatever she's saying. It's a struggle, everybody. Everybody treats you like you're stupid. It's not my fault. I would go back to my ability to be able to remember stuff if I could. But, you know, you do the best you can in life. All right, there we go. There's our steel. All right, we got it. Now, where do we make this probe? Well, up here at the top, these things right here at the top, this is your backpack. This is a small printer, medium printer, large printer. And so it's telling us by the fact that we saw it in our smaller one here, in our backpack, that the probe scanner is made in our backpack. So we're going to hit Q. And then we're going to just buzz along here until we see that one in the upper right-hand corner. Why are you moving? Stop moving. Stand still. Until it starts to drop down. There we go. So only one thing in your backpack is going to be made with that steel. And there we go. Update, unlock, and print a probe scanner. Expiration item. Now, heck if I know what this is. Use an auxiliary slot to locate missing probes. Oh, yeah. Man, I've not done this in forever. This is something you put on your vehicle. Over there. Now, I wonder if that goes along with your radar. Huh. Gotta hit V, like Victor. I'm gonna say it's finding that one right there. Oh, out of power. It burned up all the power on my vehicle. Yeah, you hit V and it actually activates certain things that activate these two sides. Now, I actually have an RTG, so I can throw that in there. Now it'll keep it powered. Let's do it again. Oh, look, there's one ahead of us. It showed us on the radar that there was one ahead of us here. Oh, if I can get off this ammonium. It says it's this way. Let's go look for it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, one of the few vehicles that can go straight up a mountainside. Pretty fun. Says it's over this way somewhere. Whoa! Look out! That's a scary little spot. I don't think I've ever tried to go this high on the buggy. Well, I would say that's a yes. That's a definite yes up the side of that hill. Oh, God. Oh, God. Try to turn it around. There we go. Where is this thing? I don't think I've ever tried to climb this high with a buggy. Oh, God. And we flip. That's okay. Just hit F. You'll be fine. All right. Come on. Get up to the top. You know what? If we're going to do it, let's do it, everybody. Let's go to the tippy top. Ah! Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Now we're in trouble. Oh, no. Oh, no. Can Kismet recover? Can he recover? Ah, God, down the side of the hill. I knew that was going to end badly. This is why you watch my stream, everybody. You know something's going to end badly. It says we're this way. Ah, God, no, no. Down the side of the hill we go again. Oh, no, going off the rails. Wow. Oh, flip. All right, let's keep going. We're on a mission now. We got to find this thing. Is that... There it is! Well, that thing works good. And of course, it does show up in the radar. So yeah, let's check it out. Unclassified probe, attach probe scanner. Probe scanner. All right, let's do it. Again, we're just doing it by the quests in this playthrough. Probe scanner. Completed. Chasing Sizzle. Discovered Kepler Space Telescope. Is there a space telescope up there? Where's that at? I didn't know there was a space telescope. Cool. Oh, it took my thing too. Historical probe. Database entry 2009 37-2009. I can't pick it up. I'm trying to pick it up with my scanner. Won't let me pick it up. Kepler. So this is the Kepler Space Telescope. That's what that is. It landed on this planet. So yeah, man, I wish I could bring that. I'm gonna bring that back to my base. Hold on, let's push that down the hill. You know you can push stuff. You can if you bump it just right. You can also undermine stuff like this and have it fall in the direction, hopefully, that you want it to go. There it goes. And then also, you can give it a bump with you or with your vehicle. You can also shape out the ground and push it. Like that. Now, sometimes it gets a little wonky, so you got to do it real slow, I find. And then sometimes, if you do it totally weird, it'll go boing and go flying. Let's see if we can make it go flying. Oh yeah, it's having trouble now. Trying to make it go flying, because it's really funny when it does that. Oh yeah, here it goes. Getting warmed up. We moved it a little bit. But you get the idea. So you can push things. Oh, there it goes. Right back up where we had it. Pretty funny. The best thing also is you create yourself a little slide luge here where the item can just slide down. I find that works pretty well as well. So you just give it a little nudge and then it will just kind of wander its way down the hill, hopefully. And again, it's a little wonky, but yeah, you mess with it. You'll get it eventually. Oop. Get my vehicle out of the way. I mean, that's pretty cool that you can find various debris and stuff. I rarely ever use it. I think I used this when this first came out. This little thing that where you can find this stuff. Oops, a little too much there. Where you can find all these different real-life representations in game. Come on, get in the center there. There we go. Now, they also have a towing thing that you can tow it with, which is really fun as well. I rarely ever use the towing thing. I don't know. The way I like to do stuff, I like to fool around with game mechanics. Let's do that so it can't go back this way. Then we're going to go... Whoa, where'd it go? And it's gone, everybody. And it's gone. Now, that's what I was trying to show you. I don't know if it flew away or if it went underground. But that's the very thing I was trying to show you right there. What it will do is sometimes it'll get all glitched out and then it will literally launch the thing up over the mountain. And now it either went underground or it launched it. I didn't see it because it did it so quick. But that's pretty funny when that happens. But you get the idea. All right, we good. Now, back to our base. One of the few vehicles that can go over rocks and terrain because it has that suspension. You can still get stuck on stuff, but it does a pretty good job, at least better than the other ones, to try to get over the terrain. You're going to flip over a lot, things like that. Now, an easier way, of course, if I had a vehicle, and I prefer the other vehicles for this reason, is I can just cut my way through. Right? I don't have to worry about if there's a thing. I'm hitting the rock's making me hit the tree. My vehicle now spun around the wrong way. I've got to now get this. See, that's a lot of work to make your way through this stuff. Where if you had a larger vehicle with a shaper and a paver, I literally could just cut my way through, which is what I prefer. But I'm just trying to get off to the side here so we don't have to go over the mountain. And we're just going to tool around in between the garden area here and the mountainside, which I find probably one of the best ways to transition between one side and the other is this away. Rock. The more bumpy it is, the more annoying it is. Resources in the way. There we go. All right, now we're in the open spot. You can tool over here, high speed. Now, you can make roads and pave stuff and all that stuff, so you can just go full speed, which is always fun. But that was that quest. And again, we're going to try to power a planet today. So we're going to try to power the planet. Now, it's going to give us a solid fuel jump jet. Let's take a look at that. Right here. Look at this. Personal mobility device. A consumable device that provides an additional boost when jumping. Really? I don't think I've ever used that ever. I would imagine it goes to the top up here. Is that new? I think it's like a partial jetpack. Yeah, it's a partial jetpack. Yeah. I don't think I've ever used I used the other one, which is reusable. But this gonna give you an extra little boost. Oh, I forgot you can't land on that. When it's on the thing, it's not solid. But when it's off the thing, then it is a solid. But yeah, it's going to give you a little bit of a boost. Watch out. Because on the way down, you're going to take damage like I just did. So you can boost over stuff. Get up on top of stuff. Very cool. All right. Feel like they're not very useful for me. But they, add a little bit of something. We'll test it out. Again, we're trying to play through via the quest line. All right, now let's go ahead and look in here. What do we got? We got chasing signals again. We got that one done. Oh, that was a different quest we got done. This one gives us 5,000 research. There we go. Print an extractor, create hydrazine, activate a planet's core. Nope, not going to do that for a while. Not for a while. Not for a while. Find the remaining vintage probes. Oh, God, I got to find all 7 probes. That's going to be fun. We'll look for those. But I feel like that's more of a time-consuming one, so we'll come back to that one. What does that give you? That gives you 10,000 research. Yeah. Medium battery there. On the high-tech one, print an RTG. Nanocarbon alloy gives you a portable auctionator. All right, so we want to make sure not to undo. Oh, and this one gives you a medium shuttle. Oh, okay. So we don't want to unlock the medium shuttle because we want to basically unlock the items via the questing versus doing what I normally do, and I just build up tons of research and I just unlock everything. Which right now I've got 25,000 research. You're like, oh, Kismet, you made 15,000 research by doing nothing? Yep, just by automating it. Just keep on keeping on all day long, every day, all day, collecting that automated research. All right. What else we want to do? We want to go ahead and, which quest do you want to work on now? Powering the planet, maybe? That's going to take a while. I feel like I also want to bring some shelters. I've already got a shelter on Sylvia de Solo. We should have brought a shelter for Glacio. Little sneeze in action there. Don't want to sneeze in your ear. So yeah, we need to make some shelters. That's what we need to do. I can't remember a time that I've built more than one shelter just to see what the shelters look like. So let's go ahead and look at our shelters. Oh, this is going to be in the large printer. What do we do with our large printer? Right over here. Okay, shelters. Let's see. We've got our landing pad. Small shuttle. We've got a shelter. Small shuttle. All right, we got the regular shelter, which takes silicone and plastic. But, oh, it didn't unlock the pattern for that other shelter. So, silicone and plastic. Now, silicone, a little more difficult, but not too bad. We already got plastic down. Silicone is going to take methane. So, we're going to need to get our methane going on. We really need to get a lot of stuff going on. But we'll come back to that one, I think. Yeah, we'll come back to doing all that. I really want to do the wide mod, but again, I'm a little afraid I'm going to run into it in one of these quests. So I feel like the thing to do right now, activated plans quorum, create, we're going to work on an extractor. Let's see how much our extractor takes here. How much is our extractor? 2 steel, tungsten carbonide, and rubber. Do we have enough for steel? Maybe. Let's give that a try. All right, so we researched the auto extractor. Now this is going to be a bit more involved, and so we're going to move this over here like this and put that right up there. And then we're going to tell this to do steel. We're going to need to make 2 steel for this. We're going to need definitely more carbon. That's probably the easiest of all the stuff we got going. And how much carbon we got left? 1 more. Okay, so while we're doing this, making this steel, go ahead and look and see we got some organic laying around. I don't see it. Now this is a multiplayer game too, so you can hang out with your buddies. One person could be driving. You also got a crane where you could be craning and collecting up resources. Or one person's working on the base, the other person working on resources, or however you want to do it. Very, very fun multiplayer. We will be playing on the Mega server eventually. I'm right now playing through the game just to see all the new stuff. And then once we get through all the new stuff, get through all the questing, we'll switch over to the Mega server and allow you guys to come all join me. We'll have lots of fun. Getting that going on. All right. Oh, Pumpkin King starting up. Get that loot. Grab the loots. Okay. And so we've got some more organic we can just throw over here. Let that fire up. Okay, we got 1 steel. Again, we're trying to make an auto extractor. Tungsten carbonide and rubber as well. I believe we have some tungsten on there, so while we're waiting for that, let's make some tungsten carbonide right over here. Oh, we're going to need more carbon for that too. Let's do that first. Right over there. Again, this chemistry lab is super, super useful. Definitely, when you get into this stage, you're going to be using your chemistry station a lot, because you're going to be converting all these other resources that you're bringing from other planets, and you're converting them into the resources that you need in the moment, which I call second-tier resources. These are basically second-tier resources here, really third-tier, if you think about it, because you've got to get the original organic, then you have to convert it into carbon, and then from carbon, you then make the item, right? So it's really a third-tier item in there. And again, now we've got 1 target carbonite, 1 steel. We can also get rubber going on. Rubber also among the easiest. You need resin and organic. Now, hopefully I saved an organic, which may or may not have. Nope, doesn't look like I did. And so we'll have to get some more. Now, I can also use my centrifuge to make tons of organic. But I find you'll end up with tons of it, especially if you have some canisters. You can run around and just collect a crazy ton of it here. On this planet. In fact, you'll end up with it just laying around everywhere, especially when you get to your larger vehicles and you're running around. You just have organic laying all over the place. I usually do, and I very rarely ever go back and pick it up, because I usually have more than enough to just make it my centrifuge. Okay, there we go. The actual organic in there. Oh, wait, we already got a piece of rubber. Hold on. What do we do with that piece of rubber? We put it somewhere. There it is, right there. All right, we already got it. All right, awesome. And then we need to make one more steel here. And so we'll grab carbon from way over there. We'll run it over here. And what else? Iron we need. All right, iron. Do we have any more iron? Oh, yeah, we put a bunch of iron in this right here. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it! Oh, look at you guys battling out on the boss battle down there, getting the loot. Anytime you see a little timer pop up, you guys want to go exclamation join with warrior, priest, or mage, and you can join them down there. Now, I will be taking those NPCs away, I think, next month on May 1st. And you will no longer have NPCs, so you guys will all have to work together in the chat to bring in those big W's. I feel like that's kind of, give you like a month to get it down and figure it out and all that stuff. And then I will be pulling those NPCs. All right, what else can we take off us here temporarily? We don't need to keep that small turbine on us. Let's get that steel. All right, now we're going to make some stuff right here. Not that. We are going to make an auto extractor. And so we got to rotate this around until it says auto extractor. There we go. Now, this is one of my favorite additions to the game because I am a big fan of automating stuff, right? I do the same thing in No Man's Sky where I'm making like $500 million every time I log in. I'm doing the same thing in this game, which is automated my research. Also in Satisfactory, automating all the pieces and parts in there. I love that style of building along with automation. I feel like it's really, really fun. I did the same thing in Fallout 4, by the way. Did you know I had a mega auto sorter that would sort all my loot for me? I would put it in the workbench and it would just go and sort it all. You're like, Kismet, I want to do that now in Fallout 4. How do you do that? Well, you can check it out on the YouTube channel. I have lots of guides up there. I'll go ahead and throw that social media there in the chat. Click on that YouTube. Make sure to hit that subscribe up there. Just search for my guides in there, Kismet Guides. You'll find them in there. You can also find them on my Discord as well. You can go on there. There's little areas in there for guides and highlights and all sorts of fun stuff. Feel free to check all of that out. It'll help you out a bunch. There you go. There you go. Now, you got to get it going on before it goes into boss battle mode. In fact, let me start you up another boss battle since you guys now know. I'll give you guys another shot at it. I'll give you another easy boss battle where you guys can all work together. All right, get ready. Exclamation join in the chat. Exclamation join as a warrior, priest, or mage. And, of course, you can earn more stuff. Whenever you see that counter right there, you want to go ahead and, oh, I better join, right? Whenever you see that counter right there, I'm going to make a noise for it, too. Eventually, where it'll come up and go, da, 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 quick, the battle is preparing, or something like that, where it'll let you know auditory-wise in there, so you know when those battles start out. Because sometimes you miss them. You know, you miss them, it went by, you didn't see the timer in time, and then, bam, you're bumming. All right, so we're going to use our extractor here. And I love these big extractors, because these are just like you set them and forget them. And so we're going to do that here in just a moment. These also require a lot of power as well. Things are big, aren't they? There's a reason why they're being made in a large printer. There we go, another Pumpkin King firing up. Now, my favorite thing with these, by the way, is to set the RTG on the top. This way, it doesn't put any resources up there. And I'm literally just going to walk it right over here. Real close to our base. And then I'm going to flatten this out up here. And let's see how much we can get over here without extracting too much. Just right by our base. And this is why I'll move my base later. Is so I'm getting a real good extraction. Now, when we put this down, we can put it down on the ground level, or you can actually attach it to the wall. You can attach it to the ceiling. You can do the same thing also with other stuff. But this just has just a little bit of resource. How do we know? That little green meter there is telling you how much resources is under that particular thing. Now, if we had some other resources like ammonium, stuff like that, it'll actually grab whatever that particular resource is. And so we're going to go ahead and move it over here. What about over here? How's our resource? Very, very little. All right. Again, you want to find that optimum spot in which you'll find the resource. Now, I've already, again, taken out most of these resources, so it's not really going to do me too good right there. You want to have basically undisturbed resources so that it grabs the maximum amount. I'm going to go ahead and move this over here. Now, I could repackage this, put it on a vehicle, drive it where it needs to be. But we're going to move over this way. Now, another thing you can do is actually find resources that are underground. I'm going to give it a try here that I might not have seen just by seeing that little green light light up. All right, and I'll go around, sometimes take a little sample of the area. It might be something underground that we can't see. Maybe something over here. Nope. That looks like a little hole there. You never know. Might be something under there. Again, so you can take samples of what's under the ground. Now, there's also a bunch of resin right here, and I never run out of resin. Usually, I mean, I never have enough resin. I'm always running out of resin. That's a better way of saying that. And so we can tap into this resin here that we've kind of cut out a little bit. And we can see that there's a low density over there. Let's go ahead and try right here where we see all these nodes. Try to get the snap in there. Oh, okay, there we go. We got a little bit extra density there. That's looking good. How convenient that our solar just happens to be out here as well. I didn't do that on purpose. If I do it on purpose, I will let you know. But it just so happens that all the rest of our power chains all the way out here. And there we go. We can go ahead and start this up. There we go. And it draws 8 power while it's extracting, except for there's a problem of it's going to extract some resources and then fill up and stop. And that's not going to help us, is it? No. So let's run back over here. And we can use our little jetpack. Give us a little boost. And I'm going to go ahead and take all this off of here. And I'm going to swipe this right here, because I'm going to need this. Disconnect that. Fill this back in here. I hate how you can't see the bottom parts of those. I really wish they would make it where you can see the bottom part when you're rotating those. I mean, a great quality of life thing that they could add, where you see it as like a little blue halo, and you're able to go in and do it. Oh, there we go. We got that done. So it extracted its first resource while we were busy getting this going on. Now, one of the things that I'll typically use is one of these to aim right at the actual item here, the actual extractor. So you can keep that perpetual extraction going, at least as much as it can before it runs out of resources. And then we'll go over here, and I'm just going to run this out just a little bit, like this, onto this, just so it has a little bit of room so you can see it happening. All right, good enough. Put that over there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to scalp one of these lifters over here. Let's say this one, which is currently not in use. Put those there. And we're going to go ahead and turn that off. Oh, we can't turn it off when it's not on a platform. Well, let's go ahead and move this over this way. And say something like that. All right, and then we're going to grab our canister, which is right here. And I'm just going to go ahead and move these things forward manually. You can put them on a vehicle and do it as well. I love the sound of the extractor as well as how well the extractor works to do what it's supposed to do, right? So as you can see on the top there's two of them already on the top, and it's about to stop as well. Again, we'll turn that off for right now. And I want to let that finish just so you guys can see. But I'm going to tap into some power over here and utilize the power this way. So I'm going to go ahead and take this and try to connect it into there. And then we'll run this out. Doesn't matter. You can do it from the front too. Just as long as it's connecting and going in both directions, you'll be fine. Now, eventually that's going to stop like that. Now, why did it stop? Again, the inventory is being used up. Now, your auto arm here has two sides. It has the what's called the green side, which is hard to see because it's green on green. But it has kind of like a lighter side, and then the blue side. Blue side is your output, where it's going to put it, and green is where it's going to grab it from. Now, we obviously need this to be a little bit closer. So we're going to move that a little bit closer so it's basically got it over the whole entire thing, so it'll also grab it from up top, hopefully. We'll go ahead and turn that on. And that's now going to grab it and put it into there. So now we've automated the process of it extracting as well as it putting away. And that's it. Set it and forget it and walk away. Now it's going to do that job for you, which is awesome. It's going to collect us tons and tons of resin over there. So let's see. What do we get for that? Large resource canister. Oh, yeah. Now we talk it. Now we can just literally walk over here. Oh, that's a good quest. I'm glad I did that one. Because you never have enough resin, everybody. You're always running out of resin. Now, this is the smaller one. This is the medium resource canister. And this is the large one. Let's go ahead and fire that one up. Look at that one, everybody. So we're going to transfer out of this one, and we're going to put it in the big one. Let's rotate it a little bit. Hold on. Let's rotate it so we can see it. There we go. Now, it doesn't look like there's much in there, but there's like 10 of them in there right now. We're going to run a bunch in there, and you're going to see the side of it start to fill up. There we go. And there we go. Now we want to make sure that we have enough space. Now I'm going to leave that on there and leave it as output. And we're going to watch it extract one of these and see how it works. Now you always want to watch to make sure that it is working. There it goes. Grabbed it. It put it into that one, went through that one, and went into the other one. Right? It didn't automatically put it in that one. So we don't really need this canister here. So we're going to run this canister back while it's extracting. And then we'll come back and we'll look at it, see what it does. We definitely can use this that elsewhere. Now this does take a while. It's not like all of a sudden it's going to extract 1,000 of the resources out of there. But what do you care? As long as it's running while you're busy doing something else, that's the way to go. Let's let it watch it do one more time. Now you don't want to walk away and tell you sure that this is going to work, right? Now, normally I use RTGs with these. I put RTGs with them in the standalone. They don't have to tie into my main base. But we want to make sure that it does work before we walk away. That would be a yes. That is functioning, and so that'll just collect a good amount of resources there. Of course, the more cluster of resources underneath, the more it's going to extract, the more it'll fill up those large containers. All right, we got that done. We're ready for a battle as well. Let's see. Create hydrazine. Activate the planet's core. So I feel like we'll do hydrazine, and then we got to get busy on the planet's core. We're not going to get it done in time. We may still not get it done. All right, hydrazine right over here. So we'll go over here. We'll tell it we want to create some hydrazine. Again, you'll see that this becomes the center of your gameplay. So we need 2 ammonium and then some hydrogen, right? Now, we've been extracting some hydrogen over here. We're going to run some of that out. We're going to put that right over there. There we go. Now, we also need some ammonium. Now, I can run some in the centrifuge and all of that, but we did see some ammonium while we were tooling around. Right over this way. Woo. Woo. Right over that way. Let's go take a look. Let's try to crash into every single thing we possibly can between here and there. At least that's what I'm going to do. And I saw something right over here, so we got a pretty good node here. Now, I actually would suggest to take that large thing. If I was really serious about setting up all my extraction here, I would actually take that and put it on the ammonium, because you're going to get more ammonium from the extractor. But I'm going to see how lucky we get here. That's actually a pretty good node. Yep, that's a pretty good node in there. Sometimes, you know, it's hit and miss. You get a bunch or you get none at all. That's usually how it goes. Now, I don't need the organic right now, and I don't need the compound. We'll take those out. I just need a bit of this. You got 4? Yep. All right. Awesome. Probably using the buggy more than I've ever used in the entire game. Just because it gave us a free one. I normally don't make the buggies, but they are kind of fun to tool around. They go from place to place. Oh, we're going over this way anyway. We going this way. Let's just cover that up. Like that. Okay, nice. And then over here, we're going to make some hydrazine. Now, we got a bit of a problem. I can see my batteries are getting low. We'll see how good it goes. Make our first hydrazine in this playthrough. Start battle, please. I will when I feel like doing it, Mickey. I did hear the battle. Don't worry. I will start it up when I am done doing what I'm doing. I'm not beholden to anybody else. I do lots and lots of battles here in the stream. So you don't need to remind me, but I do appreciate you reminding me. I do have sleep apnea and vertigo, so sometimes I do forget, but I can hear the battle, and I actually have a separate screen where I have the battle, and it's up there flashing in my face right now saying start battle, start battle, start battle. So I do see it, but I do appreciate you coming in and having my back. Okay, we got our hydrazine thruster. Let's turn in this quest, and then we will do the battle. Again, try to stay focused on what I'm doing, because I do have issues getting sidetracked quite easy. Now, we're going to get our hydrazine thruster. Yeah, baby! Sweetness! Now, our hydrazine thruster is awesome, because this one right here is basically like, you know, a 2-use. You launch from this planet, you land on another planet, you launch from that planet, and then it's broken. But when you have your hydrazine thruster, you can make multiple trips. And normally I unlock the hydrazine thruster, but apparently unnecessary if you are doing the quest. And then we want to take the hydrazine and plug it in there so we can now do multiple trips on our vehicle. Very cool. Digging it. Now, the only other one I see that we have that we could probably get done today is the core. But let's see if we got anything else that it just unlocked. RTG, schematics, and finding the vintage probes. All right, I feel like we're getting to a point where we're running out of quests that we can do in the short term. But I definitely want to eventually get the safe houses done. Because that's literally going to give me... Oh, where'd safe houses go? That's going to get me 2 QRTGs. That's awesome. And then the medium shuttle. So we're not gonna unlock the medium shuttle. We're gonna do it via the quest because we know that now as a goal. So that's why I'm not unlocking stuff so I can see what all the quests are. I don't want to, bypass the quests. Basically, you don't have to do any quests at all. By the way, you can bypass them. You can get a bunch of research like me, 20,000 research, and just unlock it all if you want. Old school way. All right, we got that done. We are ready to go to another planet and get that going on. So while we're wandering to another planet, we'll go ahead and do this battle. Let's go. To battle! All right, it's battle time, everybody. Let's fire it up. We're going to go ahead and put this right down here. It's going to be a battle royale. Here we go. Let's get it going on. Look at that. Easy peasy. Great job, everybody. How many units? 81 units there. Very nice. Open the captain chest. Grab some rewards. Harry Luna, Blue Kronos, Reaper, Braid McQuaid, and Riverdog. Getting 50 gold there. Nice. Sita putting up the big numbers. 25 kills. Congrats on that. Going back to the map. Let's go ahead and get you guys some gold as well. Let's see. Oh, this one's going to be tough. Lot of defenses there. Not so much here. Might be able to slip through the top side. Well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and put my Tycoon right here. The Wasteland Tycoon. That's me right there. And try to slip under here and take care of this boss. I would definitely put your rogues way in the back. Maybe right here. You might be able to slip through to get to that gold. But I would definitely say back. Maybe back upper area, because you don't want your rogues to run down here and get into all of this, because you're probably going to die. So yeah, upper back area, back here. This way, when these guys move down and these guys move down, you can try to run around them, try to grab that loot. That's my suggestion, but they're your units. Do whatever you want with them. Let's do it. All right, now I'm sitting outside the planet here, orbiting the planet. And then we are going to go ahead and go to another planet to get this going on. And I forget what the heck I was doing, too. See, I got sidetracked by the battle, and now I forgot what I was doing, because I have sleep apnea, and it's very hard for me to remember. We're powering up a planet. So we're going to Disolo. Now, Disolo is actually one of the easiest places to power up the planet. I'll show you why. We'll get over there. And that's, if you'll notice, it has different bubbles here. But if we speed up here, which we can hit W to speed up the rotation, they've added that a couple things ago. You're going to see that it's got one here. And as we go around, there's another one here. So it's got 2 around that way. So basically, it has 2 nodes, and that's kind of where we have our base right there. So I'm going to click on that one, and I'm going to land right there. Now, also, you'll notice that I put down a landing pad and create an extension for it, and even put a little shelter down that we got from our quest over here. So if we do want to save, we can go in our ship, or we can go into there, and there we are. We're good. We're good. Now, also that I noticed that the landing pads also have a mission log, so you can turn in your mission logs elsewhere. Now, it just so happens we are right next to one of these gigantic monoliths, or beacons, as I like to call them, big beacons. And we need to put some power in there, right? We got to get some power generated. We got to generate enough power that we can go ahead and turn this thing on. Now, I'm just going to take a generator just to give you an idea. We're going to take that generator, and we're going to put that in there, and we're going to power it up. Now, that's about, a little less than a quarter. of what we need. So let's turn that off. And let's see if we can just do it by what power that we currently have. Now, here's a great little trick. You can actually use your vehicle you see I've got a little tractor here, which I love these tractors. You can use your vehicle actually as a power source. Depending on the vehicle is how well it will work as a way of running that power in. Now I can take it and I can run it this way, and then it actually tells it it's going to go into the thing, right? And it drained it of its power. But also I can use the front of this with my little mini RTG here, and I could put that on there, and that's going to supply it with a little bit of power too, right? So now we've got a little bit of power there. Can we use this shelter for power? Oh, maybe we can put that in there, but there's no other connection on the front of here as well. So a lot of different things that we could do. Let's get that back like this. So let's move this vehicle up a little bit like that. Let's go ahead and utilize our shelter. See if we can reach that over there and see how much power our shelter gives off. Just a little bit, but hey, you know what? Better than nothing, right? Just a barely little bit there. What do we got here? Auctionator. Oh, okay. I had no idea that I even brought one. Auctionator there. We've got some solar power and some wind power. And actually, the sun's coming through right now. And so let's get this solar power actually out in the sun. If I can click on it. There we go. Out here in the sun. Say right there. And then we're going to run that into our base. Now you definitely want to keep it where it's just beyond, like this, just beyond the shadow of your monolith here. So it's not causing a shadow over it, so it can have sun all the time. Let's see how much power we got now. There we go. And then a generator. Oh, now we're getting in there, right? Now we're getting it going on. Now I wonder if this has any slots. Oh, it does have a slot on the top. Let's put that in there, and now we can use that as our power as well. Generator on. Oh, a little more than half. All right, now we're getting somewhere. We lost our solar power because the sun went down. No worries. We're also going to connect our wind power in. We're just going to kind of scalp as much power as we can. And then we can make more power. More generators. And so, let's go ahead. Make a few more small generators. I don't know why I brought my ammonium. I could have left that back where I was. Okay, and let's just tie these in. How many plugs this got? I think only 2. Okay, we'll tie these in over here. So we know that one generator is a little less than a quarter. And that we add 2 more, that would be about 75%. But we don't want to start it yet. We want to make sure that we can do it all at the same time, because it does require a continuous resource, a continuous power. Let's go over here. Look at these organics just flying all over the place. Tons of them. Let's get this off of me. Give ourselves a little more room in there. More generator power. Now we got both our solar power going. We've got our generator there going. Those generators going. Aha! Now, will we have enough sustained power to make that happen? Let's see. See if we get it before the sun goes down. Because the sun's going down, we might lose power. Oh, I'm actually hoping it does, just so you can see what happens. Yep, there we go. Now, see it start going back up again? It's starting to go back up again because it doesn't have enough power. So it basically is not going to power the thing up. It's just a little bit short because we lost our solar power and our wind power is not running. And that's okay, because you can always work around that. I wouldn't necessarily rely on solar power on this particular planet. Let's make one more generator. Let's turn all these generators off for right now. There we go. Turn it back on. And there we go. Now, we also have some wind power kicked in for just a moment there. I saw that the thing went up and back down again. And so, in this particular planet, since it's only like the second planet in, it's really a moon of your main planet, that it doesn't require a lot of power. The more you get to the harder and harder planets, the more and more power it needs to power these up. Oh, here we go. And there we go. Number one, powered up. Now, we know what the ratio is now, so we can grab these generators, turn them off, maybe take our thing off, which I'm definitely not going to use. Put these generators up here, turn these off, grab those generators, grab this power, grab that power, and of course our QRTG. Let's leave that turbine. Let's go with that. Put our light over there for right now. There we go. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get that going. Now, because we have the hydrazine thruster, we are pretty styling because we can do a whole bunch of things with that. I'm not sure if we have any quartz down here. Let's run down here and see if we can find some quartz. See, I was doing a bit of shaping there. I shaped a flat area going in this direction, most likely where our... Oh, look at this. Most likely where our tungsten is. Yep, our wolframite. And then I don't see any other resources, but it's down here. It's on every single planet, so it's definitely down here. We can go looking for that. Now, remember, I don't have any tethers, so I could suffocate to death, or, of course, if I went and just got the resin, I could make the oxygenators be fine. And be just fine. Okay. Now, speaking of resin, let's go ahead and switch this to our oxygen filter. There we go. We can put that in our backpack, and that'll be an extra one for if we do happen to run out of oxygen. Now, let's go ahead and go back in our vehicle. I was looking for a way of making another beacon, but I think we'll be fine. Let's go ahead and launch into orbit. Oh, you know what I could have done is I could have took my red beacon out of there. I could have taken my red beacon out of there and used that because I have the shelter beacon there. So I'm going to go around until I get close to this one right here. That one's not that close. And let's see, what's the closest one to this one? Ugh, there's nothing close to it. Nothing really close to that one. All right, here's a good idea. Let's just go ahead and do it old school. I feel like we're going to do it old school. Let's go. All right, and you know what I need to do? I need AFK for just a second here. My air conditioning is just running and running and running and freezing my legs right now. I'll be right back. Enjoy these AFK highlights while I'm AFK. There we go. All right, some nice 7 Days to Die action there for you. Some nice highlights while you guys are waiting. What's up, everybody? Again, thank you for hanging out in the stream. We are working on powering up our planet early game. Very rarely do I do it this early game, but we're going to get it going on. Let's see, we got a bunch of generators on us, and what we need to do is we need to get to the other side of the planet so that we can go ahead and power up that other side. Now, one of the things that we can do is just go on a grand journey, right? And go in here, grab the tractor, and then we can use our new radar to try to find other stuff. Now, it's saying that that little purple circle is saying that the other one is that way. Or maybe it's tracking the one we're on. We'll find out. Let's just flip over, do some pro driving there, and just let it lead us where we want to go. Now, one of the cool things about the vehicle, again, is it acts as an oxygenator. So I don't need to bring an oxygenator or nothing like that unless I'm going to do tethers or something off my vehicle. which I'm totally not going to. Uh-oh. A little bit of a problem. You know, I forgot to bring my other QRTG as well. Watch out for these things. Oh, God. Now we're in trouble. Run for it! Yeah. See, it won't attack my vehicle, but it will definitely attack me. So I got to watch out. There we go. And so now I put that QRTG in there, and it has an infinite source of power. And so I can just tool around as long as I want to go. So instead of taking the ship there, which normally I would put a landing pad nearby, I'll just go ahead and drive. Now, if you notice as I'm driving around, you're going to see a lot of ammonium on this planet. I mean, a lot. And this is usually where I farm my ammonium. Sometimes three nodes are clustered together, and you can put 3 of your large extractors there and just literally make hydrazine for days up in here. But we got a lot of mountains to climb and places to go and little areas to run around, so we're just going to go for it. Pro. Work my way out of there. Yeah, notice this one's not as good as the buggy. Takes longer. You're sliding all over the place. Especially without the trailer, it's more prone to flip over, which was absolute perfect timing there. Right there as it flips over. But you can't add a trailer to stabilize it. Sometimes I just let it flip over on purpose just so I can hit F. Now, sometimes I also feel like it's better to just walk. And then when you need the vehicle, you can utilize it. Like right now, see that graphite right there? I could grab that graphite and use it to package this vehicle. And just carry the vehicle instead of driving with it. Certain planets are a lot harder than other planets. This particular planet is very hilly, as you can see. But we can always shape our way out. We could also bring a way of flattening our flattener as well as our drill bit. And we can actually use our drill bit on our small little tractor. Create a little way up into there. Try to get this turned around. So awkward. The driving in this game is awkward. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. It's very awkward, especially when you're using trailers and things like that. The trailer doesn't turn like a real trailer does. It's really awkward. But eventually you get used to it. I'll take that out just so I can flatten this all out. But as long as we got power and as long as we got oxygen, we can go as far or wherever we want to go. I made myself a little tunnel to work my way out of here. YOLO off the top rope. Nailed it. All right, we're out. I love the fact that you got the radar while you're on the vehicle now, too. That really does add a lot of fun to the vehicle. So we're just going to go on a grand adventure. Now, again, normally I find way easier to just land nearby with your rocket ship. Because we're going to have a problem once we get over here. And that is, we're going to have to get back. We're going to have to get back and get this fired up. Whoa, look at all this up here. Nice. Oh, zinc at the root level. Lots of zinc laying around there. And again, let's just keep going. Oh, we can see it off in the distance now. Went on 2 wheels there. Just gonna head right for it. Whoa! Boink! Now with the buggy, you would have already been there by now. Because it goes way faster. Okay, we found it. Now we're going to run up here. And we're going to do the same thing. Some extra organic there. And we're just going to put all this stuff in here. Yeah, you don't have to make a fancy smancy thing. Alright, see, and we're going to have a problem with our organic running out. While that's doing that, I strongly suggest collecting tons of organic. You'll find it just laying around. You have tons of it, tons and tons and tons of it. Also good to probably move our vehicle a little closer so we don't have to run all the way over here every time we need some oxygen. That works. And then now, let's go ahead and do some full-size ones in there. And there we go. So all you really need, I didn't even need the solar and all of that. I go ahead and just run that. I'm not even using my mini RTG. Just 4 of those on this particular planet is going to power this up, regardless of whether there's wind or if there is sunlight. Now this might trip us up, that last one. If it doesn't power up before that one runs out of power, we'll see. And we good. All right. So let's go ahead and turn these off. Grab all these back. Oh, my backpack's full. Let's go ahead and put down that organic. Okay, now spoiler alert, everybody. I'm about to show you what these do. And if you don't want to know what these do, I suggest to look away because I'm about to tell you. All right, I'll give you a spoiler alert. Give you 5 seconds heads up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, now these things right here are actual teleporters. That's why they're called gateways. They will allow me to teleport around. So you're like, well, Kismet, you ran all the way over here, or you got to drive all the way back. Well, that's actually not entirely true. I don't have to run all the way back. And if I had some of that graphite, I could actually go in and use the graphite to put this onto my backpack and take that with me. But I've definitely oh, I do have some graphite. Oh, hold on. I take that back. I put some on my backpack accidentally and had no idea it was even there. Let's go ahead. Oh, that's power cells now. Graphite is power cells, huh? Or maybe it was or maybe it was power cells all this time. I never make power cells. I make packagers. Packagers is what I'm looking for. And so we'll grab our small generator. Those are cheap. Make sure we get our RTG back. Put our vehicle in a package. Put that package onto our backpack. And see, all the rest of this stuff, that's okay. You can always remake that stuff. I'll just leave it here. So what we'll do is, instead of walking all the way back, we'll look at where we currently are, right? One's going to say active, and then the other one's going to not have an active on there, right? It says surface elevation and all that stuff. That's usually where you are, called the origin node, right? Or that is where you are. That's the origin node. That's where you are. So you're in basically number 2. And then this one's equator number 1. And so we're going to go ahead and click that. And off we go. I rarely ever unlock it this early. I think only in one of my playthroughs have I ever unlocked it that early. And there we go. So now that just teleports us back there and we go back and forth. Now what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to power up this particular spot as well. And we're going to need that vehicle because we're going to go way, way down into the actual center of the planet itself. We're going to do it right now. Let's go. So let's go ahead and... oh, I got to power that up first. Power that up a bit. We're not going to need the generators, so let's take the generators off. We're not going to need the solar power. We're not going to need... might need some compound. Let's just take all this stuff off of us so we're not lugging that stuff around. We don't even need our solid fuel generators anymore because we have the hydrazine, but we'll keep it just in case. Let's go. Okay, so that's now powered up. Let's just go over here, out here a little bit, kind of feeling like right about here. And we're going to start making our way down. Now I'm going to put this as fairly steep since we're going to go to the center of the planet. And just do what I do before. All right, you make the entrance pretty wide, just so it's easy to find later on, and so on. And you see I ran out of power. But let me go ahead and put my QRTG on me. As long as it's directly on me, I find that I don't run out of power if I don't have the wide mod on. This is with the boost mod and a level 2 drill bit, or I mean level 1 drill bit. Then once we get it started, we'll go ahead and just cut a whole bunch of this out. I'm holding down control, by the way. And we're going to make our way down to the first level. All the resources you want to run into while you're going down, resin is a good one. Look at those resin nodes. Wow. All right. Nice big cluster of resin. Now, why do we need a cluster of resin? That's because we're going to go ahead and switch this around to oxygen filter. We're going to go ahead and make one of those. Take a little bit of this resin out. There we go. Organic, don't really need it. Let's just drop it. And let's keep going. Now, I'm eventually going to do what I call the breakthrough, where you break through into another level. In this case, we're breaking through there. Now, we already had a way down previously, but this particular one I'm going to make real steep just so we can get down to the lower levels quicker. Now, another thing I can do is I can bring my vehicle along with me, but I don't need to as long as I've got resin. If I've got resin, I am good. I need power and then oxygen. And I've got power because I got my QRTG. And I've got plenty of oxygen because I have plenty of resin. Let's get that quartz off of me. Resin wandered off over there. All right. So let's go ahead and take out these baddies who are going to be in my way. Now, normally what I do is I do what I call a switchback, where you come down, you come to the first level, you flatten it, then you go down again, and then, you know, it's kind of like in a parking structure, right, where it has that kind of going up. Where in this case, I'm just going to go straight down. I'm just going to keep going and keep going. And we'll clear that out a little bit, and we'll just go ahead and make this. Now, these QRTGs make this easy, right? Allows me to just keep going and going and going. Now, there will be a part where I'll run into trouble. We'll see what happens. Again, holding down control to keep the same angle as the rest of my ramp. You can very easily get confused whether you're going down or whether you're going up. This is why I try to maintain the same level as I'm going, so that it will break through and end up on another level. Now, if I run out of dirt, all of a sudden, boom, I will fall to my death if I walk off the side of this ramp. But I'm just going to work my way through, and we can go ahead and see where the next level is down there. I'm just going to keep this one ramp going. Now, another thing I can do is if my ramp starts to flatten out where it's not really steep. How do I know it's not steep? It's because I'm not sliding on it. When I'm going along and the ramp's not steep, it will definitely just feel like you're walking forward, and thus it's going to take longer. Now, if I was going to change the angle of this ramp, I would do it inside here, because that's going to make it way easier. And so now I'm going to go ahead and do something more like this. And then if my guy gets on there, you're going to see he start to slide. Now, if it's too steep, I could slide off there and die. So watch out for that. And so I'm going to bring this up just a little bit there so my guy can stand. And then go like this. Dig my way down. And then we're actually to the next level. Right here. And we can look for resources on here. Or we just say, forget that. We're going to keep going down more. Again, you often have to change the angle, the steepness angle, as you go from level to level. So let's just keep going this way, see how we do. Now, right now, I'm getting low oxygen. Quick, make an oxygen filter. It's going to let me. Oh, God. Maybe death coming on. I can't click it. There we go. Nope, nope, might not make it. Oh, I think you could have cut it any closer than that, everybody. That literally was the very last second. All right, very nice. Let's keep on going. I love to just cut it right to the edge. Battle time as well. We'll go ahead and get that battle fired up here in just a moment. Let's keep digging down. Oh, look, there's another layer right there. Oh, bad guy shooting at me. Oh, he actually did some damage to me, too. Watch out for them bad guys. And here we are to another level right here. There we go. Looking good. I kind of feel like here's a good time to steepen the angle a bit. Like this. And keep on keeping on. Remember, I'm using no tethers, and I'm not even using my vehicle this time. Just using tons of resin. Shaping my way down. To there. That is the center of this planet, everybody. Now, I am not going to go down that way, because that is a terrible way to go down. So we're going to back up to the previous level where we were up here, and I'm going to show you a better way. First we're going to do this battle though, but right here is a good place to stop, and then I would cover this up like that. Cover that up. Let's go ahead and make another oxygen filter so while we're doing this battle I don't end up dying, and let's go to battle. All right, here we go. Hey, morning, Papa Dude. You going for the core, Kismet? Yeah, we're going to do this quest where we power up a core of a planet. We're going to core it right now. Let's see how we do. Oh, so close there, Rogue. So close. That's why you want to be the ones in the back like these guys. Look at these smart peeps in the back here. Oh, no, they went through the center. Oh, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. I thought my group was going to come up here, but apparently we went down instead. I have no control over that. Good try, though, everybody. Good try. Long battle. My oxygen is running out. I got, luckily, plenty of resin. All right. Open the captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Blue Chrono, Subi, Dovey, Reaper, and Bronson Plays all getting some love. How many units? We had 100 units. All right. There's 1,000 more Kizcats for you guys. Crushing those units there. Sita coming in overall MVP with the 21 kills. Absolutely crushing it. More loot for you guys. How are we looking on time? Plenty of time. Lots of battles we're going to get going on. Oh my goodness. Look at this one. That's definitely going to call for the Wasteland Tycoon. I feel like this side's the heaviest side. So I'm going to call in my full level tank to help you guys out. All right, let's get back to it. Power cells used to be zinc, says Minecraft. I thought so. Again, I rarely ever do power cells. Same thing with oxygenator. I rarely do oxygenator either. All right, so we brought some quartz with us, which is a smart idea. Because what we can do is we go ahead and create a beacon. Now we got our radar. These beacons are way, way more useful. And so we're going to put that right there. And I'm actually going to make that an orange one. I passed it. An orange one, which is kind of my wayfinding color that I use, right, to find my way back. So if I use my radar, I can look around and, okay, the orange one is right where I'm at. So we're going to go ahead and just run off to the side here. We're going to look around. Now, see these little green guys right here? These are the guys that are shooting at me. Oh, look at this cool research item there. These are the guys that's shooting at me, and what you need to do is shape under them like that. Stay away from that little green cloud, because it will actually follow you, by the way. Stay away from that so you don't die. Now, let's go back and make an oxygenator. Our oxygen filter. There we go. Oh, we got another one back here we should grab while we're at it. Now, we're also going to have a bit lower gravity, but I do remember leaving an extra one right there. All right. Come on, fingers, work with me. And then, once again, we'll give this another try. Now, I could try to get the research and stuff for that. I'm not going to bother. We're going to run this way. Watch out for holes that make you fall into the middle of the planet. You don't want to do that. There's another bad guy down there. Always watching for bad guys. Go up here. Nothing here. Okay, so nothing in this direction. Let's go this way. Nothing over here. Oh, boy. Oh, it's going to be one of these. It's going to be one of these, everybody. Now, again, when you're looking for something, can't find it, not looking for it, tripping over it like crazy. Now, let's go ahead, since we just happen to have some more quartz here. We'll grab that, and we're also going to make... Oh, I'm going to make another oxygen filter, I guess. My mouse is acting crazy. I'm going to go ahead and make also another beacon. There it is. And another. Be ready to do another oxygen filter. Okay. So what we're looking for is we're looking for a way down. That's a lot smoother than just jumping off the edge. And I've jumped off the edge many times. It's very fun. But I'm trying to find a spot. Let's try to go through here. Just a spot that's nearby where I came down my ramp. So I can go ahead and do it. Now, sometimes you have like this, where it's clustered together. You have a big density of mountain sides here and whatnot. And so you got to just kind of cut your way through and see if you end up seeing something that's going to help you a lot. And I just go with my instincts, right? Whatever direction my instincts say to go, that's the way I go. And whatnot. Now, normally this would be a really scary thing. And the reason why is you would get lost very easily in here without your radar and without your beacons. But I usually find my way back anyway. But I don't see it on here. I wonder if they've revised that or I'm just not seeing it. It's very unlucky. Very unlucky for right now. It happens. Let's just keep going this way. See where this takes me. Another bad guy shooting at me. I can hear him. Oh, he's down there. No such luck. Now, I'm trying to get lost on purpose so we can try to find our way back. Now, there's going to be an easy way to find your way back, and I usually use these for wayfinding, and that's actually my shaping. Right, so the shaping I'm doing is actually going to help me find my way back later on as I kind of shape through ramps and things like that. I can just follow my ramp back to where I came from. And that's kind of the old school way of wandering around. Man, I can't believe I found one. Usually you find one by now. And what I'm looking for is the top of some of this navigation. And I don't see any of it. I see a whole lot of nothing. And I've got 2 left. Now, that's telling me, hey, you're now on your reserve of resin. Now, there's no resin down here, at least unless we find some right there. And look how we found some unique resources down here. Some wolframite and laterite just sitting there. But it's telling me, hey, Kismet, you're getting low, bro. you're getting low, and so you don't have your vehicle to rely on. And so you probably want to make your way back. Now, again, see all the shaping I've done? I can just follow my shaping of where I've done it. Now, I kind of feel like I came through here. So I'm going to go through there. Yep, look, in that gray, that light gray is telling you shaped there. And I'll look around, say, did I shape anywhere here? No. And so it basically means that I'm getting close to where the entrance is, and it's right here. Now, again, I don't have enough oxygen filters to last me, so I'm going to make one more oxygen filter and not enough resin. So now's a good time just to say, okay, I'm going to come back to that and start to work your way back up. Now, as you go down different levels, and I did this in my very first playthrough, as you go down, see how steep that is? Look, I can't even get up from there. It's too steep. Again, that could get you killed right there. Let's go ahead and do something like this. There we go. That'll take us up to our other level here. Let's go ahead and fix this a little bit. Okay. And so what we'll do is just kind of backtrack back up again to where we saw the resin. And I've gone through each level, like I was saying before, and catalog what each and every level have on every single planet. Now, they've actually changed it since I did that at the very beginning of the game when it first came out, like 1.0. Long time ago, a couple years ago. But I just run up here where I know there's some resin. Grab a bunch more. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about tethers. I don't have to worry about bringing my vehicle. I don't have to worry about doing all of that. I'm good to go. And then I can just literally slide back down again. And this takes some skill. You can fall off the side and die. Whoa. Watch for those drop-offs right there. Get in there, bro. And then slide some more. And I love the sliding. The sliding is really, really fun. And it gets you from A to Z really fast. See how much faster I got back down? Very, very quickly. All right, so that way was a bust. Let's go this way and see where this takes us. Oh, look at this. Oh, and there it is right there. See? You don't want to get too obsessed with one direction because you're just looking for it real close to where your ramp is. I'm going to open this up so we can find that nice and easy. Okay. So now we've got some special resources there, which we'll come back to that. We're just going to work our way over here. Now, this is going to get real funky in a minute, everybody. Get ready for all you people who are like me and have a constant vertigo. This is going to mess with your brain. Now, what I'm going to do before I get too close to it is I'm going to put down a beacon and, again, use it as a wayfinder in the future if I need to find my way back. I am good. Now, let's also go, whoa, hold on a second there. What the heck just happened there? Oh, my God. Whoa, oh, my God. Somebody help me. Oh, my God. I'm in trouble. No, I'm good. What it did was you just basically attached to the side of it, and you're literally standing sideways now. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do you get out of there? Well, one way is to use a jetpack, but the way I do it is to use the terrain. You'll see me use the terrain a lot. And I'll just kind of shape this up a little bit by holding down the Alt key. And I'll go ahead and use the Shift key to bring that right to me. Right, and then something along this line. So I can literally just walk on this thing and it'll go whoop, like that and flip me back around the other way. So that's a really great way of getting off there if you do get stuck. Now what I really want to do is I want to go here to this spot right here and I want to dig downward. How do I know which way's down? I just happen to know which way is down because of the plane right here and so on. Oh, let's make another oxygen filter. I just happen to know that this is the flat part and then that way is down because I've played the game before. But it is very easy to get misoriented. And I like to do it this way. Of course, you can just jump off if you want, but the hardest thing is finding your way back, right? Finding your way back to where you can go up the ramp and do whatever you need to do. Now, another way to do it is to also bring another beacon or put your beacon right there, which is what we're going to do. We'll go up here first. We'll jump on this. This will allow us to go this way. It'll then flip us back the other way. We can pick up our beacon, and then we can go ahead, drop down here, and just walk along this. And so we'll walk along this. Now, it seems like it would be easy to find your way back to this, right? Because a big hole in the wall. But it's really not. It's very easy to forget which one of these because there are multiple of these feeding down. You see, and there's another one over there. There's another one on the other side, over there, up there, over there, to figure out which one that is. The one that you came down, there's like 8 of them, and you can't find your way back. Make sure to put a beacon or something there that'll help you find your way back. Now, we're about to go to the center of the planet. Spoiler alert, everybody. We're going to the center. Whoa, here we go again. Whoa, with the funky chicken. Zooming us around everywhere. Now, we got to kind of remember that this was the one that we were at. What I do is I actually drop a resource right there. Now, sometimes the resource will move. Another thing you can drop is something that attaches to the ground. A great idea is your work light. And that'll attach to the ground, and it will show you which direction it is. It's pretty well lit in here. And you can see it's got a symbol on the top. What does that symbol represent? Well, we could try every single resource, or we could go into our Astropedia here and look at our resources and say which one does the symbol look like in our resources here. So let's keep looking. Don't see anything there. Anything here? Nope. It kind of looks like some of these. How about here? How about, I already know what it is, by the way, everybody. I'm just running you through the thing. But if we look at that and we look at this symbol, it's kind of like a triangle with little arrows on the side, right? So again, resources, we're looking for triangles with area on the side. Now look, these got triangles, but how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this one's got 1, 2, 3. Now make sure to also check in on your oxygen from time to time, or our oxygen is going to run out when you're out and about. But in this particular area here, it doesn't use up your oxygen. If you notice, we're actually being supplied oxygen standing here in the center. So there we go. So again, we want to go ahead and look through resources and look. Okay, so it's got 3 sides, 3 arrows, not this one. Let's go ahead and try another one in here. Is it this one? Is it that? Oh, hold on. Hold on something. All right, it looks like zinc. Now, if we were really smart, we would have brought some zinc, right? But part of the fun is getting there, figuring out what it is, and then hunting down that particular resource that we need. Now, the problem with this particular zinc is that it's not raw zinc. It's not this, right? It's not the original raw compound. It is an actual refined compound. So we need the refined version of the zinc, or the zinc ignates. And so we've got to have a refined version of it. So let's go ahead and grab our light back. And let's jump back out here. Whoa, goodness. And hopefully you land on there. You can use your jetpack to help you a lot. Now, again, I leave myself a little reference so I can find my way back, but I also have my beacon up here, which I can also use. And so we got to go find some zinc to power up this planet. Okay, and again, see how we're up here? It's pretty awkward. Just jump up here, walk along here, and there we go. Now, we did it with 0 vehicles, 0 tethers, with just a couple beacons, and a bunch of resin. See, it tells you don't have to be so connected to those tethers all the time. But if that's your thing, and you get lost a lot, go for it. It's up to you. It's your game. You play it however you want. Me, I go without, just to test my skills, see how it goes. Now, as I'm running back up again, it's going to use up all my oxygen, so I'm going to try to make another one. It's a little awkward when you're in the caves there. Now, I also have a huge advantage again because I do have that QT RTG, the smaller RTG, which is constantly keeping me powered, which makes this a lot easier. That is very, very steep right there. Steepy, steep, steep. Okay. Now, we're back to our other spot here. Go ahead and make ourselves a nice little ramp. Now what we can do is we can look around to see if we happen to bring some zinc, and I seriously doubt it. Now I could also go back to my main planet, and I could do it there, or if I have enough resources, I could go ahead and set up a little bit of a smelter here to smelt it on this planet, right? And so we can do a bunch of different things. I think we'll have some fun, just try to build a smelter here. So the first thing we're going to need is we're going to need a table, and we're going to need resin. We got some resin over here, and we've got some resin on us right here, and we have unlimited oxygen because we have our ship right here. So all we need now, also on top of that resin, is a printer. And so we'll get our small printer. We're going to need some of this. There we go. And let's get our small printer going on. And you can very easily take your small printer, put it right here, like that, and connect it to one of your generators, like this. And then we can go ahead and make a medium printer. We're going to need some compound for that. And let's leave this resin behind. Put this back. Nope. I do a lot of misclicking. Back in there. There we go. Let's get some compound over here. Love the shaping. Shaping is so good. So fun. Alright, more than enough. And this is our other one that we made earlier. We wanted a straight shot down to the center. Oh, we're making a medium printer. Finish what we're doing. Now, it'd be nice if... oh, we got to turn the generator on. It's going to help. Alright. It'd be nice if we had a free table that we could just grab nearby. You never know. I believe there was one of those platforms. I wish they would add foundations. Foundations and different pieces and parts where you could make your base instead of just, you know, flattening it out like this all the time. I feel like that would be awesome to have those foundations. I don't have any inside information, everybody. Even though I do love those guys over there. So, there you go. Now, one of the things that probably not really that known is that you can actually use your medium printer in your spaceship. Have you ever tried to do that? You ever tried to use your medium printer up there? Well, you can put it in your spaceship. Hold on, let me clarify that. You can put it in your spaceship, but when you go to try to grab it or make it active, it actually doesn't work, right? So I'm trying to hit F to go in and make the thing, right? To make something up there. It actually doesn't work in there, but you can put it in there if you didn't know and carry it back and forth. I'm sure most of you already know that. All right, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to make a table so we can make a table. All right, so we're going to go ahead and make a tiny little table here. Like that. Turn the power back on. Power's not being used, so I might as well use it. Turn that back on. There we go. And we're probably going to need some of this organic here in a second. Grab some of that when we need it. Okay, so there we go. So we made a table so we can make some tables. We're just stepping our way through. All right, and then put that over there. Let's put it over here. Out of the way. Put that up there. And then grab these. No. And make my favorite table, at least early game, into there. So we're going to also need some additional power because all of our power's off. Let's run that. Let's click on this again. get that started. And then we'll burn both of those. Try to make that go a little faster. And little by little, we're getting there. Grab this organic from down there. Getting ourselves a little bit of solar there. This solar could definitely be out further. That would help it a lot. Let's just run that directly to the table. Run that solar there. And just keep randomly connecting all of these. Yes, please. Yes, please. Mods are asking me a question. Yeah, but it's not going to be for like an hour, Dobie. Not going to be for like an hour, but you can queue up some raid targets if you want. Stretch it. Stretch it out. All right. How long have we been going? About for a while. Okay, unpack. Okie dokie. That was all involved right there. We got it done. Now we can consolidate a lot of this stuff together. Over there, we'll turn these off. There we go. Okay, so what are we trying to do that whole entire time? We're trying to get to a furnace. Now, a furnace is made here in the medium printer, and it takes 2 resin and a compound. So we've got 1 more resin here, and not enough resin on me, as it always goes. You're always a little short of this or a little short of that. Let's take all this off of me. Then in a nice little pile. And we're off looking for resin. Let's go. Not too hard. It's literally right there in front of us. Right there. Not enough. Not enough. No worries. I go down there and get some more, but I'm just going to run over this way. Oh, is that another chess piece? Holy mackerel. Quite a lot of chess pieces in this playthrough. Yeah, another chess piece. Sweet. Put that in my backpack. Alright, more resin this way. Now again, we can get the vehicle out. We could run over here with the vehicle. We can put some trailers on it and sit here and collect this all day. I only collect stuff as I need it. I don't typically just sit and collect and collect and collect. But since we're here, there we go. Waiting for that to ding the last one. Stay away from them baddies. Okay, now we got what we need. Smelting furnace. Go. Now, Kismet, it's not going. Well, the reason why it's not going is because it doesn't got no power. So let's go ahead and put that in there. Fire up the generators. Click it again so it knows we want to go. And off it goes. Now, here's the cool thing. I can just put this organic in here. And when that's done, it'll just run it right in there. You can also go and look in here. But it doesn't really tell you the power usage, how much is being used. But you can figure out the math yourself. It draws 2 power. And this is generating 2 each. So 1 generator will actually run this whole entire thing. So I can turn that off. It'll run that at maximum speed for the medium printer. So you only really need 1 generator. So you can figure all that math out just by rolling over it. Yeah, I know, right? If I'm playing a lot, I usually remember what's what. But if I'm just playing once a week, by the time the next week comes around, I forget. But I have it all written down on my Overseer spreadsheet. If you guys want to check it out. I also got a bunch of stuff as I play through different games, like Fallout 4 and 76 and Astroneer and Satisfactory. I got a bunch of other sheets on there that I create as I'm going through the game, if you're interested in that. You're welcome to go check them out. You can't modify them, but you are welcome to go ahead and highlight them and copy paste them into your own spreadsheet, or you can save it out and use it for yourself. All right, so now we got our smelter here, and now all we need is a little bit of zinc, right? And let's put this up in here so I don't forget to take that back with me. So let's go ahead and make an oxygen filter first. This here. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can find ourselves some zinc. Now, the trick is being able to stop yourself when you're going down a level. Now, this is kind of like a first level item, so I don't need to go way down to the bottom to find this particular resource. You can see I'm just shaping this out, getting it going where I can go. And again, every planet has the basics. And so you should be able to run around and eventually find that particular thing. Like right there. Now watch out for these baddies. They will try to stab you and kill you. Now remember, we only need 1 zinc, so we don't need to, collect 1,500 of it. But let's grab it anyway. Because we're here. Good to grab extra in the moment. We can always take it back to our primary base as well. Watch out when you start breaking through the level down below, so you don't fall off. End up down there. Alright, I think that's more than good enough. Sulfurite. Alright, going this way. Now, if I do get lost, you're like, oh god, which way did I went? Then go ahead and hit R, and it will actually aim me in the direction in which I go. But I also just follow where I've been, right? Follow the shaping that I do. And if I'm doing it without any beacons, I'll just shape my way across everything. And then I can just literally turn around, and I've left myself kind of like a trail of breadcrumbs or a trail of trails to find my way back. It works exceptionally good. Even if you do have the radar, you can still get lost, especially underground. All right, so all we need to do now is run over here and forge up some of this stuff, and we should be good. Now, I'm not going to put them all on there. I'm just going to put one of them on there, start the power up, start the forge going, and off we go. Off of there, and then just throw this stuff down, and then we're gonna have some fun. Now, I can't remember if this was the same before they did the update. It feels like it's different. It feels like it's a different one. I think this was different. I can't remember. I can go look it up in a previous playthrough, but hopefully they did change it, just to add a little bit of variety to the game for all the people who already know what all the things are. I believe they did change it. It feels like it's changed. I don't remember doing zinc on this one before, but then again, I normally don't power this one up first. So that's another reason I could be confused. All right. Let's fix this top part here. All right, everybody. This is one of my favorite parts of the game right here. Ready? We got our zinc. We've got our oxygen filter. Let's get that going. Probably should take a little bit extra resin. We're going to be smart. And we got none. We got no resin. All right, we'll do that battle here in just a moment. First, I'm going to collect some more resin. Again, see, I'm pinging off the sides on purpose to slow me down. Never seem to have enough. You'll see me later with thousands of resin, and I will use it all up. All of it. Forget to look up. All right, plenty of resin. All right, slip sliding away. Let's go. Now, this is really dangerous when you're on the server because on the server, it doesn't redraw fast enough as it does when you're playing solo like I am right now. And sometimes you'll clip right through the ground and bye-bye. Off you go. All right. Now, I'm going to go ahead and wander right to here for right now. I don't hear anybody shooting at me right here. And then we'll go ahead and do this battle, and we'll come back, and we're going to power this planet up. To battle! Again, I normally don't power planets this early, but we're going to get it done because we're trying to do it quest order. All right, we're trying to do all the quests as they ask us to do it. Oh, man, this is going to be a battle here. Holy moly. 94 units on that one, so close. That was like 300 units those guys had. Oh, look out, Banish blowing up the stream with the awesome nuke there. Thank you so much for bringing your SOB raid into my stream. Right now, we're doing a battle. I'll be happy to talk to you guys here in just a second. This is going to be a close battle. Thanks for the follow, Cat Lover. Appreciate that. Thanks for popping a wheelie there and becoming a new Teamwork Tycoon. We are doing a Stream Raiders battle right now. It's a little side game that we play. We're playing some Astroneer as well as our primary game. This is a little side game we play every 30 minutes or so. This is everybody in the chat. They put down a bunch of units and they brought in the big W. Thank you, Jaegerbomb, as well with a follow. Let's open that captain chest. Grant you guys some love. Subi, Dovey, EMZRT all getting some love. Rotisserie G with 100 kills. That is the highest kills I've ever seen ever. 100 kills. Holy mackerel. That's 108 kills, by the way. That's the new record. Alcan Nova, no slash of 59. Sita with 51. Dovey 14. And Icy Diamonds coming in, no slouch. Topping out that round 5, the top 5 with 18 right there. Let's get back to the map. I'm going to start another battle, and then I'm going to talk to you guys here in the chat. Thank you for bringing in that raid. Let me get another battle going here so my peeps can start putting their stuff down, and let's get back to it. Now, if you didn't know, that Banish is a good friend of mine. That's right. I've known Banish for quite a long time when he was just a tiny little streamer like me. I was a tiny little streamer too. And I ran across his stream and I'm like, this guy is awesome. I'm going to have to drop a lot of love on his channel. And so I did. I dropped about, I think it was about 60 to 80 peeps on his channel a long time ago. Tried to give him a little boost, show him a little love. And then he actually took my idea, the Kismet left. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, ho, ho! I think you could have got any closer to dying right there, everybody. I wasn't paying attention. I almost ran out of oxygen. That was close. So me and Banish met a long time ago. We've actually been to TwitchCon multiple times. I was there when he was there. He was there when I was there. And we even because he, you know, he's the type of person that waits the last minute. So I let him stay with me as well because all the hotels were sold out, everybody. That's how good friend of a Banish is. I never stay with anyone other than my wife normally. But Banish is a good friend. I did him a solid. We had a good time, though. We have a good time every time we go to TwitchCon. We go around getting into all sorts of mischief. Some of those stories I can tell you, and some of those stories I cannot tell you. You'll have to hit up Banish for some of them stories. Don't mean to host and run, brother, but I hope I can tell you about you. I got to rush to bed. I got to get back tonight for streaming on with Frosty. All yours, man. All right, thank you, Banish. Appreciate you coming in. You have a great rest up, man. No worries, you got a jet. Never worry about it. I hope you had a great day. I like the new alerts, kids. This is Blur and Fire. Yes, you like the new 3D animated alerts. Guess who does all the 3D animation in here? This guy, that's right. My name is Kismet. I'm a partnered streamer here on Twitch. I have been streaming for about 6 years. I do have a wife who I've been with for 28 years, and I have 3 daughters. My oldest daughters my twin daughters have turned 13, and my oldest daughter is 16. Now, I am partially disabled. I did work for Apple for many years and also graphic designer for 30 years for the top companies in the world. That's right. I've been very lucky in my career. But I did get sleep apnea and vertigo and had to step down from my epic job at Apple, where I worked from home making the big cheddar that I worked for my entire lifetime. And I don't know about you, but that was really depressing to have to give up all that hard work and then find something new that I love to do. And guess what? I'm doing it right now, which is talking to you. That's right. To get me out of the bed every single day, I was 50 pounds overweight. I'm higher than I am right now. And I decided to work on my health. My doctors basically told me to lay down and die, and I told them to go screw themselves, because that's not the way the Kismet goes out. No thanks. Not at 45 years old. I am not going to give up on existing. So I worked on it every single day and still continue to work on it this day. I'm dizzy every single day. I have vertigo, a constant vertigo, and I've been to 11 different doctors. I've spent tens of thousands of dollars on CPAP machines and all of those things as well, and finally found my way back, and also lost 50 pounds by just slowly substituting all this candy and ice cream and food like that for things that I enjoy, like strawberries and grapes. I would, instead of eating M&Ms all day long, which is normally what I would do, I would have a bowl of strawberries and grapes, and I would eat those instead, just a kind of a light snack as I went along. And I lost 10 pounds doing that. Then I stopped drinking soda. Well, actually, I think I did stop the soda as much beforehand. And I stopped drinking as much soda, and I lost 10 pounds just from that. I didn't do anything else. No exercise, no changing my diet, no nothing. Just reducing the soda and then eventually stopping soda for a while. Again, I can have whatever I want, though. I don't say I can't have this thing, because you're going to crave that the most. But I lost 10 pounds just from that alone. It tells you how much soda the Kismet was drinking. Oh, God, I'm going to suffocate again. Hold on. Let me get in there and make another oxygen filter before I suffocate. So then I started going to the gym, started taking better care of myself, started eating better, and eventually lost 50 pounds, which greatly helped my sleep apnea, greatly helped my ability to get up out of the bed, and then also to do this new thing that I love to do, which is stream. It took me about 2 years, and I became partner. Did you know that even though I was a larger streamer, and I also rated Banish, that I pushed Banish up, and a whole lot of other people did, and of course he worked very, very hard at it, and he became partnered before me, which I find very funny. And that's okay. You want to celebrate the success of other people, everybody. You don't want to put a chip on your shoulder and say, I'm a better Fortnite player than that guy. I should be partnered and he should be not. That's a terrible way to approach stuff. You want to just take it on like a challenge. Say, no, I'm going to crush this. I'm going to destroy it. And that's how I got partnered, by the way, everybody. One of the things that I learned at TwitchCon from the awesome, oh my God, went out of my head right when I said it. Oh, darn it. I'll think of his name here in a minute. But I learned the fact that you can just hit reply. When they deny you as a partner on Twitch, you just hit reply and say, look, I'm trying to be a partner. What do I need to do? And they're like, hey, work on your overlays, work on your concurrence, work on the sound, work on your, entertainment value of your stream. And so I'm like, okay, I'm on it. And so I would crush that goal. And the next time I would send it to him, say, look, I crushed that goal. Give me another one. And then I'd send it to him again, crush that goal, give me another one. And so on and so forth. Now, by the way, if they deny you right away, then you know you're not close to partnership yet. But the thing I found out when I was being partnered is the fact that if they take forever, you have a higher chance of being partnered, because they're reviewing your case and they're reviewing with all the people. Do we want to add this person as a partner, and so on? And so eventually I did become partnered almost 4 years ago now. 2 years in. I'm 6 years in now, or going on 6 years. This is almost, I've what I call the best stream ever. So I try to make every stream better than the one before. I had 3D animations, stream avatars. These are custom, by the way. Custom done just for my stream, for your guys' enjoyment. You can make your own custom corgi or your own baby dragon and run down there and earn all sorts of loot. Did you know that I give away tens of thousands of dollars worth of loot here in the stream? Did you know that? I have absolutely given away every single penny that I've earned in the stream right back into it again. And why do I do that? I create moments of joy. That's what my stream's all about. And I appreciate every single one of you coming in, pressing that follow button as well. Thank you, Muse, as well. I appreciate you all coming in with Banlish on the SOB raid as well. And again, thank you, Flying Finn, Cat Lover. We got Pharaoh coming in, Slazer, Fanyogs coming in as well. So now you know a bit about me. Moldes, thank you for coming in on the SOB raid. My favorite emote of Banish's, by the way, is the dumpster fire. Because He's got similar medical issues that I do. He has back problems. He has other medical issues. So I feel for him. He feels for me. And I'm a bit older. I am 50 years old. I don't care who knows it. I am high level in real life, everybody. I have 100% achievement in graphic design. I have done every type of graphic design, from t-shirts to billboards to magazines to cereal boxes to star scrolls that you might see. I've done everything. I was absolutely obsessed with doing every single type of design that you could do. And I did. And I crushed it. Absolutely crushed it. Just like you crush it and you take, MVP in a game, I took MVP in life. So there you go. And so we're going to get back to some Astroneer. Again, if you have any comment or question for me, my name is Kismet. Just type my name in the chat. It highlights in red. You don't have to use the @ symbol at all. I love to talk to people. My favorite thing in streaming is actually the chat. Whoa, what the heck? I just glitched underneath here or something. Oh, I slid underneath. There we go. I slid underneath that side right there when I wasn't looking. There we go. We're trying to get to this side. Now, what we're doing right now is we're about to power up the core of this particular game called Astroneer. Now, this game is a 10 out of 10, everybody. It is an incredibly, incredibly fantastic game. If you like building games, if you like space games, you like exploring games, and multiplayer games, this is all of that. All in one. If you're a big fan of Satisfactory, which I am, if you like 7 Days to Die, which I absolutely do, I do play a lot of that as well. Of course, we're playing tons of Valheim right now. Very, very fun. But I am going to warn you that I'm about to do a spoiler, and I don't want you to get spoiled if you are going to play all the way through the game. So if you are watching and you don't want to hear the spoiler, look away from the screen real quick and put your fingers in your ears, whatever you need to do. Mute for about 10 seconds because I'm about to spoil this part of the game. All right? And I'm going to give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody, this is how we power up the center of the planet, is we go ahead and take the appropriate resource and we feed it right into there. Now, it's going to lock you into the center, and it's going to give you this thing. Now, what I really should have done is brought 2 zincs. I'm going to figure that one out later. I'm not going to show you that one today. But we'll have to come back later and do this. Now, I've got this thing, and you're thinking, what do I do with this thing? Do I take the thing and put it back in there again? Right here. One of the things I love about great design is three-dimensional design. Three-dimensional design that makes you think. Now, it just so happens that above me is where the thing is. And you're like, Kismet, you got a jetpack up there. Nope. You just walk right over here, follow this wall, and it's going to do. Now, I have vertigo all the time, everybody. So this really messes with my brain every single time. Every single time. So we got this thing here. Again, we were just standing down there. Or up there, because there's really no up or down when you're in the center of a planet, I guess. And let's feed that right in there, and let's see what happens. And that is a planet core, everybody. Now, we got a planet core powered up. Now, if we go ahead and gaze into this odd stone, it's going to show us some cool stuff. But wait a minute. What is that thing up there? Where'd that come from? Right? That just appeared, and it happens after you power up your first planet. Now, if you notice that we've got all of these things, again, spoiler alert, everybody, I'm letting you know ahead of time. La, 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 there you go, Paul. La, 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 and you're, keep it going, Paul. La, 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 in there. And so now we can go ahead and try to remember which one was our node, right? Because we came down, and we can just teleport back up again. We don't have to run all the way back up because we've got our teleporter, aka the gateway is what it's really called. I normally call it the beacon or the monolith, so it doesn't give away what its purpose is when I'm running around. But let's go ahead, press 1. Great mechanic, by the way. Fantastic mechanic. And if we did it right, hey, we're back to our base and back to our spaceship. GG's in the chat, everybody. There we go. And let's go ahead and turn in this quest. What are we going to get? We're going to get another QRTG and a bunch of research points. Let's do it. All right. Where is it? Where did I put it? Right there. Now, these things are awesome. These are little mini RTGs. If you ever played this game before, these are perpetual power. They will constantly give you power all the time, and thus you don't have to keep running your generator. You don't have to keep getting power and whatnot. Now, normally they got the full-size RTGs, but they've also added the smaller ones now when they've readjusted the power. And that's it. We got it done. We're ready for another quest. What other quest do we need to get done here? Let's go ahead and activate some more. I kind of feel like I want to do this one, which is to put the shelters down everywhere. That's fairly easy. Print an RTG. That's pretty tough. Schematics, we'll get to that. Investigate the unidentified satellite. Oh, yeah. Let's go investigate that. That sounds fun. What else we got? Activate the cores of every planet. Okay, that's going to take a while. That's going to take a moment. And find all the remaining vintage probes. That's going to take a moment. That's going to take a moment. That's going to take a while. That's not too hard, but we're going to take a minute on that one. Refine the nanocarbon alloy. See, the second we do the nanocarbon alloy, then we also get the other one after that, right? Which is just make an RTG, because it comes from nanocarbon alloy. So let's go ahead and put that one in there. And then let's put this one in there. How much time? Well, we got enough time to at least try to get some of this going. Now, we got to place some shelters down on the thing here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do the easy one, which is investigate that thing. Now, we're going to need our rocket ship. Luckily, we got the hydrazine we got from a quest because we haven't unlocked it yet. And we're off into space. Now, we're going to launch into space, as you can see. Very cool. Lots of planets, and so we're going to tell it we're going to go to another planet. But we're not going to go to another planet, because if you look around the sun here, there's an unidentified satellite there. And so we're going to go there now that we've powered up a planet. Now, this is part of the main storyline of the game, is to go around powering up the planets and figuring out what all this stuff means. Now, right here, we're going to go ahead and just click one of these little circles, and those circles mean landing spots. And so it's going to land us right back over here. There we go. And now we can get out of our ship and we can run around. Yay! We did it. We investigated the satellite. Now, through the looking glass is a new quest. And so we're going to run over here and we're going to look at this. Oh, wait a minute. There's a teleporter up here. That's right. There's a teleporter up here as well. So we can look in there. And if we look, if we look good enough, it's probably going to be hard for you to see. But right there in the center, this particular planet is called a bright node. A bright node means that you've powered it up. If you go to the other one, it's a dim node, means it's not powered. Now, I could actually go from where I'm at right now back to the planet we were just on without using the spaceship, which makes it super convenient when you want to go over to this particular planet and grab some resources like that. And then thus you could run around and grab a ton of resources. I could also teleport back to my primary base if I want, here on this particular planet, which I remember is equator number 1. And so I can teleport to I can teleport from the satellite to the center of the planet, from the center of the planet, and then to where I have my surface level base, like this. Isn't that cool? I think that is an awesome, awesome mechanic to add to the game. And of course, you go around, you do that on all the planets, you'll be able to travel between all of them. Now, I want to go back where my spaceship is, because I've only got the one spaceship. So I'm going to go back to the center of the planet, and we're going to work our way back up. GG's! Tons of GG's in the chat. Again, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for coming in with my buddy Banlish, hanging out in the stream. We do play a lot of different games up in here. If you're a big Fallout fan like me, they call me the Wasteland Tycoon. I don't just make millions. I don't just make billions. I'm talking trillions with a T in Fallout and other games like No Man's Sky. We're going to be playing some Fallout 76 this week, some Valheim, and of course, we're playing some Astroneer today. We're going to play some Satisfactory tomorrow. Very, very fun. I am a variety streamer. I do play a lot of various different games. Because there's so many great games right now, plus a ton of updates for those great games that we're already playing before anyway. I'm also going to give you guys a bunch of love right here. I'm going to give you 1,000 Kiz Caps right there in the channel. Now, what do those Kiz Caps do? Those Kiz Caps allow you to win the thousands and thousands of dollars worth of free stuff that I give here away on the stream. Now, I have big sponsors like Bethesda themselves. Yes, Bethesda themselves, who send me tons of codes for Fallout, as well as Bethesda Gear, who sends me a bunch of loot to give to you guys. I've given away $150 Mr. Handy and a bunch of other t-shirts and all sorts of other cool swag from them, as well as Blue Yeti and also Elgato, one of my sponsors, and one of my favorite sponsors, Fraser, who makes the actual Kismet candy bar. By the way, not related at all. They didn't make it after me. They actually made a Kismet candy bar. One of my community members came in and said, "Kismet, I'm from Finland. Did you know there's actually a candy bar here named Kismet?" And I'm like, I did not know that. And so I get this question all the time. Kismet, how do you get these sponsors? you know what I do? I just contact them. I just roll the dice. Now, not everyone says yes, and some of them I don't even want to work with because they don't care if you live or die unless you're a big giant streamer. But I like the ones that take a chance on you, that say, hey, I'm going to take a chance on you, show you love. Like Elgato, like Bethesda, like all of them, who took a chance on a smaller streamer. And of course, I'm also on the homepage quite often, or on the recommended tab. Sometimes I have 100, 200, up to about 5,000 is the most people I've ever had in my channel at one time, when I was being featured on the homepage multiple times. But I try to always pay that forward to you guys, and also pay forward to other streamers and show them some love. And that's how you meet lots of people too, like Banlish and a whole bunch of other peeps that I know, streamer pals of mine, is I'll go show them some love. And they don't ever have to come back and raid me again. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate you guys coming in, but it's never required. I don't require my friendships with other people. I don't put conditions on friendships. So Banlish never has to raid me, or never has to come in or donate or subscribe to my channel or whatever. He's a friend. A friend you should treat like a friend, whether they're a business friend or whether they're a personal friend. You should treat them like a friend, and don't put any conditions on your relationships with your friends. There is only one condition, and that's to be respectful. That's the one condition I put on everybody that I deal with. Whoa, look at that cool sun rays. Oh, that was cool. That was neato. All right, let's go ahead and get back to our primary base here. Sylvia over here, and we'll land on in. How close are you completing the game? Not anywhere close at all, Jaden. I am very much in the very beginning of the game. This game you could get. I've literally played it for hundreds and hundreds of hours. I've played through multiple times. This is probably my 10th or 20th time playing through the game. It definitely has a huge replayability. Of course, they added tons of stuff to it. So we're checking out all the new stuff. You can see I'm doing questing. They just added questing, which is awesome. The questing adds a huge extra element to the game, and I'm playing through the quests and not unlocking stuff because I literally have all my stuff automated. It's actually automating my research. So I started the day at about 14,000 research. I used about 10,000, and I just gained about another 17,000 research. Now I can just AFK. As long as I got oxygen, I can literally AFK right here, come back in about 6 hours, and I have 50,000 research. Now, 20,000 research is a lot of research, everybody. I can start unlocking the biggest things in the game if I want to, but I'm in no hurry. We want to do our quests and unlock stuff as we go along our quests. And we got another one done. So let's see what we get from that one. Oh, we're going to get some more research. Speaking of research that we get. Bam! All right, done. Now, what else? What else we got? Oh, let's show our tract here. There we go. We got to do some stuff, some nanocarbon alloy. I wonder if we could fast track some of this nanocarbon alloy, but we would definitely need to get more gases going on various different planets. And see, I don't know if these right here turn into something else, so I don't want to unlock it until I know. I know that this one will get me the portable oxygenator. This one will get me the medium shuttle. And this one will give me 2 medium batteries. That's not too exciting there. But definitely this one, the medium shuttle, and this one, portable oxygenator, definitely is a 1. But, actually making the safe houses is not that difficult, depending on which one you're making. If you're making the big one, you're going to need silicon, which means you're going to need a lot of gases to make that happen. But there are other shelters that you can get, and we can go in. There's our regular shelter there. And let's go see if it unlocked our smaller shelter. I don't think it did. I don't think it did. And you know what? I don't know where anything is because they keep moving this stuff around. So I have to scroll through this every single time and try to get it. Maybe it's in the medium printer. It's usually at the bottom. The things that you're looking for rarely is at the bottom. Foghorn down there. Where is that small shelter? And I could have already went by it. Don't worry. Let me fail, everybody. I'm going to fail from time to time. Fail to remember where stuff is, that's for sure. I don't think it's in the small printer. But, oh my gosh, it is in the small printer. Oh, that means it's going to be a small item. That just takes 1 silicone and graphene instead of 2 silicone. I feel like that's our jam right there. All right, I'm just going to unlock it. Screw it. Let's do it. Graphene, super easy. I got tons of that right over the top of this mountain here. I can just buzz over there and grab a bunch. But silicon, again, pretty difficult because of that methane. Now, we got to find a place where we can get methane. Real easy to do. You go ahead and pop up your menu. We go into planets. we go ahead and say, okay, we look under gases over here. Where is that methane? It's not on the planet we're on right now, Sylvia. There's none on DeSolo. There's actually no gases on DeSolo, which is actually not true. No, that is true. Caldor. Caldor is actually the place. I just dawned on me. Wait a minute. This is not where I get my ammonium. I retract that. It's actually Caldor I get my ammonium because it has hydrogen on it. And you'll see why later on. And again, what are we looking for? I've already forgotten. Again, I have sleep apnea and vertigo, everybody. The very fact that I am upright at all is nothing short of a man-made miracle. Methane made by this man. By forcing myself out of the bed every single day and never giving up. I'm relentless in my thing. That's why Twitch probably gave me my partnership, because they know that I will continuously send that in until the end of time. I'm that relentless, everybody. I never give up in anything that I do, because you know what? Most of the time, right when you're on the brink of success, that's when most people give up. I mean, you're literally on that success level. And you're right there, right? All you got to do is do that little extra push, and bam, you'll have it. I find that happens quite often in life. And if you do fail at something, just think of it as a learning moment. I always do. I fail all the time. It's okay. It's okay to fail in life. Don't let anybody bring you down if you make a mistake, if you fail, if you listen to certain type of music and someone else doesn't like it, well, screw them. If you like it, enjoy it, right? You like to dance, even though you're not a great dancer like me. If you like to sing, even like me, who is also a terrible singer, go ahead anyway. Sing in the shower, sing when you're walking around, sing whenever you feel like it. Go for it. Hopefully not when it's disturbing, like church or something like that, or whatnot. But hey, you know what? Sing along anyway. Because don't let anybody bring you down, because you are awesome just the way you are. You answer to no one. It took me so long in my life to realize that I don't have to have a fancy car. And I've made more money than people make in a lifetime. Big deal. I could go out and, say I had this and I had that. Big deal. Doesn't matter. You know what does matter? Is the fact that you answer to nobody. You don't have to have a fancy car. You don't have to have a fancy house. You don't have to have all that stuff to impress your neighbor, because your neighbor don't care anyway. If your neighbor only cares about you because you got fancy thing, your neighbor is a jerk. Your neighbor ain't going to be there for you when you got no pennies in your pocket. Those are your true friends. The knew you before you were successful, and are there if your success happens to go away. Which I know I got friends right now who know that I got $10 in the bank and aren't going to be hitting me up to rent 30 Sea-Doos like I've done when I was young, and go out and party at the river and all of that for all my friends. But I could call them right now and they'll fly anywhere in the world. If I say, hey, I need help right now, they'll fly. And if they call me, guess what? Into the stream. I got to go, everybody. And I will be out just like that. Even if I can't afford the flight, put it on a credit card, figure out how to pay for it later. That's exactly what I would do. You need to have friends like that in your life. They are super rare. Don't let them slide away. Keep those relationships up with those good friends. Even if you live really far away, contact them every now and again. Call them up. See how they're doing. Don't ask them for nothing. Here's the hardest thing I find people do in life is calling up someone and not wanting anything from them, right? When you call up your parents, do you only call them when you need Knicks tickets, or you need some money, or you need some help, or you got a problem? That's the time you call your friends, and that's when time you call your parents. I'm telling you, that's 99% of the time. That is why I'm getting a phone call. But sometimes when you have good friends, they'll just call you up and see how you're doing. That's it. Like, how you doing? You doing okay? And you know what? That makes somebody's day. That there's somebody in the universe that cares enough to give them a call. Watch this. You want to do an experiment? I'm going to show you a fantastic experiment. Call your parents, call your mom or your dad, and ask them for nothing. Just say, hey, I'm just calling to check on you, see if you're okay. And they'll be suspicious as all can be. Because nobody ever calls them for that. No one ever calls them to see how they're doing. They just call when they need something. Right? So call your friends or call your parents or call whoever and ask them for nothing. And I bet you it'd be really hard for you to just get through the whole conversation without asking them for something. It'd be very, very tough. So I just call my friends to see how they're doing, how their lives are going, ups and downs, stuff like that. And if they need my help, because they know I'm the technical guy, so if they have a problem with their computer or their phone or whatever, they'll be like, hey, Kismet, I'm having a problem with my phone. It won't launch. I turned it off, count to 10. Turn it back on, 99% of your problems are fixed. As most things are. I don't care if it's your microwave. It could be your microwave or your digital fridge that you got. Unplug that sucker, count to 10, plug that digital fridge back in again. I bet you 99% of your problem's fixed. Now, of course, if it's a hardware problem or something that is truly screwed up, then you're going to have that 1% thing you're going to have to work on. But most of the time, that's what it is for every device ever. Computer, restart. Phone, turn it off, turn it back on. If it's a mower, you're probably going to have real problems. But if it's an electric mower, turn it off, take the battery out, put the battery back in, close the thing, turn it on, and I bet you it'd come back on most of the time. There will be that 1% of the time, though, that it is straight up busted or your battery's dead or whatever. But most of the time, it's some sort of electronic thing. The memory in there gets messed up. You just restart it. You're good. There you go. That's about, I bet you could probably reduce most technical calls by 50% if every person did that first. If every person who had a problem with their phone turned it off, turned it back on, bam, problem fixed. Right? And a lot of people don't know that. You'd be surprised, right? I know a lot of you probably already know that because you're like technical peeps. So obviously, you're watching me on some sort of technical device. But most people don't know that. Most people don't know. You just turn your computer off, turn it on, 99% of your problem's gone. It's really frustrating when you're a production person like me, too, because I've been using computers forever, everybody, since they began back in the 70s. I also played the Magnavox Odyssey, the very first gaming console, way back in the day. I'm the OG, the original gamer. I played Pong when it dropped. I played the Atari when it dropped, the Nintendo, the PlayStation, etc., etc., etc. Through all the years, I used Mac when it first came out. I used PC when it first came out and been using it all these years, including computers that cost millions of dollars. And weren't my millions of dollars, there was someone else's millions of dollars. They said, hey, 20-year-old Kismet, here you go. Here's millions of dollars of equipment for you to play on. I'm like, okay. I'm not turning that down. Of course, I did a lot of pre-press and printing and the big pre-press systems, which basically do what Photoshop do today, right? Photoshop and other programs like QuarkXPress and InDesign, basically page layout and photo editing, all of that stuff. That's what those big, gigantic computers used to do. And of course, now you can do it on your phone. Your phone has more power than those $1 million computers do, by the way. Easily. They use the big 8.25-inch floppy disk. If you've never seen those are big floppy disks. They used to put them in there. They only hold 128K back in the day. I'm old school. All right, back to it. We're trying to figure a way of getting this going. Now, again, what was our quest? Let's go in and look at that quest again. Now, you also have your mission log. You can just pull up here just to try to remember. Oh, we're going to make some silicone. That's what it was. Silicone. So we need methane, quartz, and resin. So we were looking in here. I'm easily distracted, everybody. How are we doing on our battle? Battle's ready. Look at that timing. Perfect timing. Okay, methane. We need some methane. That's what I was looking at. And so Novus has some methane. But are we really going to spend time on Novus? Probably not. By the way, did you notice also they changed it where it says notable resources, says found in caves and found in mountains? It actually says on there now, right? Sulfurite found in caves and then matcholite found in mountains, right? So if you find mountains, you can find matcholite, aka iron. And the same thing with sulfurite, wolfrite, so on. You can find those things and whatnot. Caves would be meaning in the planet, and then mountains would be on the sides of the planet or the side of a mountain or on the surface level, or at least just below the surface level of the planet. So very good. So we're probably not going to go to Novus, though we might put a base there. I don't know. But Glacio, fantastic one. We're not going to be going there, but we'll pick up our argon. And so this is the hardest planet in the game. This is Atrox, and Atrox has a bunch of gases that you are going to need, specifically helium and methane. And right now we need methane to get our silicon going. So we've got to go to the hardest planet in the game with a small shuttle, establish a base, and start to extract methane so that we can go ahead and make silicon. All right? And we're going to get into that in just a moment. Now, while you guys are doing your boss battle down there, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to switch over to some battles here. Just watch the chat. It will tell you when it's your turn in the chat. I'm going to do a battle, then we'll come right back. To battle! All right, I'm going to put my haste spell down, and we're going to kick some booty. How we doing on our units? 89 units right there. Looking good. Didn't quite get to 100, but very, very close. Let's do it. Let's blow it up. Now, if you are enjoying the stream, everybody, if you like this kind of content, hit that follow button right up there. Make sure to come and hang out all you want. I usually stream from 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tuesday through Friday. And then, of course, on Saturday, 9 p.m. all night long. We get into trouble as well. All right, let's blow it up. All right, now we're doing this little side gameplay called Stream Raider. Super fun. EMZRT, Dovey, Rotisserie G, Reaper, and Silly Viking. Not so silly now. You just won a bunch of loot right there. 15 gold. Nice. And Ha Ha Hi coming in. MVP, 11 kills. Way to crush it. Oh, we got 2 more battles left. Oh, I got to let my kids in. I think we're going to run a little long on the stream because we got to get that boss battle in. We got, oh man, Rogue's in the back, everybody. Rogues as far back as you can squeeze them. I would say back bottom. And I'll try to drag as much of this on me as I can. I'm going to go up here, but I have a feeling we're going to end up down here. Back as far as you can, everybody. Maybe even right here in the back. So that when we come down, you'll be able to sneak by. If you put your rogues up too quick, they'll go in there and just die. But you put them way back there, they'll be delayed while we grab all the aggro on us. Give you guys a chance to in there to grab that loot. Let's go. Thanks so much, Oofman. Right there, coming in with that follow. Thank you so much for that love. Appreciate it. As well, you guys can join us for some Stream Raiders. You're going to find that link right there in the chat. You can go ahead and click that link. It's going to go ahead and take you up to our battles there. Actually, I can put it in there again just to make it easy so it's at the top of the chat. There we go. Follow that. Find me, your Captain Kismet. You go ahead and put down units. The more units put down, of course, the more loot that everybody earns in the stream. So pretty awesome. Pretty awesome stuff. Okay, so we got that going. Now we want to go ahead, again, get our methane going. And so we need to generate some power. Now I'm going to go ahead and make another battery over here. So let's start with batteries. And let's start with how we're going to power this, right? How we're going to get this power going. Now, before I forget again, I'm going to find out where my vehicle went over here. I'm going to get my little mini. I love those little mini QRTGs. They're the greatest. Totally worth playing through the quest just to get the these little RTGs alone. Little mini RTGs you can keep on your backpack. Okay, we'll get that back. We're going to go ahead and make the thing, which I've already forgot what it was. My brain. Medium battery. There we go. We need zinc and we need lithium. I saw some lithium over here. Definitely feel like we're going to need to make another lithium run. Put that in there, and what do we do with all that zinc? I know we melted some down. But how much did we melt down? Or did we use it all? Oh, there it is over there. It's hiding over here. There's that zinc. Now, why am I going to bring a battery? Well, battery is a great way of backlogging resources, and then also just so I can tell how the whether it's at a surplus or at a deficit of power. And so we're going to make that. We're going to leave it packaged. We're going to put it on our backpack like that. Now, this is the first time we're going to go to Aatrox, so we definitely need to bring ourselves a vehicle. So we want to go ahead and look around, see if we've got some resources that we could use for getting a vehicle. I thought I had one. Yeah, right here. We're going to get this thing called the Packager. And we're going to run over here to our little buggy. And we're going to take our buggy with us. Let's go. All right. Whoop. There we go. Now, our buggy is a bit larger. So it's going to be kind of tough to bring that. Normally, I bring the tractor just because I can put it in my backpack or I can stack a bunch of it. But we're just going to have some fun. Oh, look, I actually remember. It looks like Batman. That Jasper Knight looks like Batman. Is it just me? Let me know in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that looks like Batman. I think it does. All right. Let's go ahead and do some graphite. So we don't have to track some down. Or graphene. Or graphite. No, graphite is what we're doing. And then later we'll do graphene. Put that over there. Oh, look at our batteries running low. Well, let's go check in on our resin over here. How we doing? How much resin did it collect? 58 resin. Very nice. Now, here's a little trick, by the way, everybody. You know, you can just nudge that. You just nudge it and it'll keep going. And then the resources will end up coming back, and then you nudge it again and come back. I really feel like it should deplete your resources, and then once it's depleted, you'll have to move it. They haven't really implemented that in game yet, but if they do, then we won't be surprised by it. Okay, how we doing? Have we made the thing? We have. All right, there we go. Another packager. Let's go ahead and make a packager. I just keep scrolling until I see the graphite move, because you can only make the one thing. And then we're also going to need to bring our seat here. And I got power cells on me. Get that off of me. Where did it drop to? Oh, I made power cells. Oh, that was my fail. I forgot. It makes power cells now, too. Oh, Kismet fail there. You're going to see a lot of Kismet fails up in here, that's for sure. Let's try that again. Alright, make me another graphite. I failed on that. Let's just get the right one this time. Actually making me walk when I'm hitting right arrow, which freaks me out. Normally you can hit right arrow and your character doesn't move. In the old school way of doing it. There we go. So yeah, we got lots of fun going on today, playing some Astroneer, one of my favorite games of all time. Let me give you guys some love in the chat for just being awesome. Boom, there's 1,000 Kids Cats for everybody in the chat. For future giveaways. Okay, now let's go ahead and try to press the right thing this time. We're going to go ahead and do a packager. There we go. Now this is going to package this up, shrink it down. So now we can go ahead and put that literally right there on our backpack. All right, good. We got that styling and profiling, and now we got ourselves a vehicle. We've got this. Now, we want to also make ourselves an atmosphere condenser, but we're definitely going to have to come back and forth a few times to run that across. But let's go ahead and see if we get one going. We're going to need iron, glass, and plastic. Now, right now, I don't see any glass. I do see some iron right over here. And so we'll run the iron over there. Oh, not over there. Over here. There we go. Now, plastic we make in here. So we're going to go ahead and go to plastic. And again, we need carbon and compound. Now, again, we'll automate all of this at some point. I'm trying to very purposely go slower so that I don't outpace the quests and see what happens. Where's our compound? Do we really not have any compound? Usually you got so much compound you don't know what to do with it. That would be a no. That would be a no Rooney. All right, let's see if we got a little bit left in here. Oh, I gotta let my kids in. I already forgot. Hold on, I'll be back. I'm back, everybody. All right, some good highlights from my stream there. Hope you enjoyed those. I worked very hard on those. Hundreds and hundreds of highlights that play whenever I go AFK. That actually is like a rhyme. It plays when I... Goes and plays when I'm AFKs. I don't know, something like that. Let's go ahead and get the carbon in there. Like a show. Oh, wait, no, carbon over here. Like that. And then we need compound. That was the other thing we're going to do. We're going to fire up a little bit of compound here if we could. And then I got sidetracked. Oh, just not enough. All right, no worries. No worries. Let's grab a couple of these. Start to shape out our mountain. Look, see, I'm telling you, look, it's getting lower, isn't it? I'm telling you, you shape out a lot of soil if you are using the centrifuge a lot, like I do. Wait till I get to my larger vehicles, and then my larger vehicles, I will come over here and literally just go back and forth and take the whole entire mountain out. You'll see. But for right now, I'm just kind of manually drilling them out here. Now, another good thing to do also is to go underground, where you've kind of created your underground resources and shape it out down there. That's typically what I will do, because that helps me kind of expand what I can see from when I come down my ramp. And I can see, okay, there's resources out that way, and there's resources out this way, and so on. I create little roads down there so I know which way to go to get certain resources. You could really create a whole network of roads and tunnels and all sorts of fun stuff. Oh, it's already full. Again, sometimes I just get so into shaping that I don't even notice that all my canisters are full, and I just keep going and going and going. Just because I feel like I want to shape the whole thing out. It happens. That's why they have that little blue circle there to remind you, hey, Kismet, not good. All right, let's make some compound. Now we're going to do something real fun. We're going to go to this one right here, which is got this stable output. We're going to pull this off of here. And then we're going to say enable output, aka it's either input or output, right? Disable output, that's off. That's an input. And then enable output means it's outputting, right? I think it should be input, output, neutral stage, right? It's got to be a neutral stage so you can just turn the thing off so it's not either dragging it in or running it out. That would be awesome to have a neutral stage in there. So we'll see. We'll see if they add that in the future. But one of the cool things that this is going to do is it's going to take that and it's going to feed it into that thing if I tell it to be the right way. The enable output actually goes and drags it in. There we go. So that actually is input. And then if you say disable output, which means it's the other thing, right? It's telling you that you're going to disable output. But there's a better way to explain it. That if I press F right now, it's going to disable the output, right? So basically, it's outputting. But if I tell it to do that, it's inputting, right? So I'm about to enable the outputting, right? I think it's confusing. I think it should be outputting, inputting, neutral, or off stage, right? I feel like that would be way better understandable. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. Now, I'm going to go ahead and grab this, run this right over here, run this out. Now it's going to run that right up into there, and we'll make that plastic that we need. I think we'll have enough time because we're going to do this battle, which is another 17 minutes, and then we'll go another 30 minutes after that. And then we'll get on to Kismet Love Train. All right, plastic. Over to here. Let's see. Over here is where I'm putting it. And then what did I do with the glass? Oh, I didn't get any glass yet. I didn't get any glass. I have to go get some more quartz. All right, let's not carry everything around that we don't need to carry. Get some quartz. Let's go ahead and put this down here. Oxygen filter. And we're out. Now, we already compacted our vehicle, so I'm not going to bother to make another vehicle. But we need to get some quartz. And so, as you can see, we got some tethers here. And this actually should be like over here where I was saying that this is down this tether line is both quartz and that. I leave myself a little resources just to tell myself, hey, down that tether line is such and such thing. It really works out well, so you can remember, should you forget what's down your 50 different tether lines that you might end up with later. Now, of course, the better way of doing this is make yourself a vehicle with a tractor and come down here with a bunch of canisters or medium containers and collect a crazy ton of this. But, I collect a little bit, then I use that a little bit, and I collect a little bit more, and I use that a little bit. And sometimes I will just sit here and collect a crazy ton of it. I'll just collect like 400 of it, and then bring it back. But again, because they have the larger extractors, I feel like in the long run, it's not a good idea to take out all of the main resources just manually. But to leave yourself the ability to come back later. By the way, if you notice, the tethers are up on the ceiling too, which is really cool. To come back later and use those pristine nodes that you didn't disturb and be able to use your larger extractors to grab that resource. Because you're going to get way more resources if you use that larger extractor. Okay, tons and tons of glass on me now, or quartz. How can we consolidate some of this? Oh, boy. Hey, boy. Use that one. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid making more mediums. So let's just do something like this. Okay, for right now I just need one. Get the one done. And then we'll run it over here. That in the way. And atmosphere condenser. Okay. Now another thing we're going to need while we're working on that is we're also going to need a platform. And so we're just going to run back and forth a little bit. And we're going to, instead of like I did the previous time where I went and I made it while I was there, I'm going to go ahead and set it up so I can make a medium printer. Must be going past it. There it is. God, that went a long way. Medium printer there. And we made some compound over here that we can just grab. Oops. Grab that. And so instead of going there and then making a small printer and making a table and doing all of that, I'm actually just going to make the medium printer right now. Now, right now, you can see I've got the forge going. I've got 2 printers going. I've got all this research going back here. And so it's struggling right now because it has no wind power or no solar power out there as well. Now, I can't always supplement the power by putting my little RTGs into the mix. But we'll just wait for the wind to come on. There we go. And that'll speed us along. Okay, now notice the medium printer, I can just put it in my backpack. There we go, good to go, GG. And we'll bring some resin. And now we've got our atmosphere condenser. So we don't have to hunt down resin, no. Out of my backpack. And another resin, that'll be good. Okay, so we'll come back for this atmosphere condenser. Right now we just want to get the vehicle over there. We want to establish a... see, it only says launch in orbit, not into another thing, which means we were low on our hydrazine. That means we need to make some more hydrazine over here. Again, we'll automate all this hydrazine and rubber and all of this stuff. Again, I'm going a bit slower in this playthrough just to fool around with it. Ammonium. We need one more ammonium. Let's have one in our backpack, one laying around on the ground. That would be a no. That would be a no Rooney. I just happen to know that right over here is where my ammonium is. It's a pretty decent size ammonium node. Oh, I forgot to take the resources off of me. My bad. And so now I gotta manually walk these back. I could just drop the resin. I call this walking them back. Could also make it in the centrifuge if I wanted to. Oh, I do have a second medium printer right there. Thought I did. All right, and there we go. We've got that. Put that up in there. We're ready for some hydrazine. Okay, let's take that hydrazine. Put it on our vehicle so we can travel there and back and there and back a few times. There we go. And now it should give me the option. There we go. Launch to another planet. All right, awesome. Let's go. Let's do it. Ugh. Stretching it out today. Okay, so we got that done. Now, going to the hardest planet in the game. All right, take it easy, Dovey. If you can check those raid targets before you go. Appreciate it. See if they're live. If not, just let me know in there which ones are live. Let's go to Atrax. We're just going to skip some of the planets, go straight to the hardest planet now, because we need the resources. Now, here we are. Now, this is actually one of the toughest planets to see the beacons that are coming up out of there. You can see there's one there. You see that little blue light coming up over the side. There's one there. And I'm looking for one of these little circles that is close to the blue light. There's one there. Not seeing anything too easy. Now, you don't have to. I'd say this one. You don't have to be really close to that. Usually you want to bring a landing pad too. But I'll go ahead and just say right here is good enough. Alright, exit. Now, another thing that we really should do right here is get a bit of quartz. I should have brought it with me. But I'm just going to go ahead and make a base literally right here where this landing area is. Try to get this kind of flattened out. Oh, wrong key. Wrong key. So something like that. Now there's a lot of nasty bad guys over here that are going to try to kill you, so keep yourself on your toes. They will definitely try to wipe you out. Not a bad spot. We got a little bit of compound there. Resin. I'm just trying to clean up the landing area here by removing a bit of this stuff. Wow, look at all that resin right there. Nice. Didn't need to bring resin. Tons of it right there. Okay, so again, we're going to go ahead and take our resin off. We'll leave that here on this planet. We'll go ahead and get our medium printer off of us. Go ahead and get our vehicle. And some of the stuff we didn't bring with us, like our vehicle seat and stuff. So we can't use that yet, but don't worry, we're going to go back. We're going to grab it. All right, what else do we want to do? Maybe just power up the vehicle while we're gone. Let's go ahead and put our little QT RTG on there and start powering that up. And then we'll be right back. Now, one of the hardest things to do in-game is to find your way back. If I had brought a beacon, it would be easier to find my way back there. But we're just going to go ahead and have some fun. And I'm going to show you a great technique. If you did forget to do your beacon, I'll show you how to go in and find your way back, hopefully. I love how this thing goes way faster now, too. I absolutely love that it goes faster. Okay, now here we are back here again. We're going to go ahead and take our atmosphere condenser with us right there. What else can we bring that could help us? Actually, we could bring our trailer just as a platform, or we could use one of these platforms here as well. That is cranking away over there. Cranking away on that. What are we at now? 24,000 research. Didn't even have to lift a finger other than to set that up. I'm feeling over here. That right there. Thank you, Geppetto, coming in, showing some love to the stream. Welcome, our latest Teamwork Tycoon. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for hanging out. All alive for the moment, kids. Thank you, Dovey. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and, what are we making here? I forgot. Graphite. That's what we're making, so we can you reutilize one of these tables over here. Right here. Now, I like to reuse stuff instead of remaking it, right? So you don't have a bunch of extra stuff just laying around. So you'll see me reuse tables and take stuff from here and move it to the other bases. And the reason why I do that is because I can always make it here, because this is where all my primary resources are. But in other places, it requires, of course, a lot more work. So we'll get it going. Hi from Italy. Well, hello. I hear it's beautiful there. Hopefully you're having beautiful weather and you're having a great day. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate everybody from all over the world who comes in and hang out in my stream. If you are new to my stream, my name is Kismet. They call me the Wasteland Tycoon or the Gaming Tycoon. I'm the OG, the original gamer from back in the day. I knew gaming would go on to be the #1 entertainment in the world, and guess what? I was right. That's what it is right now, #1 entertainment in the world, and I knew that almost 40 years ago. More than 40 years ago. Now, actually, if I think about it, yeah, more than 40 years ago, I knew that gaming would go on to crush everything else. Absolutely. For good reason. Because gaming, I find, is much more interactive, much more enjoyable than just watching, same old sitcom over and over again on TV. TV is a very passive entertainment where you're just sitting there watching someone else do something. Where when you're gaming, you're actually playing a game and you're the hero and it's your story as you go through, or you and the story of your buddies as you're running around and so on and so forth. I find that kind of interactivity way more fun. It doesn't matter what age you are. We all have that in common, that we are gamers or artists or whatever it is that we have in common in that way. I'm both a gamer and an artist at the same time. So there you go. All right. So now we've got that medium platform shrunk down. We've got that. We've got our atmosphere condenser ready to rock. And now we probably want to scalp some of these extra power over here. So let's go ahead and grab that one. Let's grab this. Let's not forget our battery and our seat. Oh, nope, we're out of room. Let's take the resin out now. We know we don't need to bring any resin. Put our oxygen tank back up there. I don't know how that got moved. And then maybe a little bit of solar power. Let's go snag another solar. And you'll see me downscale the smaller stuff here at my main base. And then I'll start using the larger stuff as well. And so let's grab a solar. Let's connect that into there so that whole thing is still connected. And let's run back. Now, this isn't my first playthrough, everybody. I've played through the game many times before. I'm a big fan of Astroneer. One of my favorite games. 10 out of 10 this game. Very, very good. Very good. Super DJ. Well, there you go. Waka, waka, waka. Waka, 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 waka. Every time I hear DJ, I always think of them scratching. Scratching the thing. All right, going to Aatrox. That's old school, man. That's like from the 80s. 80s stuff. When they used to waka waka. People still out there doing the waka waka all the time, I'm telling you. They love that scratching. Hey, if that's your thing, more power to you. Don't let nobody tell you can't do what you love to do every single day. I'm doing it right now, playing some games and talking to you. Two of my favorite things. All right, we're going to buzz around here. Now, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for the bubble that was close to this one, and that's going to tell me basically, potentially, where I had already gone, right? And so we're looking for one that was kind of off to the left, I feel. When we get close, oh, right there. That was the one right there. Now, again, I didn't put a beacon down, so it would be hard to find it had I not made it a very unique selection or used the monoliths as a reference point. But just so happens that I use that as a reference. I use a visual waypoint as opposed to actually physically using a beacon and all of that. All right, let's get to it. Let's go ahead and put our platform down. That's going to save us a little bit of time. We'll put down our rover seat in case we need to wander around, though this planet is not the greatest planet to be wandering around on a rover, just to let you know. But we're going to go ahead and put that in there. Now, one of the weird things that you can't do is you can't actually connect stuff to your spaceship. You can't connect power from your spaceship to your item here. So we're going to need some stuff to allow us to make some power. And I've got a bunch on me. I can get that unlocked first. Get the solar out here. And that's going to power that. Let's get the wind. Wind works both above ground and underground as well. Super useful. Get that all tied in. And then we want to go ahead and make ourselves a larger table here. And I always go straight for those tables. Usually when I'm playing through without quests, before they added quests to it, I would immediately collect enough resources and enough research points so I could just make this right away. Because I definitely know I'm going to need those. Now, as you can see, it's barely hanging on there. Let's go over here and grab some compound. I saw a ton of it over here. I love surface level stuff. Watch this. We just go over here and we just sweep it. And as you get so much, you're going to start dropping it there. Okay, now to speed this up a little bit, it's going to need a little bit of extra love. So let's go ahead and find our generator. Again, I could go back, make myself one of these large tables, then go ahead and fly back again. But I feel like it's just as easy just to bring a medium printer on your backpack and then make the table where you're at. It's like, is it more efficient to make it where you're going, or is it more efficient to make it originally and bring it? Like, some things you can just bring the resources for it, and so you don't need the big, like if you're going to make a big car, just bring the resources for making the car, and then the thing that makes the car, like a medium printer, then the medium printer will then make the large printer, which allow you to use the large printer to make the car with the resources that you brought. And thus, you don't have to go back and forth 15 times to do that. And that does help a lot. Okay, there's our larger table. I thought I put a battery down. What did I do with that battery? Right there. All right, battery here. We're going to go ahead and take out our atmosphere condenser. This thing is backwards. There we go. Oops. Very nice. We don't need our medium printer right now. Just to kind of clean this up. We'll throw those on there. Run that over there. Connect that together. Run this up here. Connect that into there. There we go. And just in case we need some supplemental power. Okay, good to go. Now I happen to have also some mini RTGs, so I'm going to put those mini RTGs up there for right now. I'm going to let that battery charge up a little bit to get a little bit of extra battery. And then I'm going to have it actually make me some methane. But while I'm waiting, I can go ahead and just tell it methane right here, which is what we're looking for to make silicone. And how are we doing on our battle? Our battle's ready. Perfect timing. Let's go. To battle! Which do you like more, Astroneer or Fallout 4? Fallout 4. No hesitation. Fallout 4 has more RPG elements, has huge replayability. Just like Astroneer is great, but the quests are more like unlocks. And not like RPG storyline, like your buddy landed on the planet and you're trying to come down here and trying to save him kind of thing. Where Fallout 4, I think it's really underrated. And it was underrated by the community because everybody wanted another New Vegas. It was really underrated by a good portion of the Fallout community. I consider myself a big part of the Fallout community, who definitely underrated it and didn't realize that the massive replayability of the game, because they didn't want to do settlements. Of course, now they're all off building in 76 and in Fallout 4. You know, they come back later and they play the game later and they're like, you know what, maybe I was a little too harsh on this game. This game is amazing. They did an incredible job. That game is a dynamic game, so you can play through the game multiple times, and I played through 6 times Fallout 4 with like 2,500 hours live here on stream, and I can tell you that every single time I played through, I saw something different. I saw new stuff. I played through a different way. Now, of course, you're big You know, story beats are going to be the same, but the path in which you take to get to that end story is usually different every single time, unless you force it to be the same. But a lot of times the NPCs will not. The NPCs sent you one place last time, and then on the new playthrough, they send you somewhere else because you already been to that place because you might have ran into it differently this time, and they said, oh, well, you already been there. Well, let me just send you over here. It actually knows. It knows where you've already been and actually sends you quite often to other places where you haven't been yet. So it's helping you unlock all the different hidden spots all around around the wasteland, which I think is awesome. Incredibly great. So yeah, I keep getting tempted to play another playthrough, though. I don't know. I hope they come out with like a remaster of New Vegas, because I want to play through that. That'd be awesome. That would be incredible. I forget what they were working on a remaster of that I'm interested in. Also interested in Age of Empires number 4, which is supposed to be coming out. But what was it? I just saw them talking about it. What was the other remaster they're working on? Oh, it's a great game, too. KOTOR. KOTOR is the one they're working on. It's actually not going to be a remaster. It's going to be like a remake of it, which I think is a huge mistake. The storyline of that game is perfect. Do not change it. Do not, it's like changing New Vegas. Do not change the storyline. Do not change a line of dialogue. Leave it exactly the same. Just modernize it, and people like me will spend $200 on the collector's edition in a second. In a second for New Vegas, without even a second thought. I don't even need to see the gameplay. Just put me in there, just on the chance it's awesome. The same thing with KOTOR. That's an instant buy, bro. That's an instant buy. If you remastered it, not remade it, remastered it, because I don't want to see someone else's vision. Their vision probably sucks. But compared to the original vision of it, which is amazing. It's already amazing. It doesn't need to be your take on something else that someone already did amazing. It's already amazing. You're not going to make it more amazing than that. I can tell you, very low chance, maybe 1% chance that someone would come in and make KOTOR better than it was originally. Or make Fallout New Vegas better than it was originally. So don't take the risk. Remaster it, re-release it, and I tell you, I will, if it's awesome, I will shout it from the mountaintops. That's for sure. All right, open the cap chest, give you guys some love. EMZRT, LOC, and Reaper getting some love. And Ragnarok, 18 kills, crushing it. Back to the map. All right, one more battle. Here we go, everybody. Then we're going to get on the Kismet Love Train. Let's see how we can do. Oh, my gosh, this is going to take some thing. Wait a minute, is my archer done? I wasn't even looking. Is my archer ready to go? Oh, gosh. 147 of 150. Why must you torture me so? Come on, come on. We got to have some archer scrolls in here. No archer scrolls. Can you believe that? No archer scrolls in there. That's so messed up. All right. That's okay. I'll do my archer next time. I would rather bring you guys in the win. So let's go ahead and push down from the top side here. I'm feeling right here. Push down on these guys, wipe them out, then we'll cut across, take out the boss. Cluster together, everybody, so we can work together. Oofman, thank you very much. Geppetto, thanks again for coming in, pressing that follow button. Let's get back to it. All right, now we're back to our little spot here. We're going to tell it, now we got our battery charged up. We're going to tell it methane, which you've already got it on. We're going to tell it to repeat and go. Now, if you notice, it's already burning the power down, even though it has a battery, and then I can also supplement the power here. It doesn't matter. This takes a lot of power. It takes 20 power to make these things run. It takes an obscene amount of power to keep it powered up. Now, when the sun comes up and whatnot, that'll help that. We can also try to just add this in the line as well. Try to help it out a little bit like that. But what we're trying to do is just get enough methane here, maybe 5 charges so we can grab it, bail, and then come back later. Now, another thing we can also do is we can optimize the amount that it's going to put out right here. Do we have a mountain? Yeah, we have the sun coming up right there. There we go. So that sun's going to hit that in just a second. Then we're going to go ahead. Or is that going down? Going up. All right, awesome. And then, whoop, more wind power. Okay, now we're going to move this over here. And the reason why we'll move that over there is because once it's done doing this, it'll keep giving it power over time. And eventually, it will actually make more when we're not even around, which is going to be awesome. Again, I'm always watching that battery. Now, see, it's struggling. Struggling. But it's done. That's all we need. Taking our QRTGs back. GG. Have fun. Have a nice life. I'm out. Now, this will still run, even though it's low power. It'll just run really slow. And that's fine, because, you know, we'll be gone. We won't be here. And it's going to fill all that up. It's going to fill up the 2 spaces on the side, on each side, and then the one in the middle. So it'll have 5 of those times 5, because each one of those canisters is worth 5. How are we looking on our fuel dot here? Oof, getting close. Is worth 5 of 5 charges. So we already got 5 charges on the one that we got. And so we're going to head back to our primary planet and try to make some silicone. Get it going on. Yes, isn't that cool? Yeah, sometimes it gets funky though. But I do like how it does rotate. That is cool. All right, back to the base. Over here. And then right up here, we need to go silicon. There we go. Now here's the thing. If I have enough stuff on me, it'll actually just go ahead and work. I don't have to actually put the methane down here. But I need some quartz, and we've already burned up all of our quartz there. No worries. Go ahead and drop this compound. Again, why did I have... It was on the top there that... Blocking that top one. Okay, let's get some more quartz. And we'll make some more silicone. Do this right, you can slide pretty far. That was fun. Slide pretty far there. Out the way, bro. More quartz. Now be careful, you make a hole in the ground. Down through the hole you go. There's a big cluster of quartz here. Not telling you it's necessarily behind your cursor. It's just saying it's by your cursor. It's not necessarily directly in front of it. All right, good enough. Because we actually need the raw quartz and not the glass that it gets refined into. We already took all of our vehicles off of here. We took them to another planet, so that's not going to help us. But we could easily make another tractor and with a little trailer and all that stuff. I think I have a trailer laying around here somewhere too, if I remember right. Yeah, over here. So I have a trailer. I can even put just a little seat on there and use that as a thing instead of making the tractor itself. But don't need to right now. Right now, I need to make me some silicone. Boom, easy peasy. And we're gonna need some resin. This way, when it's done with this one, it'll take it and automatically feed it up. Like that. And make another one. Okay, silicon. Now, what were we trying to make with all that silicon? Do you guys remember? I hope you do. It's actually a shelter. We're going to make a little mini shelter because those require a lot less resources, way easier to make from there. Now, we're going to need a bunch of graphite. So while we're waiting for our stuff to work away here, we're going to go ahead and put some of this back. Put that silicone right there. Probably don't need to bring all of our RTGs. I hate to set that down, though. It just makes me nervous setting it down. Like I'm not going to be able to find that later. Just so I have enough room to grab a bunch of graphite. Let's go hunt it down. Let's have a little ramp. All right, little graphite. Now remember the rule. Whenever you're looking for it, can't find it. We're not looking for it, tons of it everywhere. That's a Kismet's law of gaming. Oh, look, we got a little glowy ball over there. Ah, that's tempting. We got to stay on mission, though. Stay on mission, graphite. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Tons of it. Now, we go down there. Remember, we don't have any resin on us. And if we go down there, it's going to be pretty tough getting back. I see some resin down that way. So we're going to roll down there. Get that resin first. Do this the smart way. I could try to run back to my base, but no need. I've got power, right? You got power. You got the ability to dig. By the way, even if you have no power, you can still dig. Did you know that? If you have 0 power in your backpack, you can still dig anyway. Because it never completely eliminates your ability to dig. Alright, oxygen filter it is. Some more. Again, you won't see me use too much tethers. Again, tethers more, I feel, is more of a beginner thing. And you become real reliant on those tethers. Okay, don't be too reliant on tethers that could fall over. Requires lots of extra time to run the tethers as well. Not too hard when you're running along hitting T the whole time, but still. That's extra time I could be doing something else. Look at this. Look at this copper down here, too. Oh, so much copper! Must resist. Must resist the copper. But we know it's right next to our base, though, so that's awesome. We'll be back. I'll be back for that copper. Get the copper to the chopper. Yes, 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 more! More graphite! Oh, that's a good node, too. Oh, man, jackpot! Where are you going? Get back. Hey, get back over here. Get up here. You're like, Kismet, how are you going to run all that way back? Well, first what I did is I used it, used the resin for making oxygen filters and stuff like that. So I'm going to make an oxygen filter right now. And then now I got too much resin. I'm just going to put the resin down because that's not as important as my graphite. So I'm going to grab as much graphite as I can. That's going to help me out a bunch. And then now, the fun part, how do we get back? Well, no worries. We've got our compass. And our compass will tell us that it's that way. Though I already knew it was that way. But still, If you do get lost, you can use your compass. Me, I like to get lost in the game a little bit, and then try to find my way. I find it's pretty easy once you understand to do a bit of wayfinding. Find your way through there. Now, there is another fun way of doing what I'm doing right there, and that's literally just digging through the side of the mountain toward where my base is. Later on, what I'll do is I'll dig a flat trench through the middle of the mountain that'll take me to that graphite spot. But you can literally just cut your way through if you've got enough oxygen and you got enough power. You can just cut a hole right through the side of the mountain. Look at that. Takes us right back to our base. Now, finding that hole again is going to be tough. So let's make this easy on ourselves by opening it up a little bit and then making a little platform here. I can get it to go the way I want it to go. Maybe in here. I find flattening it is a great visual clue that, hey, something's going on over there. All right, so when you flatten this like this, and then you make yourself a nice little ramp. Oh, a little bit more steep. I mean, that's going to be a real visual clue that there's something going on there. Whoa! Slidey slide. All right, going on. Okay, so we made some graphite. And now, what are we doing? We are small printer. We are doing graphite and silicone. So let's take... Oh, actually, I can just put it over here. Oh, yeah, put it over here. Take this off of there. Put this up here. And so it's going to grab... Oh, it's graphene, not graphite. That's right, graphene. Graphene, we got to make graphene over here. Let's hope we got enough. Enough stuff. Graphene is going to need hydrazine and that. So we're going to need more of the other stuff. Okay. More ammonium. You always need something. It's always something you got. But man, we're really gearing up our resources here. And again, we're making graphene. Yeah, graphene. What if that does make it easier or harder? That's plastic and silicone. That actually is harder. That actually is harder to make because it's graphene. Graphene, actually, I thought I had that wrong. Graphene requires you to make hydrazine. So it's actually easier to make the bigger one with the larger printer. Ah, well, look at us learning stuff and things and stuff. So 2 silicone and 2 plastic. You know what? Let's switch gears. Let's switch back to that. Let's take our silicone here. Silicone. Let's just click over here. We got to go to the thing first. There we go. We'll just click over here. That silicone in there, and then plastic. Now we'll do the path of least resistance. Always a good idea. Okay, again, carbon and compound. Compound's not an issue. Got plenty of that. Carbon probably going to be an issue. Even though carbon's like super easy. I always find that I don't spend enough time collecting it, so it ends up where I don't have any. Or making it in general. Now we're going to have a bit of a problem with this because we're not going to be able to transport it to the other planet. So I guess that does make it harder because of the size of it, right? Because we could unlock it, by the way. I've got now, 26,000 research. I could unlock the larger ship and take it that way. But it might be smarter for us to keep that, bring a medium printer, print the large printer from the medium printer, That thing's going to keep throwing me off, those power cells from graphite. That's going to keep throwing me off. And there's our plastic. So again, if I make it, it's going to be real big. But I could take it there and do it there. Or I could stop what I'm doing and start working on my hydrazine. That might be an idea as well. I feel like we want to get our hydrazine production going. Yeah. Something like that. Get our hydrazine fired up. All right. Plastic. Okay. Now's when we got to make our choice. Make it now, and then it'd be stuck here on this planet, or to go make it on another planet. Or not use it up at all, and just say, screw it. We'll go back to making graphite. I feel like it's harder to transport the larger shelter, so that's a real disadvantage. And the other one is apparently smaller. I haven't seen it when it was in there. I would imagine at least be a medium, though. But you make it in the small printer, so you would think it would be small. Where'd the shelter go? I've lost it again. It was way at the top. Yeah, right there. So silicone and graphene. Now, we've got this right here, so let's go ahead and see if we can work on some graphene. See which one we prefer. Graphite and hydrazine. So, graphite, not so hard. We got a bunch of that. Hydrazine, a little tougher. So, we could make some ammonium, or we can go collect some. I feel like what we really want to do is make another tractor. Let's do it. Get our tractor going. I love the tractor. Tractor is like the greatest thing in the game, I think, because it gives you endless oxygen and requires very little power, and you can tool around all over the place with it. We don't need to tool around with all this on our backpack. Making a mess. Connect our trailer there. Take our little mini RTG, power that up. Grab another one, or maybe a couple of them. Like that. How's our canisters looking? 10 in there. How many in this one? 2. Let's run that out. Let's take this canister with us. Okay, let's stop screwing around. Let's get busy. Let's get this ammonium, everybody. We're going to go hydrazine. I decided. We're going to go hydrazine. I think hydrazine would be easier because we can literally go around and collect tons of ammonium over here as well. If we get a good node. So right here we got a pretty decent node. Let's go. Okay, now we're starting to drop. Let's put them all in there. Oh, I could just be clicking. You can shift left click, by the way. Isn't that awesome? If you click too fast, though, he picks it up like that. But you don't have to actually drag it. I forget until right about now. I always forget that you can just shift left click that. at a slow sequence, and it will take it all out of your backpack. Great Kismet tip for you. Save you lots of time. Dragging that in every time. I've done it many times before. I just forget that little shortcut from time to time. So I go, wait a minute, I gotta move a bunch of stuff out of my backpack. Can I just shift click that? And the answer is yes. Holy moly, this is like the jackpot node here. Just keeps going and going and going. Now these nodes are hit and miss. So if you go and you're trying to find as much ammonium as me and you're not finding it, don't feel bad. It happens to everybody. It's pretty rare that you find a gigantic node of copper. Of copper and ammonium here early on. This is just lucky. A little bit of luck there. Get that out of there. Alright, shift click. Cool, huh? Works real good. Alright. Anything else? A little bit more here. I always find wherever I park my vehicle, it's typically directly under my vehicle. I don't know why it is. Maybe I'm just parking too close. That is a really good node. Pretty sweet node. Now, I should have brought my big extractor over, but I'm going to be doing that on other planets, so it'll be fine. So how many we got? 12? That's more than enough for right now. Let's tool back. What about another 5 minutes on that battle, everybody? Put down your units. Then we're going to do a Stream Riders battle. We're going to get on the Kismet Love train. We're going to get it done. And if we get some of these shelters built, then we can go to each planet and drop a shelter and then get that shelter quest done. All right, now we're styling. Now we got lots of stuff there. And really, if we could couple this with our graphite, that would be awesome as well. Let's tell that to go in. Meaning if we had another one of these empty containers full of graphite, we could just set them both going, and then they would feed both in there. And basically just make graphite for days. So we need to make hydrazine first, though. And where'd our hydrogen go? Do we bring... And we made some more right here. There we go. Alright, make me a bunch of that. Now, how many of these do I need to make? So I've done 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to make 5 of those. Alright, that'll be our goal, to make a bunch of those. Okay, take the hydrazine out. First, we'll start with 5 hydrazines. If we have enough, which I seriously doubt. We'll probably have to get more, I'm sure. Best place to look for hydrazine on your main planet is in the forest. Now, normally I would create a whole bunch of these where one would be doing hydrazine, one would be doing nanocarbon alloy, one would be doing steel, one would be doing whatever, and plastic and rubber. You'll see me do that eventually. But again, we're playing through a lot slower. I hate it when I do that. We're playing through a lot slower, and that is because we're doing the questing. We're not trying to rush. Alright, we're at 3. Crushing it. Listen to me, Robin Williams. I take that as a huge compliment. Holy mackerel. To be on his level would be amazing, but I'm nowhere close. But I appreciate the compliment. I'll take it as a compliment anyway. There we go. One of the greatest of all time, the GOAT. One of the greatest entertainers, I tell you. So amazing. Okay, there we go. We got 5 of those done. Now we want to go back to our graphene, and that's going to allow us to do a bunch of those. And so we'll do this, and we'll couple them on each side. And while this is running, making the thing, we'll put more graphite there, and then more over there. So that'll allow us to do 2 more. Now while we're at it too, we could tell it to loop on the next one. You can also, the hydrazine, by the way, acts like a timer. See how it's just kind of going around? Kind of tells you how long it's going to take before it makes that thing. Certain items take longer than other items, obviously, and so on. And so there we go. All right, nice. And then we're going to repeat, go. That's just going to keep cranking those out. Interesting the way it grabbed it. Did you see that? How it grabbed the graphite from the front, but the hydrazine from the back? Those are the things I like to watch, right? How does it go? How does it thing when it's just the empty table? What side does it put it on? When I put a thing on there, does it automatically default to the thing, which it does? If you put a platform on there or you put a canister, it'll default to that first. And then if you have it on both sides, which side will do it? It'll do the right side first if the arrow's pointing right at you, and so on. And that all makes a difference if you're going to automate, right? You're going to do a lot of automation. That makes a huge, huge difference. Hey, Olaf, what's up, man? Just here in just the right time. We're going to get it going on. Now, again, if you haven't already done so, everybody, make sure to hit that follow button. Thanks for coming in. Watch me play some Astroneer. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I highly recommend snatching it up. You get it pretty cheap on Steam and enjoy an awesome playthrough like me. Or you can come join me on the Mega Server when I'm done with this playthrough. We're going to start up a brand new playthrough on the Mega Server where everybody can come in and we can build stuff together. It'll be real fun. Really, really fun. All right, another one done right there. Another one done, and another one done, and another one done. All right, let's go in here again. Field shelter, graphene, and silicone. So we're going to need 5 silicone as well. We've got 2. Now, I'm curious to see if this shelter... It's really weird that the shelter is so small on the small printer. I find that real weird. But let's go see if it actually is small when it's packaged, or because I forget when we got a free one, or is it a medium-sized one? Well, we'll have to put it in there. And again, we're going to want 5 of them. Now, I see a battery over here that could be being utilized for power. There we go. Put that up there. Look at this messy base. Oh, look, there's batteries right there we're not using either. There's batteries. Put those up there, too. Use up them batteries. All right, it is small. All right. Oh, my gosh. That makes it so much easier. Okay, that was the right call. All right. See, I flip-flopped back and forth there a little bit. But eventually, I did make the correct call. All right, there we go. 2 of those. We need to make more silicone. Silicone. We need that methane, and we need the quartz. Where'd we throw that methane? I know I threw it somewhere. I saw it right there. Methane, quartz, resin. Resin, where are you hiding? Way over there. Boom. Go. Team resin. Okay, 2 shelters down. All right, we're making some progress here. We need 2 more, I think, right? We have 2. We're making 1. And then we need 2 more on top of that. Right? We need more quartz. I bet you I'm running low on quartz. All right, quartz. Now, normally by this time, by the way, everybody, I would have the large ship, or the large vehicle, and I would literally be taking out this entire mountain just to get dirt, so I can make a ton of quartz, and I can make a ton of compound, and enough of resin, and whatnot. And you'll see me just go to town on it at some point. But right now, again, we're trying not to speed through too fast. We're trying to have some fun here. Trying to do it as we go. There we go. And then this one here. Okay, we got 2 of them. And we need 5. There's 2. And actually, let's put them over here by the ship. And I have a feeling we're going to... Yeah, our battle is ready. Let's try to get these done, and then we'll have to pick this up next time. Right there, we need 1 more graphene and One more silicon. We've got the silicone. Do we have graphite? We do. We do not have the hydrazine. All right. Oh wait, we got some more over here. We got 4 of 23. Okay. Silicone we got, and we need hydrazine. And hydrogen, and we got that over here. Hydrogen into there. There we go. What are we missing? Ammonia. Oh, got to run the ammonium out. Do the thing. There we go. And then we're going to tell it to do... Again, we're going to finish this first, and then we'll do that battle. I got a graphite. I think we got this, everybody. That's real close. I mean, we're literally just a little bit of resources left. And next time we come in, we're going to get that quest done, right? We play usually on Mondays, Astroneer. Again, one of my favorite games. Incredibly, incredibly fun. Graphite and silicone right over here. And there is shelter number 5. All right. That's pretty good early game, everybody. That's doing silicon early game. I typically don't do until I get my hydrazine farm going. But again, we're playing through quest-wise. And it kind of tempts me to stay a little bit longer and then do this. But this will be something fun to start with next time. Just literally going in and putting a shelter down on every single spot. Which also would act as a beacon on every single planet as well. Now, I could go in my ship or wherever. But I'm going to go ahead and go right in here. And hide in my little shelter while we do this battle. Let's go. To battle! All right, it's battle time. I'm going to throw it down around me. And let's fire it up. This is going to be a good one. 85 to 172. Man, we annihilated them. They literally lost like 60 units. They lost 60 units in that first hit. Get them archers! During pushing through with that epic. Icy Diamonds pushing it. Rhythmic coming in. We got Sim rocking it as well. Iron Mania. We got Game Rebel and Dovey all rocking the epics. That's what's going to turn the tide here. That's what's going to turn the tide. We got to get our healers over there, though. Look out. They're pushing forward. Quick. Heal those epics. Get in there and heal them. Oh, but we were ready for the push. Kismet taken. We got this. Come on, everybody. We got this. 32 to 30. Oh, this is an epic battle. Oh, I like this one. Oh, yeah. Go, baby. Go. Be moving away from me a little bit. Get him. Get him. Oh, coming down to the wire. We got to take out the boss still. Let's get that boss. Oh, and I think that's the W. That is the win, everybody. Fantastic job. Way to crush that battle. Super fun. Another boss down. We absolutely destroyed him. Let's open that capture chest. Give you guys some love. Hair Luna, Dovey, Silly Viking, and Reaper. Whoa, Reaper getting 50 gold. Congrats on that. Icy Diamonds with a 23 kills. Crushing it. We got Landman coming in second at 21. Dimmerling, Icy Diamonds also MVP. Dimmerling coming in number 3 with 18 kills. Stromsey coming in number 4, 16 kills. And Reaper rounding out the top 5 with 11 kills. Crushing it. What are we at now? 600. I thought I was already at 609. I don't know. Apparently not. All right, everybody. Got another boss kill there. Now, here's what we're going to do, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and take a moment here. Let me jump back to the game here for a moment, and then we're going to get on the Kismet Love Train. All right. I'm going to go ahead and check out these raid targets that I've got and see what we got going on. Let's see. I click on all of them. I click every single one, and I'm going to give them a little look-see. Let's see who we got today. Oh, playing some Satisfactory. Ooh, that's a great game. Okay, little awkward title, but all right. like the title. All right. This is the hardest part of streaming right here, everybody, is choosing who you're going to raid next. I find it tough. Pretty tough. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's a bit of an awkward title for me. I'm leaning toward this person right here. And, man. These other people's titles are not very creative. I think this person has the most creative title. I'm going to go with that. When I'm in a tiebreaker and I can't figure someone, I just go with who has the best title. I think this guy's got the best title right here. Let's do it. We're going to go ahead and put that in here. Right there. We're going to save that. All right, everybody. It's time for the Kismet Love Train. Let's go. All right, everybody, welcome to the Kismet Love Train. Let's go ahead and put a whole bunch of love trains in the chat right there. Now, depending on whether you're a follower or a subscriber, you're going to find different levels of the love train right in there. Now, you don't want to highlight the part that has the exclamation point. You want to, and thank you to all the tycoons here, all the subscribers today, and of course all the followers as well, which will come up here in just a moment. Thank you so much for all that love. Of course, we're going to go ahead and raid Jerry48 right now, playing some 7 Days to Die, one of my favorite games of all time. And it's pretty funny what they're doing right now. So we'll go in there and give them some love. Now, again, I'm not sure if it's a male or female because they're real small on my screen. I do apologize if I get it wrong, but I still send you love, so I guess it isn't that bad. We're going to go ahead and show them some love. Now, here's what I want you to do while I am getting this raid prepped. I want you to go ahead and highlight wherever you're at. So if you're a follower, highlight the part, not with the one with the exclamation point, but the actual Kismet Love Train. Highlight it. Control-C, copy it. Control-V, paste it right in my chat, just like Dovey did right there. Now, if you are a subscriber, tier 1, grab the tier 1. If you're tier 2, grab the tier 2. If you're tier 3, guess what? You get 2 choices of the old school Kismet Love Train or the new one, or mix and match your own. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, I'm on mobile, bro. I can't do all that. Here's what you do. Just throw an emote in there. Any emote will do, whether it's a global emote, whether it's one of my emotes, it doesn't matter. Throw it in the chat, and then come along with us on the Kismet Love Train, because we're going to go over there. And we now are going to shift the power. You brought all the love into my stream. We've now amplified that love, and we're going to send it out over Twitch. We're going to make someone's day today. I'm telling you, it really does have an effect on streamers out there. I try to help out smaller streamers who are like me, who a lot of other people came and gave me love in my stream. And, of course, that's why I'm partnered today. Hopefully, we can send them on their journey as well. Maybe help them out. If nothing else, bring a little joy into their day today. All right? So let's get that going. You guys keep throwing that in the chat while I get this fired up. I've got to press a lot of buttons, flip a lot of switches. You know how it goes to make this raid a go. Let's do it. Boom. All right, there it is, everybody. Now let's see how many peeps got it in the chat. We got lots of love in the chat. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,000. That's it. How we doing on retweets? Didn't quite get to 10. Didn't quite get to 10. So our raid is queued up and ready to rock. Wombat did the exact wrong thing, Wombat. You want to go ahead and highlight the part that just says the Kismet Love Train. Not the part with the exclamation point. No worries, no worries. There it is, there it is. All right, we're going to give you guys some Kiz caps here. Let's go and give you guys 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps for being awesome. Also know that if you want to know my schedule or my social media, it's right there in the chat. You can go check out my website, my Discord, all that awesome stuff. We'll see you guys over there. Because that's it for me today. I'm going to be back in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, playing some Satisfactory, one of my favorite games. Of course, we'll be back next week playing some Astroneer as well. So how we doing on a raid? We're looking good. All right, everybody. Now, remember to highlight that copy. We're going to paste it in their channel. Right in their chat, paste it in there one time, hit the follow button, hang out there for a while, show them some love here on Twitch, and I'll see you guys all next time. I gotta press the button. See you next time, everybody. Bye. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.